good morning, councillors, and good morning, members of the gallery and our staff. We are in Darumble country, and as we traditionally do, we acknowledge them as the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. And I have great pleasure in opening this meeting today. We have an opening prayer today, ladies and gentlemen. We have Pastor Peter Rollo from the Yeppoon Seventh-day Adventist Church to deliver our opening prayer. And so, Peter, over to you. Thank you very much again for coming today. Right down the front there, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really nice to be here, and I'll just offer a prayer for God's blessing on your business for the day. Let's pray. Loving Father, we're blessed to have life today. It's a gift. Help us to make the best use of it. I just want to uplift all the councillors here as they deliberate on their agenda for the day, that you'll bless them, that they'll sense your leading, give them wisdom for the benefit of all the people here in the Livingstone Shire. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you. That's all right, got some technical difficulties, Councillor.
Oh, just the computer's working really well at home.
Okay.
Is it possible? Right, I'll get you
Well, councillors, we've got item 3 is no leave of absences or apologies. 4 is the confirmation of the previous council meeting minutes from the 15th of March 2022 meeting. Can I get a mover and a seconder for those, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 5, councillors, is declarations of interests in matters on the agenda, and I assume I'm going to get a couple for 11:21, which is the Matthew Flinders Drive Rec Point walkway. I'll be declaring an interest in that and leaving the room, as I have a prescribed conflict of interest on that one because I own a property on that road. Any other conflicts?
Possibly 11.17 with Svenson's Road, but I just want to ask some questions about it because I was asked to leave at the briefing meeting, and I'm thinking that maybe I shouldn't be leaving.
11.7, Councillor?
11.17.
17, beg your pardon. Okay, that's for the development of Zilsey at Svensson Road.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
At the time you're going to ask the councillors whether you're going to stay in or not. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm unsure if I have a perceived conflict. I am a member of the Yeppoon Choral Society, and on agenda item 11.12, Regional Arts Development Fund, they have been granted some funding. I don't know, so I'm asking the table whether I have a conflict.
Are you happy to deal with that at the time?
Yes, definitely. Right. Thank you.
Just remind me if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, Councillor, at the time. I'm a bit fuzzy at the moment, more so than usual. Item 6, public forums and deputations. We have none of those. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr. CEO, I'm assuming you and the Executive Directors are speaking to these?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask my colleagues to join me and we'll step you quickly through what is pleasingly a diminishing list. Welcome both David Batiste, who is relieving for Brett Bacon, who's on a period of leave, and Michael Creederman, who will step us through these things, starting with starting.
Okay, good morning councillors. Item 1, former Catholic Church building at Marlborough, as I just outlined, is a contract with sale and signed due to settle on 26th of April 2022. Matters not in hand yet. Would you like to repeat that one?
Yes, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Item 1, former Catholic Church building at Marlborough. The contract of sale is signed and due to settle on the 26th of April 2022. The proposed trustee lease to the Yeppoon Inlet Association Incorporated, the draft lease has been finalised. It's just waiting for the surveyor's report to be finished, which is in hand at the moment. On completion of that, the lease will be entered into, then the subleases can be executed beyond that. So.
Item 3, Mr Mayor, is on your agenda again today for determination about a couple of alterations to the meeting procedures policy.
Item 4, the local law review. That matter's draft is just about to be finalised. I've been in touch with Mackay lawyers who are actually doing the draft. They're a little bit behind schedule as a matter of one of their solicitors who's been tasked with doing that left the organisation a month ago. I was now working for Mackay Council. It's a little bit behind, but I have been advised that Suzanne's likely to ring me this week to try and book in a workshop day with councils mid-May, where we can actually work through the draft before we go out in public exhibitions. Response to notice of motion, tree protection and replanting. There's a draft policy being developed in relation to that, and we're presented to council's May ordinary meeting in relation to the biodiversity strategy.
Item 7, councillors, Emu Park Golf Club. So, a meeting has been held with the club committee and council staff and some councillors. There has been some progress on understanding the costs and responsibilities, and within the notes it shows that the club has agreed to purchase a pump and council has agreed to install it to improve the irrigation, and a report will be coming back to the table in May to further provide some understanding on the demarcation between roles and responsibilities for council to consider. Thank you.
Item 8, notice of motion, councillor friend, consideration of signage in place for tree removal where views have been impacted. There's a consultation paper been developed with the internal stakeholders providing feedback, and there's a report going to be presented to council's briefing session in May for further consideration. So.
Did we jump one there, Mr CEO? Number 7, yeah.
My apologies. Notice of motion, councillor Adam Bello in relation to the Capricorn Coast Outrigger Club. There's been a number of meetings held with the club, council Beastwood and the property team to provide feedback, advice from the Department of Resources and Department of Environment and Science. The group agreed that Site 4, Pinkerton Park, Kui Bay, was the most achievable, however requires a number of steps, including a local management plan and community consultation. First step is for CDSR to speak to current leaseholders on site, being the Yeppoon Scouts, and discuss opportunities for sharing with outriggers. We'll continue to keep club up to date as those discussions continue.
Item 9, strategic road network planning. So officers have attended a meeting with the Mayor to further discuss this issue and are working towards a extended planning horizon, a plan for water, wastewater and trunk road infrastructure in particular. The plan is proposed to take between 6 and 9 months just to make sure that the integration between land use and infrastructure planning aligns for the next 30 to 50 years. So as the officers develop these plans, we'll present them to council probably through briefing sessions initially and then through a council resolution towards the end of the year.
Capricorn Coast BMX Club tenure proposal. There was a meeting proposed for March, unfortunately it was postponed. The officers in the club are looking at trying to organise another meeting in the near future to try and organise the finalisation of that lease and look at some access issues.
Item 11, Yeppoon Rockhampton Road upgrade. Mr Mayor, would you like to
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr Executive Director. Councillors, as you would be aware, an email was circulated last week updating you on the status of this. We originally requested a meeting with the Minister November last year, and we've now been successful in securing one, although a fair bit of time has elapsed since November last year. But, beg your pardon, mid-May we are going down to Brisbane, and as per the resolution, it will be Councillor Mather, Councillor Bello and myself going down.
Item 12, Stage 2 of Capricorn Coast Homemaker Centre. This matter, as Council aware, is an ongoing and investigations are continuing in terms of viability of the project, and Council will be kept up to date as further information becomes available. Item 13, future stages of the Gateway Business and Industry Park. Council has received additional offer on land with proposed Stage 2B at the Gateway. A report will be taken to the May Ordinary Council meeting to present all offers received so Council can make a decision whether to proceed with developing the future stages.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, through you, please.
Councillor Mather?
How many blocks do we have left? How many blocks remaining to be sold? I understood this was the last block.
None as far as I know.
To be sold, but
No, this is preparations for the next stage of
Stage, yeah.
development, Councillor Mather, but
Okay.
of the existing blocks that were available for sale, they've all been sold.
They've all been sold. That's the answer. Thank you.
Item 14, response to notice of motion creating synergies food bank at the community centre. Footings have been laid for the shed that was been built on the site, so it's underway, which is good news.
Sorry, just on that, do we have an intended availability date for the group to move into the facility?
Unfortunately, I don't. I don't know whether the council wants it in May. No, I don't, but I can find that out for you and come back to you. I will try and do that today, Councillor. Response to notice of motion, sorry, did that one. Notice of motion, Councillor Nigel Hutton, Botanic Trail. Following discussions regarding the principles at the portfolio meeting of 23rd of February 2022, officers are now exploring some options for bringing the trial to fruition. Progress will be reported back to the portfolio holder specifically in council generally when further information regarding some of the options has been gleaned. The matter is ongoing. Item 16, community organisation tenure with council renewal. The CC, Capricorn Coast Football Club, confirmed renewal details, all passed on to property to draft lease, still waiting ASSIMI details. So those matters are ongoing and in hand.
Mr Mayor, if I could just pose a question in relation to item 16 and the council's resolution, which effectively forms the offer to those clubs now waiting for acceptance of the standard conditions that go with council leases. Once the resolution is made and the offer is extended to those clubs, is it the case that that matter is closed from councillor's point of view and we'll just deal with the balance of it administratively? Otherwise we will have a number of these that come up from time to time, and as I say, once the council's passed that resolution to make that offer on standard conditions, it's then up to the club to accept that and the administrative process is underway. If councillors are happy, we'll consider that closed once we've communicated to you that the offer has been extended.
I think that's appropriate, Mr CEO, providing we're regularly updated on progress on that. Council, is everyone happy with that?
Item 17, Mangalee Beach Access Reference Group. So the first meeting has been held with officers and the community representatives early in April, and I wouldn't mind if Councillor Bello or Councillor Eastwood would provide an update as well, as they attended. I think Councillor Bello may not have attended that meeting, but but Councillor Eastwood has.
And Pat and I spoke about this earlier, and I'd be happy for Pat to give an update. He was across it.
Look, none of us can pretend that this is going to be an easy thing. You know, there's a lot happening there, but the meeting was fantastic. Like, I think that everybody was there willing to try to find the best solution to what's going to be an ongoing problem. It's been a problem, it's going to be an ongoing problem for our Shire for a number of years, so we need to make sure that we get a good resolution now, and everybody was interested in doing that, so I'm pretty happy with the way things went. Councillor Bello, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, probably the only extra bit, there was several actions, I guess, that the members agreed upon that would be undertaken after that meeting, and the results of those actions, I guess, will be brought back to the next meeting to be able to help inform, okay, this is the challenge with doing option 3, or this is the challenge with, you know, closing the beach at night, for example, all of these sorts of things. So with that information made available at the next meeting, it'll help inform the direction of what advice the reference group will be providing to council going forward. So, yeah.
All right, through the chair to either councillors. Was the meeting well attended, and who were the stakeholders involved?
Well, the meeting was well attended. I mean, we had representative from the state, as well as so Brittany was actually on phone calling. We also, of course, we had Bangalore residents. There was a couple that won't be there, and we'd like to be there, and I think that they gave their apologies, and looks like they'll be there at the next meeting.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. To the members, this has been going on how many years now? We seem to be going in circles to some degree, but I'm hoping that this last round, looking for terms of reference, I thought we had those already. Now that we've got the stakeholders, some of whom didn't turn up, I'm just wondering how much interest is in what's going on and what's going to happen. I think we've tossed this around so many times now. We really need to get some teeth into this and looking for some serious resolutions. And I think next month, if you can come back with something really bitey,
Mr.
I think
Mayor,
we need to tackle it.
What?
We just need to tackle it. We've just been pussyfooting around, that's what I can
with
see,
all
Mr
due
Mayor.
respect to the councillor, Mr Mayor, I think that's exactly what we are doing, and I think that this is the step in the right direction, and without going in this direction that we are going to make wrong decisions, so this is the only way to go, and we will be in the future coming back with some answers to those questions.
And I think, to be absolutely fair, I'm not criticising you, Councillor Mather. This was the first meeting. I think first meetings are kind of sorting things out and also just getting to know the other parties at the table, as it were. So I have no doubt that going forward, the meat, as you put it, will start to form out of the bones of this committee, and I'm looking forward to some resolutions out of it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I am patient, let me say that. I am patient. I understand the constraints on either option, but I think you need to look outside the box on this one. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Back to you, Mr CEO.
Thank you,
Mr Executive Director, I beg your pardon.
Item 18, waste policy for second bin service. So officers have had some preliminary discussions with the councillor around this policy, and we'll be bringing a draft policy with some principles and guiding some questions for council to consider in the May briefing session. Item 19, Councillor Hutton's questions around the Yeppoon Lagoon. A report will be tabled at the next council meeting in May.
Through the chair, for item 19, there was a brief suggestion earlier at a briefing in relation to locked bags and a particular wall that they could be placed upon. Was that taken into consideration along with the actual hard lockers?
I'll have to take that on notice, councillor. I'm not aware whether that's been included. I know that they have looked at the hard lockers, and I'll take that on notice. Thank you, and make sure that we pursue that and include it as options. Item 20, Yeppoon Lagoon, questions on notice from Councillor Hutton. So a report will be tabled for today's meeting. Item 21, notice of motion, Mona Vale Road. So a work order was created late in March, and works underway and being completed on that section.
Just on that one, thank you, Michael. Yes, and I thank the officer for making sure that has happened, and it's sad that it had to take a notice of motion to get it to that point, and a phone call from one of the residents to say we've done 8 tyres now, we've had enough. Thank you. why there were some members who didn't want to support that notice of motion when we've got situations like this. But thank you, Michael, we've got it now. But there are others out there I'm looking at too.
Thank you. Item 22, dealing with the Department of Resources regarding lots 443, 444 and 445 at Yamba in relation to the reserve there. The council resolution has been communicated to the Department of Resources, and as far as council is not interested in being the trusteeship, but council officers have actually been in touch with the Department of Main Roads to see if they're interested in taking over the trusteeship. So we'll advise council further if they have any further feedback in relation to that offer.
Item 23, safety issues at Malara intersection at Yeppoon Rockhampton Road. Officers have spoken to the District Director of Main Roads in Rockhampton, and a road safety investigation has been undertaken on the intersection, and awaiting the results from that investigation, so we can further discuss options on that upgrade there.
Thanks to the Director. I think it's the third letter I'd written to them. I don't expect that the road be upgraded just for that intersection. What I did say is that we could eliminate the risk factor at minimal cost in the interim, and that's what I was trying to get through to them. We can take away the dangers immediately with just signage that's appropriate signage, and they can come along and do the road whenever they get around to that section of the highway. And I didn't have any reply to my letters, but I'm glad that the Director's onto it. Thank you.
Item 24, Independent Road Assessor. An allocation has been earmarked in the 22-23 operational budget to allow this work to be undertaken. Item 25, Thompson Point Upgrade. A letter has been sent to the Minister. I must apologise, I haven't seen that letter. If I could ask, did that leave the CEO's office or the Mayor's office?
It was Mayor's hand, Michael, and but we haven't seen a response yet.
It's a question, Mr. CEO. Has the letter gone? According to this, the letter has gone.
The letter has gone, Councillor Mather.
Yeah,
I signed it.
Yeah, thank you.
Item 26, councillors, the question on notice from Councillor Glenda Mather in relation to future development of the Western Corridor. There is a bit of a detailed report to those questions on notice in today's meeting, which outlines the position we've taken.
Item 27, the car park facade. A material specialist has been engaged by council to review all of the previous reports and options and material types and paint products and so on, and we're expecting a preliminary report for the May meeting.
Councillors, item 28, the funding agreement for Capricorn Enterprise has been, that was approved by council, subject to some administrative changes, has now been signed. And item 29, as discussed earlier, that matter is on your agenda again today.
And item 30, the beach access, is laying on the table until the Emu Park resident reach. I'm not sure when that meeting will be held, Councillor Mather.
Mr. Mayor, we do have dates for the resident reaches. I'm not too sure when the Emu Park one comes up, but I think it might be several months away. But we can certainly find that out. But this is an area where the public can have a say in relation to the Lindsay Street beach access. Thank you. Thank you, Director.
All right. That's it for matters outstanding, Mr. CEO.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Is someone prepared to propose reception of that report?
No problem. So we've got a recommendation that the business outstanding table be received. Councillor Mather, you're moving? Oh, listen, I
And Councillor Friend, I think she got into.
So we'll go Councillor Bello moving, Councillor Mather seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously. And councillors, can I also ask that if you've got some mobile phones, can we have those off the table? Thanks. Even though you've got them on silent, you can hear them reverberating on the table, and it's a bit distracting. So if you wouldn't mind putting them in your bag, please, that would be much appreciated. Okay, 7.2, councillors, lifting matters laying on the table. Mr CEO, you're presenting this one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A proposal for a what is not effectively a procedural motion, but a matter of procedure to lift that matter from the table that will be discussed later today in relation to meeting procedures policy.
All right, councillors, everyone across this one? Happy to raise it from the table? All right, Councillor Mather, you're moving? Yes, thank you. Can I get a second? Councillor Bello? Thanks, Dave. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are none. Item 9, councillor or delegate reports. This is the Community Voice Panel for Healthy and Inclusive Community. Who's presenting this one, Mr CEO? Councillor Eastwood. Right.
Yes, Mr Mayor, we had a very productive community voice panel, well attended, and to start off we started talking about the relevance of the voice panel and to go back to the terms of reference. So then we had some presentations on needs analysis, the senior needs analysis and the youth needs analysis, and following that we spoke about volunteering within the community and how we can uplift that, I guess. So it was a good community voice panel, and we're heading in the right direction. I was very encouraged by the attendance. In the interest of brevity, I'll just leave it at that, Mr Mayor.
All right, thank you. Just a question, if I may, in terms of your discussion on youth, what any particular outcomes we can look forward to from that?
There was more going through the youth needs analysis, Mr Mayor, which we've got a youth group that helps direct that, and is coming up for review shortly, the youth needs analysis. And so it's really seeing what the youth want rather than us directing the youth. So I guess that's really, yeah.
So we can look forward to some input.
Oh, yes, Mr Mayor, for sure.
Councillor Hutton.
I have a question, but it's actually for the Executive Director. Is there any chance we'll get the opportunity to have that loop closed on both the senior needs analysis and the youth needs analysis, recognising they were a 4-year program and they had a list of jobs and things that were getting done? It'd be great knowing that we're going out to start this new process for the next round, which I fully support and think is great. Just as a council table at a briefing session, it'd be really good to go, okay, so what did we say we were going to do? What did we do before we start the next process? Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Eastwood? So you want to move this report, Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Can I get a second, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour to receive it? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Nine point 2, which is the Planning and Strategic Infrastructure Community Voice Panel Report. Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak to this one?
Yes, very quickly, Mr Mayor. As per the written notes provided, we too had a discussion and revisit of what the terms of reference were for the group, what our focus and direction was. I thank the officers for the work they did. Mel Warwick provided a really good report talking about connectivity, laneways, and talking about the provisions that we have for subdivisions. We also spoke about the electric vehicle charges and their placement both in commercial and residential places, the different alternatives there in terms of the supercharged highway, and really more talked about what our pathway forward was for that group.
And was there a consensus on the pathway forward, Councillor Hutton, for electric vehicles in particular?
For electric vehicles, there was great interest from the group in hearing what council's planning on taking forward. So there is the discussion that we've started saying that looking at in property developments of substantial size, enforcing the provision of the capacity for electric vehicles. Some members were pro the regulation passed, some were against, but everyone was generally in consensus that they are the future, and it's about how do we provide for them in homes, how do we provide for them in commercial spaces and in the public realm itself, such as the Yeppoon Town Centre car park.
Thank you. Any other questions of Councillor Hutton?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather?
Councillor Hutton, has anybody explored what it costs to install an electric charge station for these electric vehicles? I mean, you said here that the fast charge is more expensive, but does anybody know what's involved and what it costs?
Yeah, definitely. So Sonia Barber, who provided the briefing session report to councillors a couple of months ago on this very topic, was able to give them some figures off the top of her head from that report she provided to us as councillors, talking about the different pricing models depending on the location, depending on the speed of the charges. The ones they put on the highway are substantially faster because of the fact that the expectation is you're looking to stay for maybe 30 minutes to an hour and then keep travelling for the day, where the ones that are overnight accommodation don't need to be the super fast charges, because the likelihood is that you pull up and park, stay for the night and then move on the next day. So you've got a drip feed approach as opposed to the push in the electricity as quick as you can. But there were figures attached to that.
Are we looking at hundreds, thousands?
It all depends on which model you go for and what location. So in a residential place, you can actually fit in an electronic charger for your vehicle for something around $3,000 to retrofit it. The ones that we've talked about for the Yeppoon Town Centre car park are more expensive, but that's because we have to make sure that we get the electricity to the right spots and consider the size of the parking lots or whatever to make it easy and accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair and with Councillor Hutton's leave, this is his community voice panel, about $26,000 for a medium charger that may be able to be installed into the car park, approximately around $26,000, give or take a couple of thousand.
So do I take it that for somebody to be expected, like a shop or a service station, to install one, that's what they might cost, or even more? Yeah. And I guess with the fuel prices the way they are, they're a little bit reluctant to do anything at the moment. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Hutton, you're going to move the report. I'll second that one, thank you. All in favour of receiving? Carried unanimously, thank you. Item 9.3, the Community Voice Panel for Water, Waste Management and the Environment. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We had a very productive voice panel as usual. We had full membership of 10 attend. So we had a presentation from the Strategic Planner Mel Warwick in relation to a discussion about overlays, what triggers an amendment in the planning scheme and the clearing of trees within developments. And she gave a comprehensive PowerPoint presentation. We had a presentation from our Sustainability Officer, Matt Baldock, in relation to Cities Power Partnership and in relation to trees and vegetation vandalism on council-owned property. In relation to that, we learnt that Council has committed to 5 action pledges to tackle climate change, centred on install renewable energy such as solar, battery storage on council buildings and at council facilities, which we've already started at the Yeppoon sewage treatment plant. So we've talked about rolling out energy efficient street lighting across the municipality, setting Shire-wide emissions reduction targets through low carbon Livingstone 2030 strategy, which we adopted back in 2020. Developing education and behaviour change programs to support local residents and businesses to tackle climate change through clean energy, energy efficiency and sustainable transport through the Sustainable Livingstone program, and implementing landfill gas methane flaring or capture for electricity generation, which certainly wouldn't occur for a number of years until the current cell has been capped. We had a panel member presentation by one of our panel members, Mr. Phil Steer, who's an environmental engineer, which was very fascinating. We had we discussed the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grant in relation to the Station Community Recovery Hub and what that entailed. And we discussed the intent of the Station Community Recovery Hub was to create a central open space location for hosting community disaster logistics, coordination, response, recovering, training and events. During non-disaster times, we talked about the immediate area surrounding the railway station could be used as a public market, entertainment or a socialisation precinct to support community events, workshops and weekend events. We talked about the rehabilitation of bushland or vacant lots. And we also, we discussed a lot. So at this stage, we talked about, the question was asked about our council table and whose portfolio is what. So the members were told who looks after which area within council, and we discussed that as well. So there was a lot of other discussion going on within our 3 hours, but that's pretty much the crux of it.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
Any questions of Councillor Friend? You're happy to move, Councillor Friend? Can I get a second, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour of receiving? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 10 is the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee report. And we have our Chief Financial Officer, Andrea, joining us. Welcome to the table. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. How are we all today?
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
I just want to give you a brief update on the Audit Committee report as attached in the agenda today. So the Audit Committee met on the 14th of March and they are doing a couple of various site inspections to help inform them of the operations of council. In March, they actually went and attended the project site or the capital site for the new Resource Recovery Centre at the landfill, and they commended council on, in particular, the officers that were in attendance for the professionalism and level of enthusiasm that the officers who were present had for this particular project and waste in general. So there are two parts to the recommendation today. So the unconfirmed minutes, and you'll notice that there's something a little bit different about those minutes. So we're actually including the commentary or a summary of the commentary that took place at the committee meeting to help inform the decisions today. And also the second part of this is a request for council to consider a revised strategic internal audit plan. So we're not changing the number of internal audits, we're just changing what will be carried out this particular financial year. So we're bringing forward one project looking at developer contributions and the end-to-end process around developer contributions and infrastructure charges, and deferring in line with the deferral of the go-live date for Project Merlin. So that particular project was a health check, making sure that we had the appropriate system controls and those sorts of things within the new financial systems. That will still take place, but it makes sense to do so in a system that is configured in accordance with Go Live.
Any questions, councillors? Fairly comprehensive report.
It is, Mr.
Councillor Hutton.
I just wanted to thank the officer for the comprehensive nature of the report and the minutes. I had two requests. The first one was in regards to 7.4, which was the discussion around the policy framework, and there was some commentary there around the number of outstanding policies that are up for review. Or is that report potentially available for councillors to have a look at, just to inform that? I know that it should be in the Arabic agenda itself, but will that be coming to a briefing, a briefing meeting for us to have a discussion around itself?
Certainly, if it's not in the corporate management report, we'll take action to include councillors to brief them on all of that.
Yep. Yep. And the only other thing was in recognising the comprehensive nature of the minutes. The last part of the second last line of the minutes, the Mayor's request for the committee to go into in-camera session. I'm just wondering if we need to provide some more guidance or transparency around that. So having spoken to the Mayor, I'm aware of what was discussed there, but I'm just thinking for the purpose of these minutes, if they're coming out and they're being publicly provided, it says they went in, doesn't say they came out, and doesn't offer any sort of guidance as to what field or topic was discussed at all. And I just wonder, even our minutes when we go into confidential provides that not higher level, but probably a lower level of oversight than what's currently there in the minutes.
That's probably something we need to discuss with the chair before we can give an answer to that, but I personally don't see an issue with it, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, well, and reckon if it's something that we as a council need to change the terms of reference, knowing that it's our committee, that I think as councillors we're committed to that. So, but great, loved the format, loved the fact that we could have that commentary there, and it was just something that was quite glaring after reading all that to go, oh, there was this bit that didn't have that same level of rigour to it. So, thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to those responsible for the audit report. Very comprehensive, a lot of work involved. I noticed that there are a couple of extreme concerns there, and more, only a couple of those, but more high risk. That's what's worried me a little bit. One of those on page 33, number 7. I don't know if you can elaborate more on this one, but inappropriate procurement practices. Are we doing something incorrectly? That's my question.
So you're looking at their strategic internal audit plan there.
Yes.
So what they've actually taken is that's on our corporate risk register. So it's a risk to pretty much every organisation. So we've identified that as a risk. If we don't have any controls in place, it will be a fairly extreme risk. Yep. So that's the inherent risk
So
rating.
it's not that, not that they've identified something, it's just that it's automatically put on.
Yeah, so we've said it's a pretty important risk to have on our radar, and we need to make sure we have specific action. So they will align their strategic audit plan to make sure it covers off on all of those critical risk areas identified by council.
And thank you for that. That's good explanation. Also on page 55, it's still under audit risk and improvement. It's accounting policy issues. Michael Keane, OIA representative, noted an ongoing concern for the financial sustainability of councils. You did explain about the cash reserves, so maybe you'd like to elaborate a little bit more on that. Because, I mean, let's face it, all councils, or most councils, are having financial difficulties, trying to stretch the dollars a little further. I just needed to know where he was coming from.
Sure. Michael is the Queensland Audit Office representative on our audit committee. He would have made those comments in the context of the local government sector as a whole, not specific reference to Livingstone Shire Council. As you would be aware, the department are undergoing a review of the sustainability ratios, and one of those actually takes into consideration looking at the level of restricted cash, so that the cash that we have identified for specific purposes compared to the unrestricted cash. So we are going through a process internally at the moment in understanding what that quantum of cash is in terms of restricted and unrestricted, because the unrestricted means you pretty much can use it on whatever you desire as long as it's in accordance with the budget, but the restricted has a particular purpose, so things like infrastructure charges or capital grants that we receive but haven't yet spent. So we're just going through the motions of understanding what that looks like, the magnitude, and we're making recommendations to councillors around the appetite to establish reserves again. So that means we would report on in our monthly financial reports as well as part of our financial statement. So it has that extra level of transparency about the millions of dollars that we do have in our bank account and what they're identified for.
Yeah, it's quite a complex area, isn't it? And it's a fine juggling act, I think, too. I think that's the best way to describe it. But thanks for explaining that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Through
Councillor
the chair.
Friend?
Yes, I have 4 questions. First one is located on page 48 under the strategic reports with the Audit Risk Committee. 48 states council does not have a great deal of trouble filling positions. What does this mean exactly in relation to the 14%, as I believe Marlborough Depot is having difficulty filling positions?
Happy to take that one, Andrew, if you like. Thanks for the question, Councillor Friend. Yes, as the report says, our attrition rate at the time of writing this report was about 14%. It's crept up slightly to about 16%, as you'll hear shortly. The question was posed to us about do we have difficulty recruiting? The response was that in the main, no. We actually get keen interest in most positions that we advertise, but a number of our technical positions, planning and engineering principally, we do have some difficulty recruiting those roles, and obviously some that are site specific, but the particular response here was that generally speaking we get keen interest in vacancies when they're advertised.
Thank you. My second question is on page 49, so a page down. what are the high cost items noted in this report?
Generally in relation to some of our assets and infrastructure that do have high operational costs. That was just a general phrase used in that meeting.
Okay, so not necessarily fleet or equipment, it could be anything in particular?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Page 51. I'll just get there myself. The committee noted less with less should not be financially driven. What was meant by cultural journey?
This one was more around the cultural journeys of the appetite for change within the organisation. So the outcome of less with less shouldn't be, you know, the sole outcome of that shouldn't be the financial result. It should be more than that. So just taking that holistic view on the less with less. So it's not just driven from the financial perspective, that it needs to be a whole change and shift in our approach to service delivery.
Okay, thank you. And my last one is on page 54. What was clarified in the discussion on the disposals in the water meter space? So it states, sought clarification. So what was clarified? What was the actual outcome of that? The committee sought clarification on the disposals in the water meter space and whether there was any material change in regards to the site improvement asset class revaluation. So what was specifically clarified in that report or the answer?
I will have to take that question on notice. I think it's more around the process. So we are aligning the asset register, the financial asset register, to the information that we have in our mapping system. So there has been identification of some of our processes that need to be improved to make sure that there is that one-to-one alignment with that. So I think we just further expanded on that with the audit committee about some of those process changes that need to happen.
And Madam CFO, was there discussions, I recall, around the disposal of old water meters that were not functional anymore and how that was dealt with in a financial sense?
And we have replaced a couple of those, you're correct, Mayor, we have replaced a couple of those, but have not updated our financial asset register. But this GIS, the mapping system, was updated, but we hadn't flowed that information through to our financial asset register.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. I'm happy to move this one, councillors. So can I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All in favour? Got two elements there, carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11.1, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. Mr. CEO, over to you.
And thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll ask my colleagues, Christy and Andrea, to join me in apologies from Matt Wilcox, our Chief Technology Officer, who is tied up with the project this morning. He was here earlier, but apologises on two fronts. One is that the information in his section of the report isn't fully refreshed for this quarter. Some of you may have noticed, but also for his absence this morning, but I'll endeavour to provide a summary and respond to any questions that councillors might have. So this morning's report probably comes in 5 parts. I'll quickly touch on the overall performance on the corporate KPIs that the council adopted late last year. I'll then ask my colleagues to just touch on the highlights from their respective reports, as I will for the ICT area, and then circle back to our recommendation about the council's resolution from 2018 about a full-time equivalent employee cap. Just kicking off the corporate KPIs, there was 7 of these adopted in December that are intended to give the council a at a glance picture of the performance of the organisation. They were selected because they are areas of performance where a good portion of the employees have either visibility or indeed some control over where how we perform in these particular areas, so we can get and alignment with the majority of the 400 or so staff that we have here on these things, and they were things that were considered to be important to councillors as well. So I won't read them to you. They're fairly self-explanatory, the 7 items, and we will continue to report those to you quarterly. There is a small amount of information also provided from the Executive Support Office who supports the decision-making function, the meeting function, and supporting council laws. And again, that information is reasonably self-explanatory. But I might ask Andrea to take us through finance, and then Christy through HR.
Thank you, Carl. Councillors, I've got a lot of information in my particular area, so I'll just talk to 3 key things that are underway for us. So the first big thing is around the people side of things. So you'll be aware that we are, through Project Merlin, we're needing to change the way we do purchasing throughout the organisation. So we're actually standing up a centralised purchasing team. So that's a big effort on behalf of our coordinator of procurement, Dennis Glacken, about establishing that team. And at the moment, we're just working through the logistics of finding them some accommodation at the James Street so they can be with the rest of their team. The second point I just wanted to brief you on is the process that we recently underwent for sale of land for rate arrears. There were 2 properties that were passed in at auction as the bids did not meet the reserve prices which were set by legislation. And a report will be going to the next briefing session just to test and talk about a couple of options that are available to council with specific reference to those 2 properties. The other really exciting project being undertaken by the governance team is that they're doing some work within the business, so working on the business and reviewing our business continuity methodology. So that is, how do we respond as an organisation when there is a significant event that disrupts our normal activity? So unfortunately we are well established in how we respond in a natural disaster event, but there are other types of significant business interruptions that we haven't yet tested. So part of that exercise will also include an exercise within the organisation about how we respond in a scenario very similar to what we do in the disaster management space. So I'll take any questions that you might have had on the information I provided for my business unit within the report.
Any questions, councillors?
We're only dealing with 11.1 at the moment, aren't we?
That's correct.
And when the time comes, Mr Mayor, I'd be happy to move the recommendation number 1.
All right. We can split them, councillor, if you want to, but let's just see how we fall out with that one.
Sorry, so through the chair, I was just lots of information in my particular section of the report, so I'm just open to any questions that you might have on the information I provided, just on the finance and business excellence component of the report. Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Good morning, councillors. I'm just going to provide a little bit of a highlight in regards to our people and culture team. So in particular, just having a bit of a look at our establishment overall from council, wanted to provide some insights in terms of how our establishment has been tracking over the last few months. So as you're aware, we have 356 permanent full-time positions approved within council, and that relates to a council resolution dating back to 2018. When we have a look at our total head count, so that's the number of people we actually have engaged with the business, that is 430, and that's inclusive of temporary positions. Okay. So mainly the increase in the head count during that period from November through to January was primarily due to supplementing of our casual pools. A number of our casual pools, due to that time of the year and people taking leave, we supplemented within our gardeners, administration officers, cleaners, as well as our labourers as well. So by comparison, when we looked at what our headcount was as at March, it actually had reduced from 430 down to 418. In terms of the council resolution to approve, and we'll may have some further conversations in regards to this, but the total number of those permanent full-time positions was 356.2 as per that FTE cap, and that was excluding those temporary positions. The Chief Executive Officer and myself as the Chief Human Resources Officer started to initiate some conversations with councillors back in November of last year, just in regards to that FTE cap and some of the implications that does impose on council in terms of that. one of the recommendations, which has been included there on the screen, is that consideration is made by councillors in terms of looking to remove the cap of 356, but rather actually move to a system where it's managing the overall labour cost through regular reporting through to the councillors in regards to our complete establishment, whether that be permanent, temporary, or labour hire contract employees. As an alternative to this, basically what that would also mean is that if we didn't resolve to create a different system, a recent example of that had been posed to council in regards to the waste area, in regards to the establishment of a permanent position. So underneath our current resolution, what that would mean is that if council required to create a permanent position, we would need to come to the council table in order for that to be resolved. A couple of other highlights just wanted to mention is that the team actually deliver a quarterly co-leadership forum where we bring all of our leaders from across council together, where in the December forum we actually had a theme around safety leadership. So this was an externally facilitated forum where we engaged with all of our leaders, but also our supervisors, and also provided an opportunity for workplace health and safety representatives who also play a key role within our organisation from a safety point of view. And it really helped to reinforce some of the integral parts around safety leadership within our organisation as part of that journey in terms of helping ensure not only the safety of themselves but others in the workplace as well. One of the other key highlights that I will just mention to councillors is that we are undertaking a verification of competency assessment process at the moment, and this is really to ensure all of our operators of heavy machinery are actually aligned to the national competency standards. So this is involved basically around 100 odd tickets within council to be updated and finalised, and we are on track to do that before June 2022. So we've been able to secure funding through the Construction Skills Queensland, which has basically allowed this exercise to happen at very minimal cost to council. In regards to the people and culture, is there any questions at this particular point in time in regards to that report?
Just to say that thank you for the report. I don't believe that we're in a position to deal with the second part of that recommendation at this time. I think there are still questions to be asked, and I'll deal with that when we come to debate. But it's good that the staff have updated their certificates for their driving. It's important that they do that because they feel valued as well.
Exactly.
And it's their career. So, but there are many issues here that no doubt we'd all like to have a piece of, and we will do that during debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Just a comment, if I may, and it doesn't necessarily just apply to your section, Christy. With a lot of these reports, I mean, they provide statistics at a point in time, whether it's between January and whatever. I'm just wondering, I don't think I know the answer, but do you compare that point in time with other points in time to try and spot trends? And I'm thinking specifically in terms of lost time injuries, insurance claims in terms of accidents, and we know that's sort of ongoing. Just wondering whether that happens, and certainly going back to the initial discussion presented by the CEO with those KPIs, I note the KPIs in the left-hand column under corporate performance, customer service request, closeout rate, absenteeism, lost time injuries, etc. And on the right-hand side under the result, I mean, what is the KPI? I guess is the question I've got. I don't expect an answer. I'm happy to take that on notice.
It's a fair point, Mr. Mayor. There should both be a benchmark established, and I guess we're now into our, I think this is the third quarter that we've reported some data, so we should be able to establish council-approved benchmarks for you. And as you say, also offer some comparative data and some trend analysis on these things now that we've got a few reports behind us.
That'd be appreciated, thank you. Any other questions or comments, councillors?
I'm probably just curious, I guess, more so that 1 and 2
are included in the recommendation. It seems like one is a report providing information, whereas the other one is, I guess there's nothing wrong with it as such. I'm just, I'm curious as to the coupling of them together. It would seem number 2 is very much different, I guess, in its intent than what number 1 is, where it's providing a report. The other one's providing for a significant change of action or direction by the council, which, for me personally, I probably would have preferred it to be in separate, a separate report. That's all. It's probably an observation more than anything else.
It's a great point, Councillor. I think what we might do is split those 2 recommendations so we can deal with them separately. Councillor Hutton?
In dealing with them separately, in regards to the second one, I wonder whether councillors would be willing to consider that, as opposed to the recommendation that's provided there, an alternate recommendation that seeks a report that outlines the costs, the benefits, the purpose of such action, the risks associated with such action, be provided to the council to allow councillors to make an informed decision on any such change and why it's necessary, what's the cost implication. Because I think collectively what we've expressed each time this has been raised with us in briefing sessions is that we are concerned about sustainability, and there's no evidence in this report that suggests that we're going to be okay by making this choice. It just suggests that it's a good thing to do, and while good things to do are good things to do, the concerns that were raised have not been addressed. So I think
I think that dovetails with Councillor Mather's point earlier on as well. Yeah. All right, so we're going to split the recommendations, councillors. The first one will be that the corporate management report for the period 1st of November 21 to 31 January 22 be received. It's fairly straightforward. We're just receiving the report. Can I get a mover for that one, please?
I did move.
I beg your pardon, you did too, Councillor Mather.
I did move.
Yep.
The intention of.
Seconded, Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Bella, you're okay with that?
Mr.
Yep, right, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, in doing so, I'd like to move a second motion, please. The council be provided with a report which includes all reports that related to the investigation and restructure in 2018, showing recommendations, staffing. I'm going off the top of my head, Mr.
Yeah, maybe, Councillor Hutton, can I maybe ask you to sort of put your recommendation,
Can I,
draft something for, we'll come back to you, Councillor Mather, that's
Yes.
okay. You can have a think about what you want to do.
I know what I want to do, Mr. Mayor,
You might need to articulate it or write it down.
can I suggest that we lay on the table the second part and deal with it later on in the meeting, and that will allow the councillor some time to...
Yes, thank you.
All right. Yep.
Yep.
Right, good suggestion, thank you. Okay, so the point, or the second recommendation lay on the table. Right, for discussion later in the meeting. Moved, Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Eleven two, policy review, meeting procedures policy. Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This returns an item to Council's agenda from last meeting that responded to a resolution from January 2021 in relation to some inclusions in the meeting procedures policy. In so doing, we took the opportunity to also recommend some other changes that are outlined on page 82 of the report. Councillors at the time sought the opportunity to review further, the report is returned to you essentially unchanged.
Councillor Mather?
Yes, I have some questions, Mr Mayor. I noticed going through the pages, there have been some deletions. And I just want to make sure that everybody knows what they are.
So these are deletions other than the
the-
ones in the commentary?
This is the policy. This is
Yeah,
the
no.
policy we're about to adopt, Mr Mayor.
I'm aware, councillor, but there are deletions highlighted in the commentary. Are those, beg your pardon, the ones you're talking about? Or
Yes,
are they?
yes, yes. On
Good.
page 96. 2.8.4, notice of motions. Chief Executive, in preparing the agenda for a meeting, must include notices of motions requested in writing by a councillor which are received by the CEO 7 calendar days before the meeting at which the proposal is to be made.
That's correct. Previously it was 7 business days.
7 business days to 7 calendar days.
Hmm.
Is that going to give the staff sufficient time? And when we're talking about before a meeting, not before the cut-off date.
Well, the proposed change was suggested, Councillor Mather, because there was some confusion between 7 calendar days and 7 business days, and some councillors were getting, I suppose, disadvantaged by the confusion. They were thinking that they had 7 calendar days in which to submit, and so therefore some notices of motions were refused because they weren't submitted within that time frame.
Well, the question is, which is the greater, business or calendar?
Length of period is the key business days.
So are we giving the staff sufficient time to collate these? Because we do have a proliferation of them from time to time.
I did.
I am guilty of that as well.
The CEO can answer that one, but I did ask the staff when we first started talking about this, and they believe that they'd be able to handle it. Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, this change has actually already taken effect, so there was a separate motion put at the last meeting and passed that has already introduced this change, and it took effect in assembling this agenda.
I just want to make sure that everybody knows what they're voting on, that's all. Well, what's already been acted upon.
We've already voted on it, Councillor.
Already been acted upon, okay. If anybody else has a question?
Yes, I do. Through the
Councillor
chair.
Friend.
Thank you so much. On page 82, when we're looking at the commentary, it says here that number 5, while officers are not proposing changes, it is noted that neither 2.8.4c and 2.8.5d are necessarily reflective of current practice. So if the officers are not proposing a change, I suppose my question to the CEO, is this particular one not at the scrutiny? Sorry, for those watching on live stream, I'll just state that 2.8.4c not to be an action which could be dealt with in operational procedures, and 2.8.5d not be a question which could be answered in operational procedures. So because it states here while officers are not proposing changes, is this not usually at the scrutiny of the CEO, or even if you're away acting CEO, to comply with these points in the meeting procedures policy?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Friend. I think we responded to the same question at the last meeting. My preference absolutely would be to deal with that matter administratively. Councillors have expressed strong views that notices of motion should be admitted without interference from officers.
Maybe if we turn that one off next to you. Thank you so much. So I'd like to move a procedural motion at this point that be removed from this, because having the number 0.5 and while officers are not proposing changes, it becomes superfluous.
Well, it's not really a procedural motion, Councillor Friend. We'd have to just resolve to adopt points. No, yeah, that's right. sorry, than the commentary. So
However,
we're
that
adopting the
would-
revised meeting procedures policy, and you can note that that be taken out if you like.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather, sorry.
Yes. Thank you.
He's being a gentleman.
Page, what,
He's being a gentleman, I said. Again.
today. 104, Mr Mayor, page 104. I've got here, keep these two in, unless you can tell me why they should be removed. 2.19.6 and point 7. It's to do with the tape recordings of the meetings. Unless council, this is what's been removed. Unless council specifically resolved otherwise, an audio recording of a meeting will be made for the purpose of verifying the accuracy of the minutes of the meeting, which we've done for a very long time. Audio recordings, this is point 7, audio recordings of a meeting will be kept until minutes are confirmed, after which they must be then destroyed immediately in accordance with the local government sector retention and disposal schedule issued by the State Archives. Why are we removing that?
Well, because at the moment the technology has changed in that we're now live streaming, so
Well,
there's no.
You've got, and records.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, the live streaming now goes on to a permanent type of record with what's the platform, Mr. CEO? YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, with YouTube, so it's permanently on YouTube. So there is, in fact, a permanent record, and it is actually an audio now and a visual recording. So 2.19.6 and 0.7 now are superfluous because they're not required.
So it's easier and more efficient to have the live streaming in the archives than it is to have the tape recording. Is
That's our view, Councillor. Yes.
Is it?
This is audio only, whereas now we have
Yes.
the benefit of visual and audio.
Mate, through the chair, once it goes on to YouTube, it's there forever. It'll never go missing.
Okay, I'm convinced. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hutton.
Agreeing with Councillor Friend in regards to we should remove 2.8.4C and 2.8.5D. They are superfluous and should be removed. I'd also suggest that we look to change 2.10.1, which is the number of days for a deputation to have lodged. If we're using 7 calendar days as for the rest of our business, that there's no reason why we should have to have a deputation locked in 10 business days before, or 10 calendar days. So I'd suggest that that could be changed to 7 to match the other. And I do have an additional point for the section on deputations that I'd like us to consider adding. So I'm proposing, and I've provided the wording to Justine, to add in 2.10.8, which in the section which deals with deputations, where a deputation is refused by the chairperson, notice of the refusal, including grounds, be included in the next available agenda of council. So basically all this is doing is where a deputation is not successful for whatever reason or is not granted, the council table is informed and therefore aware of that decision-making process. So I thought we should add that in as an extra dot point for our consideration.
Comments, councillors, questions?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm happy with that.
Mr Chair, probably the question is to yourself there in terms of refusal of deputations. Are you comfortable with it being central to your role, or do you think it's incumbent on the chair to determine that, or should that be a decision of the table, or of the collective, I guess? How do you feel? As chair, I'm only offering you the opportunity to comment as a chair.
Well, to be honest, I hadn't thought about it in that context, Councillor Bello, but it's always been part of the meeting procedures, as I understand it, that the chair has the right of refusal for a deputation. And look, in terms of trying to coordinate whether a deputation comes to the table for a meeting or not, in circulating details around that to 7 individual councillors, I think is clunky. So I would obviously prefer that the responsibility for that remains with the chair, but more than happy to provide a rationale as to why things are refused. That's, I guess, open and transparent.
Perhaps there should be more clarity on grounds where deputations are refused, rather than give specific reasons why each one is refused. Maybe we need to be clear on the grounds where the mayor can refuse requests.
That may well become a subsection within the policy in its own right then, Councillor May. That's the problem. I mean, trying to think of and identify all the different scenarios when a deputation might be refused is tough. Yeah.
Just for instance, if there were other means of addressing the issue that have been overlooked, rather than go straight to the mayor or straight to the table, if they have failed to progress through normal channels to get a resolution, I mean, that could be one of them. That's just an example. Maybe we should just let this one lie for a moment and think about it. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, looking at it there, but maybe we should do it the other way and say these are the grounds where we do have the right to refuse.
Councillor Hutton?
Can I suggest that we keep it for now, but for the next iteration of the policy that we look to go to that next step? Because I think, you know, that 80-20 rule, if we throw out the good for the wait for the perfect, we'll probably always find something else that next time we could add in to the point that we'll never actually end up changing the meeting procedures at all. So I agree that it'd be a worthy exercise to spend some time on, but I just wouldn't want to see us.
Either way, I think as long as we get a good outcome that we're all happy with.
Yeah. And I guess, and I may not articulate this particularly well, and it's not meant to offend anybody, but in point 2, I guess my only concern is if we're going then, if I'm going to, as chair, publicly state the grounds for refusal, and you know, for whatever reason, particular councillors aren't happy with that decision, are we going to open up a raft of appeals then following all of that?
And I guess, Mr. Chair, if I could, that's where I think in some ways the chair can be protected, or I think it's incumbent on us to consider the ramifications of that. And is there a mechanism to protect the chair from that, or is it the sort of authority that a chair rightly should have? I probably have an opinion on that. All deputations, you know, will, providing they're received within 7 days, you know, will be accepted unless logistically it's impractical to do so. And so therefore it's not so much a, yeah, you can come but you can't. Otherwise there is the pressure on a chair to be determining whether this group can come but that one can't. And that's a fairly blunt and potentially sort of subjective or very subjective. So
Yeah, well, I mean, sorry, Councillor Frank.
I was just going to say to you, Mr. Mayor, in relation to a refusal, could it be on a time constraint period of the amount of items in an agenda, and the first 3 people that apply get in, and anything else after that, and we'll have to go to the next meeting? Is that something that we could look at, depending on the agenda items, of course?
I mean, I understand, and it's not a bad idea, but ultimately I think we're making up things as we go along, in a sense. I mean, ultimately those types of things need to be considered, and then who determines whether an agenda is large or not? That's a subjective thing again, I suppose. But look, with point 3 there, I'm comfortable with that as chair. I would prefer to retain the right to refuse certain deputations, and I never refuse a deputation without a particularly good reason, so I'm more than happy to articulate what that is to the group. As I said, I just offer the codicil, I suppose, that this could give rise to certain appeals and objections from around the table. There's no two ways about that.
I guess, and I fully agree, but remembering that within the confines of the council meeting, that it is the collective votes that always determine it. So even right now, there could be a motion of dissent in the ruling of the chairperson to refuse a deputation.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that for the majority, unless someone comes and complains to you that they were rejected, no one even knows that they had a deputation that was refused. So I accept that that is the risk, and I'm not suggesting that that's a pathway that I think would be wonderful for us to be going down in terms of harmony and, you know, obviously progress. And I think by providing the grounds for refusal, it provides that transparency, but also insight to help inform other councillors. But at the moment, it is quite potentially at the will of this table that we could move a motion of dissent in the chairman's ruling that he refused the deputation, and we could bring it forward anyway. So while the terms of our meeting procedures are voted on by 7 voices and chosen by 7 people, there's never something that's in here that's exclusively the right of anyone, unless it's the right of everyone to take that power back or to refuse that power at a later time. Hence why the CEO will have his delegations reviewed again today. So, because today we could give them to him, give him them all, and then tomorrow go, oh, actually that one would really like you to act on it differently. It's, yeah, so please don't be fearful of taking away power or gaining a power that you've actually already always had. You've just not used because there's not been a need to.
No, as I said, Councillor, I don't have a problem with that. Ultimately, it's all about the transparency.
I guess whether there's a scope now or at a later date to add to it, but a section in the agenda that nominates deputations, there's an expectation then, or the capacity that, oh, have we got deputations? No. Okay, we haven't. Or have we? Yes, we have. So if people have applied for them, for me, only other than time, if a time constraint was there, you'd certainly hope that they would be accommodated on the agenda, as is that why you've got an itemised section there for deputations. So I think in time I'd like to see that move more towards it being accepted that deputations will come unless good reason is stated why they couldn't be. Not the other way around, that they had to ask for permission. It was more so that they will be accommodated, providing the scope of the agenda is not too large, which would be a justified reason for not doing it. So I guess I'm entering into debate, which I look forward to doing as soon as we do.
Just about to pull you up, Councillor.
Also, in regard to that, Mr Mayor, in the past, I do believe we have had some deputations during briefing sessions as well. So if we have an overload of deputations, we can always put some into the briefing sessions.
All right. Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I did have just one further question / comment in regards to this. When you look at the revised order of proceedings for the meeting, it does note there that we're saying that deputations will be heard at a time that's determined by the chairperson. So I think that's in line with our thinking that there was a desire not necessarily to start council meetings with deputations straight up, but potentially maybe have them after lunch, so that you can get into the crux of the reports and get the meeting running before we sit there.
Do you want that formalised?
Well, no, it's in there in the agenda, but what has seemingly disappeared from the order of the agenda is question statements and notices of motion from councillors. It's not actually in the order of business for an agenda anymore.
Okay.
And I'm not sure whether it previously wasn't there, but it's just always been on our agenda. But when you go through the list of the order of the agenda, it's not provided for question statements and motions of notice from councillors. I had wondered whether councillors would consider obviously putting it back in there so it's there and it's visible.
It hasn't been removed, Mr Chairman, but
it's just not there.
It's not in there this time.
Yeah, but I wondered about whether it might be worthwhile dealing with them earlier in the day, so bringing them forward in the agenda. Just a suggestion. I know that sometimes there can be a bit of apprehension and an understanding that there's also some challenges around people getting both anxious and worked up and concerned around, well, I'm not going to be able to support that, whatever. If we, in some ways, if you cut the band-aid off and deal with those things early on in the meeting and get them done, then the rest of the meeting will flow nicely. I guess was just a potential improvement that we could consider.
The notices of motions and the questions were in the beginning of the agenda. Now they're right at the very tail. I don't know who organised that, but
All right, well, councillor Hutton, are you proposing point 4 here, or?
Yes, so I'd like to propose a point 4, which is that the questions, statements and motions on notice from councillors be inserted.
273H?
Yes, 273H. Question
Questions/notices
statements.
of motion from councillors?
And that would have it after the petitions, but before we go into the council reports.
27, what was it?
2.73H.
Okay. That may well be just confirming what is already in place but hasn't been included in this particular agenda, but it'll be good to be there. Okay, right, I'm with you. Yep, I'm with you. Yep. All right.
The only additional one would be perhaps to tease out a little bit more about the deputations, and that given that we've got the time frame, in that would the table consider wording to the effect that, you know, whether it be 1 or 2 deputations limited per meeting, and outside of that, unless the chair determines that one can't, then they provide an explanation why not. So it's simply, you've got allocation for deputations. It means you can't have unlimited. That's why you've only got a 20-minute time frame or 15 minutes, whatever the case may be. I think we allow deputies 15 minutes from memory.
Well, councillors, maybe can we go into debate?
Yep.
And then we'll actually start fleshing this out, because we're just fiddling around at the edges at the moment. So we've got a recommendation in front of you here that's got 4 parts. And if we're going to change anything, then we can do that in debate. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Hutton. All right. Now, Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to those 4 points already?
Certainly, actually, I think that I won't speak to it today because they are self-explanatory.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right, anyone speaking for? Councillor Hutton.
Just to remind both the community and my colleagues that our meeting procedures are a living, breathing document. It's up to version 9 because of the fact that we've taken the opportunity to revise and improve where we can. I think these are straightforward suggestions to improve, as Councillor Friend alluded to, and they have my support.
All right. Okay, I'm going to open the floor. Councillor Ballard, did you want to raise your point?
The only minor amendment that I would seek, perhaps of the mover to Councillor Friend, would be that in the deputation section that a time frame is allocated where there would be an anticipation that deputations would occur. And in the event that a deputation was applied for and that the chair does have the determination to say no, but an explanation would be provided. Otherwise, there'd be an expectation that if there was no one that had taken that time slot, well, then they would be acceptable for them to fill that time slot of the allocated.
Okay, well, with absolute respect, councillor, there's a lot of words in that, so maybe we can try and condense that a little bit. So, do you want to retain point 3 or do you want to amend point 3?
It's about amending point 3 so that clears up that deputations will be received, but they will be received.
Well, I think we'll make a new point. So, if you put the inclusion, yeah, maybe swap it around, Justine. So, if we say, according to council, just write in point 4 there, right. Yeah, we'll just lay this on the table and draft something later. It's getting awfully messy. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we'll just lay this on the table for the time being. Thank you. Draft something up in the break. Indeed. I'll move that procedural motion, lay on the table. This is what happens when you do things on the fly. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr CEO, good morning to you. All right. Procedural motion, we'll break for morning tea, councillors, and probably a comfort stop as well. All in favour? Welcome back, everyone. Procedural motion to resume from the break. Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, we're up to 11.3, councillors, which is the councillor portfolio policy and appointments. Just CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. A brief report recommending a slight amendment to councillor portfolio policy to include Councillor Hutton's appointment to the Local Government Association of Queensland's Planning and Development Advisory Group.
All right, fairly straightforward, councillors. Any issues with this one? Any questions? All right. 11.3.
Could I bring up in the table in the table showing our what we do, Councillor Eastwood is down as doing the what is it called again? Liquor accord, but that's actually something I do. Can we get that changed?
Okay, and adopts the council portfolio with the amendment of the liquor accord. Responsibilities allocated to Councillor Watson.
Thank you.
Allocated to, so you should name the portfolio, shouldn't we? Or Councillor Watson will be fine. Yep.
It just looks like Councillor Eastwood was overloaded, Mr Mayor. I think that would be the case.
Now, Councillor Mather. That's it. All right, councillor. So we got that that amendment that's been highlighted by Councillor Watson. Any other questions? Oh, beg your pardon. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather, you want to speak to the report at all?
No, Mr Mayor, thank you.
All right.
I think
Anyone
it's fairly
speaking?
straightforward, thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Fairly straightforward, councillors. Any need for debate? All right, we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Unanimously, thank you. Item 4 is the Australian Local Government Association National General Assembly. Okay, so this is where we decide, given we have two motions going to the ELGA conference, who is going? Councillor Watson.
In the briefing the other day, it was you all sort of indicated that you wouldn't mind if I went, and I said I couldn't because of a former thing, but I found out the date was incorrect, and I am available if that's okay with everyone.
Okay, thank you for that, letting us know that. All right.
I'd very much like to nominate Councillor Watson and Mr Chair if he's prepared to accept the nomination again.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, just given the distance for travel and the time taken for plane changes, will you take that into consideration, the time?
I just want to know how thick of thermal underwear I have to wear.
Canberra in June. Not funny, councillor. Canberra in June.
Through the chair, I have a question.
Yes.
In the report, it just says one councillor. Is more than one councillor going? Are you also going as well?
Oh, that's up to the table, councillor.
So, all right. Well, I do nominate yourself to go.
So we're nominating two, then, are we?
Is that and another question, possibly to the CEO? Is that within budget for travel for two people to go to this conference?
Mr Mayor, budget's outlined on page 129 of your report. There is adequate budget capacity. It probably, and with only a matter of weeks remaining in the financial year, so yes, I think that can be accommodated.
All right, thank you. Also, at this stage, you've got the council endorse the attendance of Councillor Watson and Councillor Ireland at the ALGA Assembly in Canberra. All right. Well, we'll go into debate on this one, councillors. We'll get a mover in a second to start the discussion. Moved Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Hutton, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the motion?
Oh, very briefly, Mr. Mayor, that this is a very good move forward. We didn't attend the conference last year. We have 2 notices of motion currently going to be tabled at this conference, and it's very important that we have representatives there to speak to these notices of motions and to enhance Livingstone Shire Council as a whole and to promote ourselves at Canberra. So I'm happy for both nominees to be put forward and to travel to Canberra as our representatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather?
Just, I'm speaking for Mr. Mayor. The last 2 years, we've had nobody there, Mr. Mayor. Yes, 2 years.
Yeah. Just a very quick question, Mr. CEO. Does this conflict with any major commitments from the councillors at the time? No council meetings around that date? Yeah.
There is a council meeting scheduled for June 21, Mr. Mayor, but there will still be quorum here with 2 councillors absent.
Excellent. All right.
Maybe the mayor should stay behind.
We have every,
Thank you, through the
every
chair.
faith in the deputy to chair the meeting.
Yes, I was
More
just
than
about to say that. We do need the deputy to chair the meeting on the 21st.
And I'll be here to keep an eye on everybody, Mr. Mayor.
As usual. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right. So we've got the resolution there, the recommendation that Councillor Watson and myself attend the Elgar Assembly in Canberra, 1922 June 2022, to present our 2 motions. Any further debate or comment, councillors, before we go to the vote? All right. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there is just the other matter that's raised in the report. Councillor Hutton posed the idea of whether the LGAQ attendees might be determined at this juncture.
Ah, yes. Okay. Thank you. This is the LGAQ conference this year. All right. So we're going to make a separate resolution on this one? We'll have to now because this has been adopted.
That's correct, yeah.
So Councillor Hutton raised the subject of the attendance at the LGAQ conference this year. I'm not even sure where it is. Cairns? Right, okay. Cairns this year, councillors. So the second will be council endorse the attendance of, and just leave that blank, Justine, at the LGAQ conference in Cairns.
I'd like to propose, Mr. Mayor, that as per last year, that we all attend. I just think it's very worthwhile, and it's also, I do believe, I might be wrong here, but I do believe it might be Councillor Mather's 30th year in local government. Is that clear? No, it's not. Okay.
No, that was last year.
It was last year, but it will still be there for you. We'd love to see
But
you.
you just want me to go.
Yes, I'm trying to get you to go like we did last year. Yeah, we'd like you to go and accept the award. Yeah.
So councillors, are we all indicating that everyone goes?
I decline, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
As long as Councillor Mather goes.
Yes, thank you,
question,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor.
Chair.
I nominate Councillor Mather to go as well.
Well, I decline, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right. So can I get a move in a second just to get debate started? Thank you. Move Councillor Watson, second Councillor Friend.
When is this, October, new budget, so we'd have to make provision in the budget. It's going to be a tight one.
So at this stage, the resolution or the recommendation, Justine, is that council endorse the attendance of all councillors, notwithstanding Councillor Mather doesn't wish to go. All right. So can I get a move in a second? So Councillor Friend and Councillor
Watson.
Watson, thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, when is the conference? What date do we have? Of October. Okay, thank you. I may decline also, Mr. Mayor, from going, as I must attend LawMat conferences, and it is only fair that my fellow councillors get to travel and meet and promote Livingstone.
All right, and again, I asked the question, is that a council meeting week or what?
Yes, it is.
No. So we'll have to defer and change that meeting date.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so at this stage, we're endorsing 5 councillors to go.
Perhaps, Mr Chair, if it's just open to all councillors that are able to attend or wish to attend.
Okay, so
As
endorse
opposed
the
to-
attendance of all councillors. Well, I mean, ultimately that says it anyway, doesn't it?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we're happy to go to the vote on this, councillors, or is there any further discussion? All right. A mover and Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mr CEO, for reminding me about that. CQ Rock update. Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Providing councillors as the member of the company that is CQ Rock with minutes of the meeting held in Gladstone on the 25th of March. Just a reminder to the member that those minutes are records of that company and are not intended to be public, even though most of the material that's in them is a matter of public record in any event. But the company secretary did remind me that the minutes do relate to a company separate to any of the member councils, and if we could just deal with those minutes accordingly. There is one matter that requires attention, which is the proposal to increase the membership fees to see the current part-time executive officer increased to a full-time position for CQ Rock, which would result in an increased membership contribution from each of the 6 members, including Livingstone, and would increase from about $30,000 a year to $40,000 a year if that was to be accepted, and the recommendation is to do so.
Councillors, I'm going to move this one. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Hutton, thank you. Councillors, in order to get the debate started, I think, address the elephant in the room, which will be the second point there about the increase in fees. Currently, the executive officer of CQ Rock is employed on a part-time basis. She's indicated that she wishes to retire as soon as she possibly can. Therefore creating a vacancy. Now, the discussion around the CQ Rock table at the meeting in Gladstone was, well, how are we going to replace her? Are we going to replace her with an equivalent position, that is, part-time, or are we going to seek a full-time appointment? The rationale for seeking a full-time appointment is simply because of the volume of work that CQ Rock now is engaging itself in. We have matters before us around the inland rail to Gladstone. We have matters before us around the CQ waste strategy. Well, we're looking at what's happening in terms of a CQ water strategy. We've got the defence strategy in play, and we're getting a whole lot of other work coming through the pipeline as well. Because of all of that, the board's position is that we really do need a full-time executive officer to coordinate all of this work that's coming through. I don't think I need to emphasise the importance of CQ Rock to council. I think we've made significant progress over the last 2 years, simply because I think the group now is working collaboratively and working very well together, and ultimately I think I'm looking forward to kicking some fairly significant goals going forward. So that's the rationale, councillors, for seeking additional funding Our funding, it's I think based on population, Mr. CEO, the funding.
Principally, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor, yes.
that's right. So ultimately, some of the other councillors will be paying or contributing more, or having a larger increase than we will experience, ours being approximately $10,000, to fund the appointment. It was endorsed by the board of CQ Rock at the last meeting. Any questions, councillors, or comments? Councillor Mather?
Just clarification, Mr. Mayor. Are we increasing, is this our contribution 40,400, or is it we're increasing it by 40,000?
That's our new contribution. It will be a total of 40,000.
What was it before?
Approximately 30,000, as the CEO
So
mentioned.
we're up by 10.
Yeah.
Up by 10. So what would be the equivalent wage for a person doing a full-time position of that type?
That was in the report, Mr. CEO.
I mean, if we're one of the smaller councils, I mean, we're looking at what else, apart from the secretary, what else, other expenses do we have?
So that includes the budget for all their consultant reports, their travel, their accommodation for when they participate in the CQ Rock events, the meetings of CQ Rock itself. So the briefing session report that was provided to councillors outlined in a little bit more detail some of the budget that was related to CQ Rock. It also talked about the need to have a certain amount set aside collectively to look at. When we come up with the Central Queensland Defence Study, we need to have the money to be able to pay for the consultants for that report at the time, instead of coming back to every council going, everyone, you know, tip the hat in a little bit more. So.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Anyone voting? I've obviously voted for and I've spoken to it. Anyone voting against? Anyone else like to vote or speak in support of the motion? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I think there's an exciting opportunity for Central Queensland through CQ Rock to embed the partnerships that have been enacted in this term of council. We see with the CQ Defence Industry initiatives, we see with the work that's been done by CQ Rock in terms of some of the election materials that's been produced, a strong focus on collective advocating to government. Now, regardless what the new government looks like, instead of having one Central Queensland rep who's going to speak on behalf of Livingstone, if we have the member for Flynn, if we have other members speaking up, that collective voice is stronger. There is an opportunity for us to investigate into the future whether there's a partnership with something like Trade and Investment Queensland to subsidise the cost of having an officer, even if it's just sharing office space with Trade and Investment Queensland, recognising that there's some real good synergies between what we will be doing in this space and them. But that's something that can be dealt with in the future. I think this is a small investment on our behalf on the collective vision of a greater CQ, and it's something that's worthwhile for all of us.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Friend?
Yes, I just, for brevity, I'd just like to congratulate CQ Rock on the cohesion and the camaraderie between all of the councils within the Rock, and how well everyone is working together and forming this particular bond between our CQ councils. I mean, Rocks are renowned throughout all of Queensland, and our particular CQ Rock has a very good reputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather?
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor. I hope we don't get too cosy with one of our neighbours, because we are at odds with some opinions in that regard, which are substantial to us.
Well, Councillor Mather, can I just make a point there? We're at odds on one particular issue.
One issue, Mr.
Over
Mayor,
boundaries.
a very important.
I think, though, that for the rest of the vision for Central Queensland, we are working very well and very collaboratively.
I think it would be working well if everybody just stuck to the agenda. Mr. Mayor, I was thinking, in another report we have coming up, we're talking about the growth corridor for our Shire, but there was made mention in that we are unsure of what the Rookwood Weir would have impact on us as a Shire. Would it be appropriate for CQ Rock to ask those questions officially? Because you're in the area where you've got all councils involved, and no doubt probably stakeholders in the Rookwood Weir project. And I think this would be a good place to start to get some answers if we don't have them, because we need to know as a council moving forward what we need to prepare for, being on the outskirts of those other councils.
Mm.
It would be an appropriate place and an official place to ask those questions.
It's a great point, Councillor Mather, and would you be happy if I asked for an agenda item to be included on the next agenda and report back to Council?
I would, thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments, councillors? Anyone, again, we'll go back to the process. Anyone speaking against? Happy to wrap up debate? All right, so we've got a mover and myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Eleven six is the councillor remuneration for 2022-2023. At this stage, the report is to be received. Mr. Dendell, you're speaking to this one again.
Yes, Mr Mayor, yes, simply report for reception unless it is the council's intent to depart from the Commission's intentions to apply that remuneration from the 1st of July.
Okay, any questions, councillors?
What impact would this 2% have on our budget, Mr CEO?
I haven't calculated the numbers, Councillor Mather, but it would be less than $20,000.
Thank you.
All right. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please, Councillor? Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay. Anyone speaking against?
Not against, Mr Mayor, but I'm just noting that it's the who was the official recommendation by?
The Local Government Remuneration Commission.
Yeah, that's right.
Hmm.
Yes, they set the fees, and this would be across the board, I would imagine.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Watson, do you want to speak to the report at all? As seconder?
I actually just did a really quick calculation and it works out around about $12,000. I hope I'm right. I might be completely wrong, but it's not a lot, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Okay. Anyone speaking against? All right, we're happy to wrap up debate on this, councillors. Got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Sorry, beg your pardon. Can I have that vote again, please? All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. 11.7, which is the Executive Performance Management Framework and Senior Contract Staff Remuneration Principles. Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I might ask Christy to join me. Might offer some supplementary observations of the matters before Council today. Alongside things we discussed earlier in the meeting, we've workshopped through with councillors to get a little more council law endorsed governance around the employment and conditions of executive staff and the way in which performance is managed. So on your agenda today, we're asking you to adopt a contract staff remuneration policy or a number of principles that apply to the way that we go about remunerating contract staff. That includes a model employment contract which outlines the conditions that would apply to each of those persons engaged, and also an executive performance management framework that contemplates the future involvement of councillors on executive staff performance assessment panels. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Mather, question?
Just observation, Mr Mayor, that this is a fairly dense report. Like, I appreciate all the work that goes into it, but there's an awful lot of questions to be asked in this one.
Do you have some questions, Councillor?
I have lots, but you don't have time for all of those.
Well, that's the point of this particular session.
Yes, I
Councillor.
realise that, but because I think this one is related.
Your lights off,
to
Councillor.
one we had.
Your light.
This report has overlapping relationships with the report that we had earlier, where we had a 1 and a 2. You may not see it that way, but I do, because we're looking at staff, we're looking at changes, we're looking at restructure. I think we are not clear where we're going. And looking at, I've got yellow marks all over this with questions everywhere.
Mr Chair, if I could move a procedural motion, in order to try and get clarity, move that we suspend standing orders to allow for perhaps lengthy discussions which are not within our standing orders, whereby we're really only able to ask a question and speak to a motion for a certain number of minutes. So move the procedural that we suspend standing orders to allow. Okay, well.
Sorry, what was that?
Defer it to a workshop instead.
Well, if Councillor Mather would feel, look, if he's got a range of questions and she doesn't feel comfortable raising it in this forum, then perhaps we do defer it to a workshop.
I don't mind the forum, but I do believe that we need time to tease it out and fully understand. But that we can tease it out properly, that everybody understands what we're looking at. I'm not sure myself.
Would you feel more comfortable then with if the officers were available to take you through the report and discuss
I
it
want
in
the
more
whole
detail?
table to be part
Yeah,
of it.
I understand, Councillor, but I mean, would you feel more comfortable with the officers walking you through the report?
Now, you mean?
No, in a workshop I'm talking about.
I don't have a problem either way, Mr Mayor. I mean, whoever wrote the report needs to have some explanation to it, and I'm happy to do that.
Both of you, Mr Mayor, we've workshopped it twice previously, there's nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are some things that I think are new or different anyhow,
All right.
that we need clarity. Because
Well-
we've had a couple of big reports here today that are going to make a difference whichever way we go, and we need to be very clear what we're voting on, what we understand we're voting on, that's all. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything suspicious in there, but I'm saying it just doesn't, I'm not happy with it until I mean, if I don't understand it, I mean, maybe somebody else is smarter than me, and that would be possible to understand it.
Well, I guess we as a group are probably happy, or wouldn't be happy for you voting on something that you weren't fully across, Councillor Mather. But bear in mind, we have had this come to the table in different forums a couple of times. So if we have a workshop again, then that'll be the third iteration of this, and we need to get it out of the way because the officers need some surety as well going forward.
Understand.
All right. So, councillors, I think Councillor Hutton's proposing that this lay on the table to be postponed to a briefing session or a workshop.
I don't have a problem raising it in this forum, Mr Mayor, but I just need to be sure that I understand it and that everybody else does too, because the last thing we want to do is to make a mistake, look back and say, oh my God, why didn't we see this coming? That's all.
Well, Councillor Mather, I'm giving you the option. I mean, do you want to discuss it today or do you want to leave it?
Go to a workshop, Mr Mayor, please.
All right. So, Councillor Hutton has got a procedural motion to lay this on the table pending further discussion at a workshop. We won't say council meeting, Justine, we'll just say do a future workshop of council. Mr CEO, you happy with that? Workshop? A term? All right. It will have to come back, Councillor Mather, so it probably won't come back until next month, but that's okay. A council workshop. All right. So we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thanks, Christy. That exhausts that particular
Yeah, on to
part 2. Right.
There's one today when we read 3. That's not bad.
Councillors, we're up to 11.8, which is the annual review of Council's powers to the Chief Executive Officer. Mr CEO, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think Andrea will probably lead the discussion. As you can see, there is a substantial number of delegations that the council extends to the CEO, and in turn, a number of those that are passed on to other officers across the organisation. We understand the volume of material that is here, so we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Madam CFO.
Thank you. First, I'd like to apologise on behalf of Paula Santini. She's unwell at the moment, so she would normally have come and presented this report. As the CEO mentioned, Council has over 70 pieces of state legislation that we have to work within, and these allow Council to make a heap of decisions on a vast array of matters. These powers are delegated to the CEO, and then in turn, as Caleb mentioned, can further be sub-delegated within the organisation. We do conduct this review on an annual basis, and we do it in collaboration with the work that the LGAQ undertakes with the assistance of King & Company to review all of those powers that can be delegated to the CEO. So there's 3 parts to this. There is the comprehensive list of the delegations, there's the limitations to those delegations, as well as the financial delegations that will be provided to the role of the CEO. So I won't read through the entire report. All of the changes are clearly indicated within the attachments there, but I'm happy to take questions from the table, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Councillor Hutton.
So, thank you very much for the report. I guess my only question is in regards to the financial delegations, the 3rd attachment that's there. Is this a new format for us? Previously, I don't remember seeing something that looks like this.
I don't believe it's a new format. I don't think that it has been tabled with the review of the delegations previously. So we're taking the opportunity to tidy it all up so councillors are being provided with the whole picture. There are no changes to the best of my knowledge in terms of the limitations or the delegations as what has been previously adopted by council.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So on agenda part 3, page 3, and I'm just purely curious about this one. It's power to give the competition authority a confidentiality request. Could you please, explain what that is?
I have a different agenda to you. I have
Right.
one that's...
So it just comes up as 55A in brackets 2
And what
under
piece?
under local government regulation 2012. It comes up under mine, part 3 of the agenda, page 3. That's all I can tell you.
I'll take that as a question on notice, councillor. If I'm not being able to recall the application directly, I would think that it's not something that we use quite a lot. Carla, have you got anything else to add on that one?
Mr. Mayor, the competition authority that it refers to would have previously been the Queensland Competition Authority, now the Productivity Commission, and councils are captured by a number of the national competition principles that date back to the mid-1990s. We don't delve a lot into that space. That specific delegation will be about exchanges of information with the Competition Authority in its current form, but we don't do a lot of that sort of thing. We don't apply the competition principles as heavily here as some larger councils do.
Thank you for that clarification. You need not take that on notice, Andrea. That's fine.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, through the chair, Andrea. It's local government regulation 2012-2288 with the 8 in the brackets. It's on page. What page is it? 5 of 15 on the third lot of things that came through. You see it?
Yep, I can see
Yep.
that one. That
I
is
just wondered if you'd explain to me, it says power to invite all persons who submitted a tender to change their tender to take account of change in the tender specifications. I thought once a tender was in, that was sort of it. So I've heard of allegations in the past that, I'm trying to alleviate that for people who might be listening, that things don't get changed, but I'm not sure whether they do or not.
certainly a really good example of when we would use this particular power is you would appreciate the change in fuel prices, for example. So tenders specifications might have been developed around a X, Y, and Z quantity material. And we would be allowing, with the change and the removal of the excise, we would be allowing all tenderers to resubmit the application. This one clearly states that you would have to invite applications from or changes from all tenderers. You could not be exclusive to only one tender. So this gives you the power to, so something might come out during a particular process, and if we want to make the change, and we might make a change in specification, we just can't provide it to one tender. It has to be provided to all tenderers.
Thank you for that.
All right, councillors, we might move into debate on this one. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bello. Sorry, we can ask it in debate anyway, councillor. Councillor Bello moving, seconder, thank you. Councillor Watson. All right, Councillor Hutton, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to go back to that financial delegation sheet that's provided, and it talks about the CEO formally approving any operational expenditure within council's total budget. Is that within the quantum that's set aside for operational expenditure, or is that just as long as it's within the total of council's budget that it can be deemed operational?
So there's two parts to that. So there's the point one, which is specifically around the operating expenditure. And then the second point is around the capital expenditure. So it would be the total amount that approved for operating expenditure. So that total bottom line, yet within that bit larger bucket but to manage those two separately. As long as it remains within that overall dollar value that was adopted as part of any budget or revised budget position.
Question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
In what circumstances would the CEO be required to use those delegated powers for financial purposes? I mean, in emergent expenditure, we have that power. You have that power.
It would be highly unusual and irregular because we can always, within 3 days, convene a special meeting of council to deal with matters. But certainly within that time period, and particularly through a disaster, for example, the CEO could exercise that power in order to be able to spend council's money to satisfy a particular requirement in line with the disaster situation.
Is there a limitation on that expenditure?
More than I can tell you, Mr. CEO.
Is the variation no greater than 10%?
10%
10%.
of what?
Total budget.
Well, that's a lot of money.
It's a very powerful man.
That's only in the event.
Only if you let him be.
Through the chair, that's only in the event of a natural disaster or event. So it's not for day-to-day activities. So that's the limitation
Oh, I would
applied
imagine
on
that,
that.
yeah.
Because you would appreciate in those times there would need to be some really quick response, and we don't want to hold up the response to that by having to go through the more formal processes of quotes. So, but there are some limitations of what the CEO, not officers, can approve.
I might
Councillor Bell?
just interesting that so that the mayor's not included in that decision making. It's fully delegated to the CEO.
Well, in times of disaster, the mayor is the chair of the LDMG, so kind of out of the council sphere into the LDMG sphere.
That's what
I
number
understand
2
that. It
says.
was probably more.
Well, the mayor has no ability to spend council money anyway, in that sense, or sign off on expenditure.
No, I'll ultimately we delegate to the CEO. With this delegation, they
Yes.
had the scope to increase up to 10% expenditure,
That's what number 2 says.
which if the delegation wasn't given, then it wouldn't happen.
Correct.
It would need to be determined by the table.
Correct. Any other questions? All right. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for the report? Looks like we're happy to go to a vote. Then councillors will wrap up the debate. Mover Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Noting Councillor Mather. Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. That's pretty much part 2 done. Eleven 9 councillors, which is monthly financial report from the CFO. The chair, the floor is yours, Madam Chair, Madam CFO. Councillor Bello, could you just chair the meeting for a moment, thanks?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to you.
Councillors, I'm presenting the monthly financial report for period ending March 22. So we're 75% of the way through the financial year. The operating result remains favourable with a surplus of $6.9 million. The larger contributing factors for this is really within our operating revenue, which is within our year-to-date expectations overall. We do have a favourable result against budget for rates, and this is largely due to water notices were committed or raised in the system in March but not issued, won't be issued until later this month, and they will be due on the 1st of June. A whole variety of fees and charges continue to be above budget expectations. This is offset by sales revenue and operating grants, largely due to a lag in the revenue recognition and the receipt of those funds. Overall, year-to-date operating expenditure is within our year-to-date expectations, and we will start to see a higher proportion of committals expended in the last quarter. So you'll see in one of the graphs there that the red bar of the stack column chart, it will start reducing and the blue component will start increasing. We do have a strong cash balance of $94.5 million. Our debt, I've been asked a couple of questions around our debt in the past week or so. So this is just for information for the councillors. The highest amount of debt or borrowings we had was at the 30th of June 2018, where we had $85.3 million worth of borrowing. In that particular year, we borrowed $10 million for the Yeppoon Sewage Treatment Plant Augmentation Project. 2018, yeah, 2017-18, it was just over $85 million. At the start of this term, so this is at the 31st of March, the total borrowings were $76.8 million. At the end of March this year, they were down to $61.3 million, and the expected balance at the 30th of June this year will be just short of $60 million, so $59.959 million. In terms of our receivables, the March quarter saw the trend continue with our outstanding rates being either on par or below previous years. We did see an increase in proposals to pay in March which is very similar to what happened 12 months ago at this period, and this is largely due because the process for our debt management or debt recovery process will be focusing on encouraging people to commit to paying out their outstanding rates and charges before we do the levy again for next financial year. Our sundry debtors balances continue to be high, with invoices in the current proportion issued to DTMR for some of the contract works that we undertake, as well as in 90 days. And the 90 days balances does relate to ongoing matters pertaining to some outstanding infrastructure agreements. Within the procurement space, we've spent 26% of our budget on those businesses located within the Shire boundaries. That's about $13 million. with similar amounts invested within businesses located within the central Queensland region. In terms of our capital revenue and expenditure, so 45% of the revised budget has been spent, with $25.6 million in committals, although some of these committals do relate to works planned in the next financial year. The flow-on effect to the delay in spending in some of our capital works is that there is a flow-on effect to the recognition of our grants and subsidies. So if we're not completing the work, we won't be able to recognise the revenue. So if 50% of the work is completed on a project, we can only recognise up to 50% of the grant that will be available for that particular project. Recent estimates from our project managers indicate that a further $6 million will be required to be carried over into the subsequent financial year. This, of course, will have a flow-on effect to the delivery of the program that we've already discussed with you during a budget workshop. So that will be coming back to you for further consideration. So we do need to be, that there will be that flow-on effect or that bow wave that we will have to manage in terms of our ability to deliver our capital program. So that's my summary of the monthly financial report, councillors. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Andrea, the $94 million in cash, is it A or B either, the revenue that we've just received coming out of March for the rates, or is it because the capital expenditure has not been expended due to delays on capital works program?
It will be a combination of both.
Okay, do we have that breakdown of what the capital works would be that we haven't expended, that we're still to spend?
Yeah, so that information is contained within the report.
So what page would that be?
That is, well, I think my agenda is a little bit different to yours, councillors. So it's in the attachment to the monthly financial report, and it will be towards the end of that. So for me, it's
Page 296 on mine.
Thank you.
62,
all right, so we've got the same page numbers, good.
Thank you. And while I have the floor, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to convey a big congratulations to Andrea and her team. We had a community voice panel session over last Wednesday night in relation to the budget consultation, and one of those people that did attend was a prominent Emu Park resident who contacted me over the weekend and said that everyone he's telling about our decrease in our loan, in our loans, that yes, that they're very, very happy that we're down to $61.3 million. So the outlook in the community is favourable.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson.
May I ask that we do some media on that, seeing we've dropped to 25 mil since we got in?
We can certainly have a look at that, Councillor. Any other questions?
I'd like to let that get down to the Electoral Commission. We've got another fight on our hands. It says we're strapped.
May not have any impact, Councillor, but I take your point from there. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
Probably to help me understand it better, we've got a debt reduction policy, I understand, where we commit X amount of million per year to paying off debt, which we've, in our long-term financial forecasting, was $5 million per year.
So it's about that, yeah.
Until we got down to, was it over a 10-year forecast?
10 years.
Yeah. But important, I guess, so to fully understand it, it's not that, well, we have the ability to pay more or less at times, rather than just locked into that 5. As you've indicated that we've chosen to do because you've got surplus capital money that wasn't spent.
Or surplus cash.
Correct. So through the chair, so 12 months ago, with the cash rate being so low, we took advantage of an opportunity to pay out one of our debt pools, and we were able to fund that through, unfortunately, because we weren't delivering, we had money spare or leftovers, we hadn't completed our capital program in full. So we made best use of that money and applied it towards paying out our debt reduction. So, and we did have to pay a small premium for that, as you would if you pay out any debt early. So there is a market value adjustment that we did have to pay for that, but that will be repaid within 3 years essentially of the savings and interest that we're no longer paying for. So yeah, that's one of those things. So with our strategy or financial strategy around our debt reduction, it's to get it with under $50 million. It doesn't mean that we have to get it down to zero within the 10-year period. Debt isn't a dirty word. It isn't a bad thing to have. When you consider our total value of our debt as a proportion of our asset base, which is worth about $1 billion, a very small proportion of our asset base is funded from borrowings.
So I guess it's important to relay the accurate picture of how that debt reduction's been achieved, because on one conversation is certainly around this table are concerned about not getting your capital budget spent. Like that's the priority that you aim to do when you set the budget. It's not about let's not spend the capital budget so we can pay off the debt. That's not why you collected the money, if I'm trying to understand it in its entirety, so that we present an accurate picture. Yep. So that's very good. Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. On page 281, which is pretty well much the second page of 11.9, Michael might be able to answer this one for me. Under current tenders, we have one there, and I've read the report further over. A Mount Charlton Reservoir refurbishment for $233,000. Is that the full price of what we're asking? Because I know that we've had a greater sum of money put in the budget for various things, and I just wanted to know what that covered, whether that was work done so far or whether that was what they put up for whatever the requirement was. I mean, when you say, look, you clean out the tank, what does that mean? It means emptying it, refurbishing it, painting it, and so forth.
Mr. Executive
That doesn't
Director.
equate to what we put aside.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So, my recollection of that project is that we've broken it up into three components. So there's a component which was renewing the existing stair access
Yes.
to the roof, which is already completed. There was a component which was the roof and purlin renewal, which is out to tender and that's closed. So I'll take it on notice, but I think that's the $200,000 component.
Well, I know we've got a much larger sum that we've put aside for work to be done, which includes the roof. The stairs were already done at that stage.
And there's another component which, when the reservoir's drained, one contractor will do the roof repair, and another contractor will do the repairs to the wall and the lining to waterproof it. So there's three components. I'll take it on notice. I believe that two of the three have been awarded. The third one's still yet to be awarded.
Yes, I just wanted to know what that $233,000 was for.
Okay.
Because I knew that there was much greater work to be done than that dollar would allow. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you,
The
Councillor.
other words, the asset sustainability ratio, which is a bit of a topic for all of us. Andrew, at the moment, it's 21.4%. Is 90% still the target? Is that always the target?
90% is the legislated target.
Yeah, okay. Which means, do we have any anticipation what would be at the end of June this year?
We are
Will it
working.
change very much from the 21%?
Hopefully we'll see it improve from the 21%. So we're working through that. So as we are firming up the estimated 30th of June positions with officers, we'll be able to work out what's the new versus renewal component to be able to come back to the
We'll
table.
get something closer to that as we get along.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors? All right, we might go into debate.
Sorry, if I may. The Kelly Dam and repairs that we're doing, is it an urgent thing or is it?
Yes, it is.
And I've just noticed we haven't spent any money on it. Do you know when we're going to start doing something on that?
We got a report on that recently, Mr. CEO, from the manager, and I think, yeah, yeah, should have stayed here. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. So we have had a external contractor help us with that project, and we have completed the design work. We've just finalising some environmental permits because we've had some local bats roosting in the dam outlet areas. So that's taken us a little bit of time, but we are using our some of our internal crews to perform some of the repair works that need to be undertaken. So that, to my understanding, that's started and it's planned to be finished before the end of financial year.
May I ask what the repair work is?
The spillway has some concrete repairs that need to be done. So we're also putting in some underground water monitoring bores, piezometers. I think that's pretty much it. So they're the two main components of the work that we're doing at the moment. Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Or can I get a mover and a second?
One, Mr. Chair. Just caught my attention there. So on the major projects, Emu Park Village and Foreshore revitalisation, it's got zeros all the way through except towards the end there. What's the reference of that about? What's that telling us? That's page 296 or 12 or 13. Yeah, was that a capital project that? Why does it have zeros there? And
So it's $14,000 worth of costs that are associated to that project number. So we need to just understand whether they were remedial works or rectification works associated with that original project, and whether or not there was So they would have just assigned it to the project where they originally expended the cost to. Yeah.
Councillor Watson, question?
I remember with the Gusmore retaining wall that we were going to come out cost neutral at the end. I noticed we're sort of in the red at the moment. Is that going to go any further? When it was completed and land sold and all that sort of thing. Just we're only slightly in the red, but I'm just wondering if it's going to go any over budget.
So at the moment, the project has 557,000 spent against it. So there's 633,000 at the end of March remaining to spend on that particular project.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh no, I'm looking at the one above it. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the one above it.
So that means that particular project went $7,000 over the revised budget. Yeah.
The job's completed or it's still going?
That's the access road.
Yeah.
The access road's completed. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. That's all right.
Just a quick question as well. I note the Yeppoon Lagoon, Pebble Creek and softball rectification works still have zeros against them. Has that started in April? What's the likely timing around that? I'm happy to take that for you to take that question on notice.
I will have to take that on notice, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
fine. All right, can I get a mover and a seconder, please, councillors? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to talk to the report?
and I just thank you for it and thank you for the responses. It's good to see councillors not so much interrogating, but certainly questioning. That's a healthy thing. So, yeah, thank you for that.
All good. Anyone speaking against? All right. Would anyone else like to speak to the report? All right. Happy to wrap up, councillors. All right. So I've got a mover, Councillor Bello, second Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. $11.10, response to questions on notice in relation to Great Keppel Island. Who's delivering this one, Mr. CEO? Just to receive it? Okay.
Happy to move that we receive the answers.
Okay. Seconded, Councillor Friend. All right. Any discussion on this one, councillors? Are we happy to go to the vote? We're just receiving the report. Okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. $11.11, Livability and Wellbeing Quarterly Portfolio.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors. Look, just a very short report, just giving an update on business activity in the Livability and Wellbeing Unit for the period of 1st of January to the 31st of March. There's nothing in it I consider extraordinary. It's pretty much business as usual, but the report submitted information. Happy to take any questions and hopefully be assisted by some of the people behind me.
Thank you. Oh, through the chair, thank you. Mr Batiste, just looking over the report, one thing struck me that within this period from January to March this year, there were 13,067 calls taken in the contact centre, and I have to congratulate all staff involved because that's a huge amount of interaction. But in saying that, there was also 1,285 abandoned calls. So I really just want to understand, perhaps it's longer wait times than usual, I'm not sure. Is there adequate staff? 1,285 people in 3 months not engaged is quite a significant figure, and of course some of those I understand would have changed their mind and hung up, and I completely get that. So could you just delve into that a little bit more?
I might defer that to the Manager of Communication and Engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Friend, and yeah, you are correct. A lot of that is people that either hear a message on hold and maybe get the answer to their question through our messages on hold, or they do drop out because they don't want to wait. People are prompted after 15 seconds for a callback option, so sometimes the abandoned ones also reflect as into the callbacks, but we do actively monitor that, and it is definitely down on the previous quarter, which I acknowledge we haven't reported on, but yeah, that is definitely the figure. Our staffing numbers have been impacted, as I believe across the organisation with COVID. At the moment, we only have 2 customer service officers in the call centre every day. So, but I do believe we are, coping. Our wait time for last week was 1 minute 55 seconds. So, we are definitely monitoring.
Thank you. Thanks so much for that. I really appreciate it. And I know the hard work that goes into that particular department. So in saying that, is there ever an extra staff member, if possible, placed in the call centre for those heavy trafficked times such as rates, etc.?
Yeah, 100%, and particularly Monday mornings usually are busy as well. So we have the CSOs operate back office. They do they manage our general inquiries inbox, plus they also back up for the lunch and morning tea breaks through the call centre. But yeah, it is definitely only 2 officers every day now.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, not that I'm aware of, but I'll certainly look at that after the meeting and get back to you by way of an email. Yep.
Councillor, we might move this along, get a mover and a seconder, thank you. Councillor Friend, thank you. Second is Councillor Watson. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Not today, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Now speaking against.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, a perceived conflict of interest certainly may not be one. However, I am a member of the Yeppoon Choral Society who is receiving one of these grants in this section today. So I'm just asking my fellow councillors if they think that I have a conflict.
Mr Mayor, matters that are referred to as ordinary business matters, including participation in clubs or associations where you're not an executive member, are specifically excluded from the conflict provisions. However, I think Councillor Friend is seeking the assurance of her colleagues, and she could do that formally by declaring that, and councillors would vote on the appropriateness or otherwise.
Thank you.
Not a dissenting view, Mr Mayor, just a question. Councillor Friend, are you intending to be a participant in these singing workshops?
That is a good question. It's a possibility, may not be a probability.
It shouldn't make any difference if you're not a member of the committee, though, should you? Are you a member of the committee? You're just a member.
No, just a member.
I don't see any problem.
Yeah, I guess the only difference I foresaw was she benefiting directly from the grant itself? And that's why I asked the question, because if that's the case, because, you know...
What exactly do you do there?
Just
Apart from saying we all do that around the table, let's face it.
Just having an affiliation as a membership, that's all. Yes. And since I've become a councillor, I haven't been participating in any productions or any concerts.
Councillor Friend, my personal view is that you're one vote out of 7. I think at this stage, I'm reading by the facial expressions around the table, there's not a problem with you staying in. So if you wish to stay in, you're welcome to do so. If you feel as though you should step out, then that's entirely your choice.
Thank you. If the members suggest that I should stay, I shall.
And if she starts singing, Mr Mayor, we'll kick her out.
You'll love it.
Mr Mayor, having raised the declarable interest, I think
we'll get a vote on it. Yep. Yep. So we'll vote on that. All right. So all in favour of Councillor Friend remaining in the room to vote on this matter? Carried unanimously in the absence of Councillor Friend's vote. All right, so welcome to the table, Megan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So the Regional Arts Development Fund Round 2 for 21 and 22 closed on the 15th of March. We received 15 applications to a total amount of $89,850. The budget for Round 2 was $25,177. So the Regional Arts Development Fund Assessment Panel had a really hard task of going through the criteria to eventually come to approve 7 of the 15 applicants who met the criteria and recommend that they be funded the remaining amount of $25,177 as per the table there below.
If I may, Mr Chair.
Councillor Bello.
Megan, just to confirm, so the full quantum wasn't able to be distributed initially because they weren't all of the 15, only 7 qualified. So was there a balance of money left over? No?
So we received a total of $64,500 for the whole year, and we split it into 2 rounds. So round 1 closed in November last year, and that came to council and that was ratified. The balance of that $64,500 was $25,177 for round 2. So that's all we had to expend for this round. However, we received a total of $89,850 from all the applicants that put in applications for this round. So unfortunately we couldn't fund them all. Some of them were ineligible as well, and so 7 were eligible and were asking for that to be funded today, approved today.
So,
Councillor Friend.
I have a question. Thank you, Megan. With the first one on the list, the Alexandra Darnley Stewart, they requested $3,860, but we've granted them $1,000. What was the criteria, or that obviously didn't meet the full grant funding for that?
Yeah, so it's an individual professional development, so IPD, which is also part of the RADF funding that we can provide, so that we can only give $1,000 maximum grant to them.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, we might go to debate on this one. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
I actually enjoyed this process. It was fun going through all the applications, and it would have been nice to be able to give out more, but I think we did well. It was good. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, like I've probably said before, and I've been part of the RADF committee in the past, that the arts are a very important part of the culture of our community, and so it's really good to see further considerations going towards some of the worthy participants in the grants. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else like to speak to the report? All right, we'll go close debate and go to the vote on this one. We've got a move of Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Megan. (11.13) is request for views, application for the conversion of term lease 0/234-270 over lot 100 on Crown Plan MC 426 to freehold tenure. Welcome to the table, Maddie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So this report relates to a request from the Department of Resources for Council's views on an application to convert some land that is held in a term lease at Ogmore to freehold tenure. So the land's currently held by the Department of Defence through the lease, and they own all of the surrounding land as well. Internal consultation was undertaken and there wasn't any objections to the request. So I'll open it up for if there's any questions from councillors.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Hello, Maddie. Would we be able to see on a map lot 100 on Crown Plan MC 426, just to give us an idea of the terrain, where it's located, etc.? The map, there was a map associated with that, but it didn't quite tell me exactly where it was in relation to, like, is that Stanage there? I'm not sure.
That's the Styx River.
Styx River, right.
Yeah. So I believe that access comes from Charon's Ferry Road, but we might bring up Arc Portal.
That's what I was
like to have
after.
a bit
Yes,
more.
thank you so much.
Are they tiny little tenures around the waterway?
They look small, but they're quite large.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they're all privately owned, are they, or owned by Defence?
They vary. Some of them are private ownership and some are owned by Defence. The cluster around Lot 100 are all held by Defence.
So where the red is there now while we're waiting, is that right? Where the red is now, they're the blocks we're looking at?
Yes, the red, yes.
And you say that it is currently owned by Defence?
At the moment, Defence have a term lease over the land, so they're trying to acquire it in freehold. So at the
Defence is trying to acquire it in freehold?
Yes.
Okay, not somebody outside Defence? No, okay, got it.
Through the chair, Maddie, why would they want to do that?
Because they own all the lots around it.
That's basically all it is. Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? We're just being asked for our view on this. We're not actually allocating any land that belongs to us.
Do we have a map? This is a general question to anybody who can answer it. do we have a general map that shows an outline of the whole area that Defence actually owns? Do we have one of those?
I haven't seen one, no.
We don't, that I'm aware of, Councillor Mather. It wouldn't be difficult to put together, but I don't think there's one on the wall somewhere.
I think it would be good to have one so we know what we're talking about, because we do it in piecemeal, and rightly so when we have an application. But as the good councillor says, what's the big picture? How much do they own? It goes right down to the back of Cunnawarra, and up near Ogmore, north of Ogmore. So I know approximately where a lot of it is, but I don't understand where the full extent is. Because when people go to Stanage Bay, you'll find that they've got land on either side of the road. And at some stage, there could be a blockage for exercises and so forth at that time. So it's going to be restricted in time, so we just need to know the extent of what they do own.
Matty, if I could, it's not
Councillor
currently
Dyer.
generating any revenue for council, or it's not likely to either if it was to go to Defence, so
No, so
no
they
rates
wouldn't
on
be
that?
paying any rates on that land through the term lease either.
Every time we say yes to losing another piece of land to Defence, it's less rates we'll be getting.
Yeah,
we
and
need
I think, as the officers point out, this
Yeah.
particular block doesn't generate rates to council. It's not.
But just generally, yes.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, too, if I could, Mr. Chair, it's not our decision on the blocks that have been sold, the freehold blocks that have been sold. It hasn't been a decision of councils. That's been the individual property owners, which would be totally their discretion. Matty, the only question I had, given that we've got another one that's potentially outstanding, perhaps similar in some ways, is there any cultural significance that has been identified, or has it been considered and been deemed not of any concern?
As part of the department's consultation process, they consider that. So I know the other example that you're speaking of, that was, although important for council to consider, a bit outside of our scope of what we're to comment and provide views on. The Department of Resources and Defence both have Indigenous land use agreements on how they can deal with land, and those agreements have been reached with the native title holders. So I think it would be a bit outside of council scope to try and bring that into this matter, and it should purely just be considered from a local government perspective.
All right. So we've got the recommendation, councillors, that council does offer no objection. So can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Very briefly, Mr Mayor, thank you. They already have legal tenure over that through leasing, and it's just a matter of conversion to freehold that we're actually approving.
All right. Thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone else like to speak to the report at all? Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right, we'll close debate. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Matty.
And on that one, before Matty leaves, Mr Mayor, there was another matter that was, I thought would have been at this table as well. That was the Cunnawarra one.
Yeah, it will be coming in due course, as I understand it.
What has been the hold-up? I thought it was rather straightforward. We've done all the checks and balances, and we were just looking for an outcome on that one. Because, I mean, we've messed it around a little bit.
Is this the matter where there was some native title
Yes.
issues discussed? I'll have to revert to the officer that's been dealing with that one, sorry. I think there was a site inspection, was there, by
Yes.
councillors that happened?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure on what the outcome was from that, sorry.
Yes, because it's
Yep.
well, it's just been going on for a long time as well. I thought it was a fairly straightforward one once we've done all the things we're required to do.
Councillor, you've been in local government long enough to know that there's nothing that's straightforward in local government.
Oh.
Nothing.
Well, it depends on who's handling it, Mr Mayor.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm
let's
serious.
not go there.
I am serious.
Let's not go there, councillor. We are awash with OIA complaints as it is.
Don't tell me you've got one too.
Welcome to the table, Greg.
Thank you for that, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, councillors. This report details the Real Group community grants for round 2 of 21-22 for this year. Livingstone Shire Council contributed approximately $30,000 to the grant, the Real Group $10,000 and Mick Cranny investments of $5,000. The grant scheme is open to not-for-profit community organisations within our community, and these are the results of that assessment. 20 grants were applied for to a maximum of $45,000 or $5,000 per community group. I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Hutton.
Very brilliant that we're able to partner with organisations and to be able to give so many people funds. I guess my question only is in regards to our funding partners and how we came about to be in these partnerships. Was that something that we voted upon at the table, or is it within a policy somewhere that says that council will from time to time form partnerships with others? I'm just looking for some, because that's the first time I've recognised at least one of those partners being with us, and I wondered how that came about and at what point that occurred.
I'm happy to take that question on notice and I'll come back to you about that. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, beg your pardon? Thank you. Yeah. All right.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder in Councillor Hutton. Sorry, Councillor Friend, you just got pipped at the post. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to the report?
Oh yes, Mr Mayor, only in that we have some fantastic applicants for these community grants, and the saddest thing of all is having to decline some of the requests for funds, and I just want to encourage, if any of those people are listening, that to make sure they come back and have another crack, because it's all about the community, and we just want to thank the sponsors as well.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else wish to speak to the report? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, only to say that we as a community are very blessed in two ways. We're firstly blessed to have such funding partners that want to join with us so that every dollar that we invest goes further, because it's not just our dollar but a dollar from them as well. But we're also blessed to have such wonderful community groups that are investing in the people of our community, that they see the opportunity that these grants gives them to work on their sustainability. Now, I always think one of the saddest things, and it's part of the culture really, is that on a Saturday afternoon you'll see the people selling the raffle tickets because they're raising money for the next set of uniforms for the team. Now those same people could be out there doing the training sessions, they could be the ones who are mowing the lawns for the team, they could be the people doing a myriad of jobs in support of that club, but because of the fact that there's a need that's pressing in terms of finances, their focus becomes around the fundraising as opposed to the doing of their activity or the physical support of that activity. This is one of the ways that council and its partners has found that we can help make sure that they're having as much time as possible to invest in their sport, to invest in the members of our community, and it's a beautiful opportunity for us as a council to really get in behind them, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any other comments, councillors?
Yes, thank you,
Councillor Friend?
Mr Mayor. I too wish to thank the officers in council and the Real Group, and also M. Cranny Investments for partnering with council. It's wonderful to see that as one Shire, one Livingstone, we are looking out over the broad expanse of our Shire to the Australian South Sea Islanders movement, and also Ogmore Community and Recreational Committee, as well as North Keppel Island Environmental Education Centre. So this is so important. We've covered Emu Park, we've covered Yeppoon within these grants, and it's great to see our Shire working as one for the overall benefit of Livingstone.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, we'll close debate and go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, second to Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're up to 11:15, which is the Emu Park Rugby League request for fee waivers. and review of the charging model for the Hartley Street Multi-Sports Complex. And before we get into discussion on this, can I just refer councillors to point 3 on this one and perhaps suggest a wording change to the officers? You've got councillors pleased in point 3 to learn that the club's difficulty in attracting volunteers has improved. So the difficulty has improved. So perhaps we could change that to reduced. I know it's an exercise in semantics, but it just needs to be clear, that's all. All right, Greg, table is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. So council currently has 3 sports complexes. So there's the Hartley Street Sports Complex in Emu Park, Kiwi Bay and Barmie. There are various clubs that lease areas within those sports clubs. The Emu Park Rugby League Club currently leases Hartley Street in Emu Park. There was some requests made by the Emu Park Rugby League Club for some fee waivers, and that came to the table a little while ago. And so currently there's outstanding about 28,000, I think, from memory, so that would include last year's and this year's. Council currently maintains all three of those sporting complexes for a sum far in excess of what we actually receive from those clubs. So if you look on page 2 of the report, under commentary, those figures there predominantly relate to Hartley Street maintenance for that. It is maintained to a very, very high standard. So we engage a mowing contractor to go down and mow, people go along and do the line marking and so forth. The club enjoys the benefit of that use. So what they've asked, the Emu Park Rugby League Club has asked for us to review the charging model for what they're currently paying for it, and all the other multi clubs within the Shire, they all pay between 11,000 and 16,000 in rental for their respective areas. So I'm happy to take questions based on that report, as I realise it's already been discussed previously.
Right. Councillor Friend, question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so that we know, the total cost to council for maintaining this sports ground is $138,606 per annum, and is that correct? Yep.
That's correct. Yep. Yes.
Okay, and the fees in which the club would like us to waive, how much do they total?
So they currently, the current cost per annum is $14,280, and this year's hasn't been invoiced, and last year's hasn't been paid.
Thank you.
Question, sorry, Councillor Mather, just a point of clarification. In the table under the commentary, Greg, you've got fields and surround maintenance, contract 1, contract 2. Then materials, herbicides, etc., 12,420. Sport and rec subtotal 97,209.60. That 97,000, I beg your pardon, is the sum of the 2 contracts under the first row. The materials, where does that come into it? The 12,420, because that's not in the 97.
So I'll just confirm. The 2 contracts, 68,500 and 28,675.
I've got a different figure to you. Oh, 28,675 plus 68,534 totals 97,209.60.
So that figure of 97 should actually be higher, because that 12,000 is
it should be included in that. Yeah. Okay. So the cost to us is about 150,000.
Does that mean council subsidising 90% of the running cost of that field?
A significant proportion. Any other questions, councillors?
The question I have is, are we aware of any historical financial support that has been afforded to the club? Especially through the COVID period, there are other clubs that were provided some sort of subsidisation. If it's in there, forgive me for not reading it, but...
This club was as well.
They were. Is that in the report as to what they've been afforded, or?
I am aware that they were. I'll take the question on notice and come back to you with that figure.
Yeah, I guess it's fairly important, just to.
It actually says in the report, Council resolved to provide a total waiver of all 6 clubs for 2021. This included the waiver amount of $14,280 for Emu Park.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Watson, and thank you, Greg.
So,
Councillor Friend?
just so that I'm clear, and thank you so much for your patience, you said that they owe last year's fees, but we have waived the fees for 2021. No.
They still owe for last year's, and they have not been invoiced for this year.
Right, thank you.
Questions? Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Greg, you're in hot seat today. This is the 14,000 that's just for the year gone that's owing, and the other one is due when?
June 30 this year.
June, so, yeah, so it'll be 28,560 according to that. I note what the recommendation says, okay. My only question would be, had we given consideration for them to pay it off?
I understand that has been mooted to them, but it hasn't been.
Because there's already been one relaxation of fees, hasn't there?
Well,
Yeah.
yes, because they haven't made any effort to pay that money off yet.
Yes, yes. So apart from that, there's no prior history of them relenting on their.
I would need to come back to you about that.
Yeah, I thought I'd read it somewhere where that was the case.
Councillor Watson?
Through the chair, Greg, I see in the report that 27,500 was stolen from their account. Has there been any possibility that they're going to get it back, because like you do with banks and things like that?
My understanding is that was stolen from a private email account, and insurance won't cover that.
Councillor Bell?
Mr Chair, sort of in comparing, I guess, our 3 facilities and the users that are involved, is it a little bit unique there, Hartley Street, in that they are the only club that are occupying that, as opposed to the others that have hopefully got numerous occupiers, because the more that are in there, the more contribution you're getting, of course, so the economies are improved. Has there been consideration given, I guess, to understanding that in the risks attached with, we've only got one user there. It's a significant facility there. What work has been done to attract other users, or the more we have, the better, I suspect.
I will need to take that on notice. I'll need to confer with Molly about that for you. Yep. All right.
Through the chair, another question. Thank you so much. Without going into detail, as it is in confidential, the information on the report, there is a closing balance that it states there, which I won't state in public. However, how much is their bill from council this year? Can we state that in public? How much they owe council?
So they haven't been billed for the 14,000 for this financial year.
Right.
And last financial years are still outstanding.
So if a closing balance is less than the amount owing, how will we work with them to have these bills paid?
Yeah. We could encourage them to enter into a payment plan for that.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Mather?
Just an afterthought, what Greg said before. If the theft is what they state it is, has come from a private email account, one would question the security around their financial arrangements.
Yeah, we're going to get.
The case.
Is there a question?
It inflicts on us if the public has to.
Is there a question here, Councillor?
Yes. Should we be bringing that to their attention? Because if council is considering any remuneration at all, we should be taking that into consideration.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have hopefully taken steps to make sure something like that doesn't happen again.
Police reported that out.
Yeah. Any other questions, councillors? All right. We need to go into debate so we can move this along. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Can I move first? Councillor Mather, thank you. Seconder? Councillor Watson. Okay, debate is live. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I have no affiliation with the sporting groups, but I can fully appreciate where they're coming from because they're trying to create and provide attractions for youth to keep them off the streets and to provide healthy outcomes for them. When the financial viability of a club is under threat, they take it personally, and everybody looks towards their council when they're in trouble for whatever reason. They find somebody who's sympathetic. And I'm sympathetic too, but I think we need to make the stand now and give them options that they can come back to us with an arrangement. And if they fall over from that arrangement, then we could review the situation then, if necessary.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson?
Sort of against. It's more of a... I'm just wondering if we can leave this on the table and go back and communicate more with them and say, you know, you've got to come to the party with one of these things, because at the moment they don't seem to be interested in sort of even communicating with us on a level base, that's all.
My understanding, Councillor Watson, is that approach has been made on several occasions through the officers. And the question remains, I guess, how many times do you need to do that? Anyone speaking against a recommendation? Anyone like to speak for it?
In speaking for it, we're sort of in, it's a difficult position to be put in, and I would like that the resident, perhaps I'm raising some wording to go in there, and if they're listening, maybe that's all I can give them, but I want to congratulate them for the phenomenal work that they do in the Emu Park community. Council does subsidise it. We do that for a good reason, because the benefits that brings to that community, that club there, in terms of improving social behaviour, physical health, mental health, it's hard to put a value on that. And I would hope that and I'm sure this council will recognise that is something that you can't put a dollar value on. And I just commend the club for reaching out to us. It would appear that we're not able to provide, well, we may not provide you the support you're looking for, but I would welcome and encourage you to come back any time if you want to look at things differently, or there was a talk of maybe a levy being considered for the Emu Park community of $10 a pop, so that community understands the significance of what that little club does, as indeed all of the clubs do. Now, I'm not saying that's the answer by any means, but I hope they know that this council does value them. I'm sure that they know that we do. I hope that this decision is received in the right spirit, that it's about governance, transparency, accountability. That's what we're endeavouring to do, or I'm endeavouring to do, as I'm sure each councillor is. So I don't vote for this in any way to feel good about saying no to them. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Can we wrap up debate on this one now, councillors?
I might speak against it, Mr. Mayor.
Speak
actually.
against, okay.
Yeah. And I just don't want people to think I'm a soft touch, Mr. Mayor, but I really do feel for any club that's in a situation of struggling to provide for their sport within their community. And we do have a great community at Emu Park, and what they do provide out there is fantastic for our sporting bodies. But as Councillor Bello has touched on, sport goes a lot further than that, and it really brings in whole communities, it brings parents, it brings a whole lot of people together, and it actually creates community, and it doesn't stop just within the sporting framework. And so on that, 14 grand I know is a lot of money. I would like to see maybe if we could bring our costs down, but I really do commend to the table that we stand up and say just give them another go.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. All right. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather, you going to wrap up? Floor is yours.
Thank you. Give them another go. I don't know what that means. And I think we've already done that, as we do to many groups. And there are many worthy groups out there that council provides public money for, or to get them over the humps. And let's face it, COVID's brought many humps to many organisations. And no doubt this is just another one. We've got to instill some responsibility into their management. And it's not about them being irresponsible. For whatever reasons, clubs are into trouble, organisations run into trouble. But we've got to let them know clearly that we are supporting so many organisations out there. We must be consistent in what we do, especially in relation to public money. We've got to be seen to be fair. We've got to be seen to be putting it in the right place for the right reasons. This is an organisation that's looking after people for the right reasons. It's people looking after people. And in the spirit of goodwill, we've given them opportunities to come back to us. And part of the responsibility that we expect them to undertake is to come back to us and talk and offer some means of being able to remunerate the council for the money that's outstanding. They can do it. We just have to encourage them. That's part of their job, to come back to us. But I think in the meantime, we have to pull the trigger to say, this is where we stand at the moment. The door is open. You come back and talk to us and offer us some form of resolve. If we don't do that, we are failing in our job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors, debate's now closed. We've got a mover, Councillor Mather, secondly, Councillor Watson. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. And we're going to move a procedural motion to break for lunch. And councillors, can we be back? Welcome back to members of the community viewing it on live stream. Welcome back, councillors and officers. We're a procedural motion to resume after lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. 11.16, response to questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to the future development within the Western Corridor.
Thank the officers for the report, Mr Mayor, and I take on board that you've provided me with 2 reports in the past. I was wondering if there was anything updated from that. I suspect not. But I've got to find those and just see where we go from here. And I guess is everything predicated on the boundary issue at the moment?
Is that a question? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The simple answer to that is yes. At this table, we've discussed a number of times what our vision might be for the northern corridor. I notice you've termed it the western, but really is the northern corridor, I guess.
Yes.
But we've agreed also at this table that it would be folly to invest too much in the northern corridor until we have an understanding of what it is we actually retain through this boundary review process. So that's currently where it sits, and I know a number of councillors, including myself and yourself, are sort of champing at the bit to progress through there, but it would be, I think, predicated on what happens in terms of the boundary review.
Yes, I understand that. So I would probably suggest to members that they go back, if they can find that report, go back and read it, and I'll do the same to refresh, because I think we need to be ready. And given the Boundaries Commissioners taking this time to do all of this, I think we have to ramp up our feelings on this whole matter, because it's really sterilising anything that we want to do in the future.
Yeah, well, we're in a holding pattern, as you know, Councillor Mather, until after the state has done its work on this, and I can't see anything happening, or certainly won't happen until after the federal election has been and gone, that the Electoral Commission completes the survey, which is the final step of the process, as I understand it, before going to the Minister for decision.
Yes. So what is the time frame at the moment in relation to the Boundaries Commissioner? What is the latest that we've heard as far as time frames, making decisions, votes and all that sort of thing?
We don't really have a time frame, because we were essentially told that they'd like to get the work done, the survey done, prior to the federal election. But the federal election is now looming, and I can imagine that the Electoral Commission will be busily preparing for that, as opposed to preparing for a survey of Livingstone Shire and Rockhampton Regional Council. So it's all got to be wrapped up by October this year, though. That's the deadline the Minister has set, and we would obviously like that to be wrapped up way ahead of that.
Yes. Okay, thanks, Mr Mayor.
So are we just receiving this report, Councillor Mather? You happy to receive it?
Happy to receive, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so move Councillor Mather. Can I get a second? Councillor Watson. Thank you very much. Any further discussion on this, Council? Do we need to go into debate? All right, so we've got a move of Councillor Mather, second of Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Reminding you, Mr Mayor, when you're talking about CQ Rock,
yes,
there was an issue in this report here in relation to the Rookwood Weir as well. That was the correlation I was making. Okay.
All right, 11.17, which is a development application for a material change of use for a relocatable home park at 78 Svensson Road, Zulsey. Welcome to the table, Erin.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, this was my conflict.
This is your conflict of interest, so we're going to need to resolve that matter first. Councillor Watson, would you mind explaining what your...
I'm concerned that I may have a conflict of interest. Aaron Salido, who's the person doing this project, I trained him as part of a cricket team when he was a kid, but also his mother did help me in my first by-election that I was in, where she handed out how to vote cards for me for 3 or 4 hours. I'm just wondering if that's a conflict of interest. Talking back 2019, she's now passed.
Okay. All right. So we have a situation where there's a personal relationship with the proponent. Councillor Watson has a personal relationship with the proponent, albeit a distant one perhaps, but the proponent's mother formerly helped Councillor Watson in campaigning. Mr CEO.
What would be the best if Councillor Watson was to declare that it was that he believes that he can reconcile that apparent conflict for the balance of his colleagues, and then it's up to his colleagues to determine whether that's acceptable or not.
All right. All right. So you believe you can exercise independent judgment on this, Councillor?
Well and truly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions of Councillor Watson? Councillor Friend?
Yes, Councillor Watson, do you actually socialise with this person and go to their home and have anything to do with their family?
I haven't seen Aaron in the skin in years.
Okay, and his mother who helped you campaign has passed, sadly.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right.
I think the fine line is there, Mr. Mayor. I'd be cautious if it were me.
All right. Well, you have an opportunity to vote accordingly, Councillor Mather. So we'll go to the vote on this, councillors. Is everyone happy to proceed to the vote?
My question actually is to you, Mr. Mayor or Mr. CEO. If councillors vote that another councillor should stay in the room, and say the OAA was sent an anonymous tip-off that they were in the room, would the resolution override any type of legislation or regulations through the OAA?
Well, resolutions, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CEO, don't necessarily override legislation, but certainly I think if we're investigated by the OAA, it's clearly in the legislation that we can determine whether Councillor Watson stays in the room by vote.
Thank you.
Also, I did help my father, who runs The Spectator, do an interview with him 8 weeks ago, I guess. I'm not sure. Just because my father was looking for a story, so I helped him do the interview. So I've just remembered that, so I better declare that too.
Okay. Yeah, I think you better go, Councillor Watson. I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah, I just remembered it because I was talking about it earlier.
All right, councillors, we're down to 6. The floor is yours, Erin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Justine's got a PowerPoint presentation that will just pop up on the screen there. There we go. Okay, so we've got a proposal for a relocatable home park at 78 Spencer Road, Silsey, indicated on the screen in the red area. And the proposal is actually aligning a development area similar to a retirement village approval that existed over the site up until recent times. The proposal is for 319 dwellings, a community centre, wellness centre, workshop, bowling green and tennis courts with 4 different types of housing products being proposed with a mixture of 2 and 3 bedroom units. Up on the screen is the layout plan, and the red inset is the community area, the community centre area. That's the 4 different types of housing products that are proposed. Mostly they're going to be 2 bedroom units, sufficient space for car parking, as well as a number of units able to contain caravans or boats as well. So the application was publicly notified where 1 submission was received. Officers have addressed all matters raised in the submission as detailed in the report. The development is located in the rural zone, adjoining urban uses next door, being the RSL care facility and the Sea Spray estate. And whilst the proposal is in the rural zone, it is for an urban purpose and is within a strategic framework map for urban purposes. It's considered that there's been sufficient reasons to support the development subject to reasonable and relevant conditions, and that the application will not impact the strategic framework or the overall rural zone intentions for that area. There is a covenant on the site which retains a significant amount of vegetation, also being within an erosion prone area as nominated by the state. Infrastructure charges around $5 million apply,
And as detailed there, the proposal is recommended for approval subject to conditions. I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Erin. That's great information there. Just a couple of little things. I looked this up on Google Mapping just to find out exactly what it looked like as an aerial view.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's salt pans around the edge, is it? So how would the astronomical high tide affect this area?
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Through the chair, you can it's a bit tricky on this plan, but you can see a very faint white line inside the red,
yes.
And even further in from that is actually the covenant area. So any of the storm tide hazard areas, which is what we use in all of our mapping, it is all contained within that covenant area, so not in any of the developable area as part of this development.
Sure. And just one other question. Being 700 metres from the nearest public transport, would the developers consider contacting the local bus company to see whether they may, if there's 351
319, yeah.
dwellings, 319 dwellings here, would that comply with the regulations perhaps for public transport to travel into that particular area?
I'm not aware of specifically if that would trigger. However, if the applicant wanted to speak with TransLink and negotiate with council on a bus stop location, they may well be able to do that, but there's no specific requirement from our infrastructure team to arrange for a bus stop outside on Svensson Road.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Erin, the purpose of these residences, that they're relocatable, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So how are they secured?
So the point
in
of
the
this,
event of cyclone and the likes?
Yeah, so any building located within this area will have to be rated to the appropriate building standards, including any cyclone ratings. There's a few different options for how they may secure it, and that's to come through as part of the building certification process. They could be located on slabs with bolts. And I'm probably not talking very technically about all these things, but at the time of this application, they hadn't given detail to us about the method, but that is all done through the certification process. But in speaking with our building certifiers today, there was a swathe of different options that they could use.
So they have spoken to our people in relation to...
They haven't spoken to our certifiers. They're using their own private certification team.
Yes, because this is a first for us.
It's the first relocatable home park under this definition set that we have
that we have
seen.
Yes. Yes.
We're seeing inquiries for a lot more. It definitely is a product that is, there's quite a lot of different uses of this nature in southeast Queensland around Sunshine Coast. It seems to be a product that must be cost effective in terms of the production side of the building and getting everything up and running, and then the size of the buildings.
So you've got a $5 million infrastructure charge for a start.
That's right.
It'd have to be viable.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, what I'm thinking is, if this is a first for us, I don't know how many more there are around the ridges, Mr Mayor, but we need to set the example to make sure it's a standard. It's not just going to be turning into something that it's a temporary and hangover sort of thing.
So the actual standard in terms of the building requirements is under the Building Act of Australia, so that is consistent. And then in terms of landscaping and setbacks, that's under our planning scheme, and they've generally complied with all of those requirements.
Yeah, what I'm thinking, we don't want it, shall I use the word, to turn it into something where you've got transients coming and going and they leave residual materials behind and it starts to look slummy. We don't want that to happen. So I don't know what protection we have that we can impose that would ensure that the standard of the outcome is acceptable, not just being allowed because it's out of sight, out of mind. Because I know some people who really like to look after their patch. Oh, stop it.
So I guess, councillor, that, I mean, this is no different to somebody building, this is no different to someone building a house or some units on their land. And that the obligations on the builder to make sure that the building's finished prior to a resident actually living in that structure is still
It'd
a
have to be a
requirement.
standard, yeah. I don't know whether we've made provision for that here, but, or whether we can actually do that.
So all of the conditions must be completed prior to commencement of use, so prior to a resident actually living in one of the units. And then the Building Act has a whole swathe of requirements about certain standards that are required to be finished before occupation, before an occupation certificate.
That's structurally though, that's
correct, yeah.
structurally, yeah, not aesthetically.
Well, aesthetically, council requires, as per the condition of the approval, the relevant landscaping for the stage to be finalised and, you know, the different stages depending on what's actually being constructed for that particular stage.
Thanks, Erin.
Okay.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, just some clarity, and if it's in the report, I do apologise for not getting across it as good as I maybe should. So they're not freehold, the ability there is not to freehold them to have individual owners, or is they primarily rented?
At this stage, it could be a combination of things. My understanding for this one is that there's some kind of management plan where they might enter a community management statement. Those details that don't form part of this application, that comes through at a later stage. So somebody could manage it and just rent out the units, or there is systems in place where you can actually purchase a unit. They still would have to go through what's called a building format plan subdivision, or a standard format plan subdivision, to look at essentially creating little individual freehold lots for each building, basically, just create it for the building.
And I guess, is it unusual for them not, or why is that not the requirement to provide that sort of clarity, or is that just accepted that's too stringent on the developer to have to provide that clarity?
Yeah, I guess.
Of something that potentially has a significant change in the amenity of the area potentially. Like if it was all renters, for example, would a planning department look from a social perspective that, hey, that's a concern for a number of reasons, or it would be good if you had 30% privately owned, or is that completely out of the realms?
It's out of the
responsibility
realms,
of
one of the things that was considered. This is a sort of different product in terms of size, and that actually adds to the land use, the land stock and the built form stock within the Emu Park area, where you have some larger houses at Sea Spray and the like. This is actually contributing to a variety of living options, albeit in a larger scale.
And all relocatable, which is very different. I guess the investment, if you don't mind me saying, Erin, the investment in costings of a relocatable as opposed to a permanently located would be somewhat different.
Potentially, yes. But these are, you can almost treat these as somewhat permanent, but except for the fact that they're quite easy with minimal work to unbolt and pop on a truck,
pick up and take away.
So I think when you look at the estate, and if you've been in southeast Queensland or around Sunshine Coast where there is a number of these, they present no differently to an over 55s living area. Right. Not that this is a retirement village, but that sort of communal living, shared areas, and it creates its own community while also contributing to the wider community as well. So I think it will present quite well for that area. Also, given that the RSL is next door,
and what won't be? Have you any idea why the definition is needed then of a relocatable home? Why put it in there in terms? Is that just to provide extra clarity about? Is that a marketable thing that?
I'm not sure. It might be something to do with the building process and the cost of buildings, but that definition was brought in by the state government specifically as part of the Queensland planning provisions in 2016. Our scheme adopted it in 2018.
So the definition of a relocatable,
Yes, yeah, that actual definition of
For
a
what?
relocatable home park.
Right.
As to the reasons, I'm not sure why, but it's different from multi-unit dwellings and
Yep.
different from a retirement village or different from a nursing home. But you might, yeah.
okay.
Thank you. Through the
Councillor
chair.
Friend.
Erin, there was one submission in the public notification phase, and within that submission they mentioned a 50-metre buffer. However, our natural resource management mentioned to condition this for a 7-metre buffer to allow emergency vehicles access. Could you explain the actual amount of buffer that should be there? Is it 50? Is it 7?
The scheme requirements talk about 50. The assessment via our natural resource team and the planners with supporting ecological reporting from the applicant has demonstrated that the type of environmental area that this lot is surrounded by, coupled with the buffer of the covenant, which is in the developer's land, allows for sufficient buffering to that environmental area. So the assessment by NRM and supported by the ecological report says that that is going to be sufficient to allow protection of that area, coupled with a whole swathe of other things like appropriate stormwater management, significant conditions about erosion and sediment control through construction and ongoing maintenance of that through the operation of the use, which is probably where you may well experience some of the more significant impacts on that environmental location. So there's some quite high level conditioning that you wouldn't see necessarily in some of our other permits, given the unique location of that land.
And taking into account the fisheries around the area, they would have to also be heavily conditioned in the operational side of things, where the stormwater goes, where the infrastructure is. Did I see in the application that there was a reserve as well within this 319 lots? A reserve or park for children to play?
There is shared community facilities. I don't recall a specific park, but it's around that. There's barbecue facilities, there's some buffer areas adjoining the covenant, which I believe the applicant is seeking to have some paths and seating and areas in.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Internal road network.
Yes.
I don't see anything in my agenda which shows the internal road network.
So the attachments, which is
Unless
the
I'm-
master plan.
I printed them off, but I just not too sure whether I've missed
It's on the
something.
screen.
Yeah, it's just the plan. The internal road
Oh,
network
yes.
is the greyed area there.
So the entrances, there's one entrance there,
There's one entrance onto Svensson Road.
and what's the road widths? I mean, are they any good for cleanaways and?
Internally, I couldn't tell you the
Handbag.
specific widths, but you can see that there's some wider roads coming through the gatehouse location up to the community centre, and it appears around the boat storage and maintenance areas. So they will have to negotiate commercial waste collection with a company, and they would manage that with them on site as to how that is all arranged and brought to the appropriate locations.
Shouldn't our requirement for road widths do that?
It's a driveway essentially. At this point in time, they're essentially driveways. They're not gazetted
So you
roads. We're
can't-
not
you
taking
can't-
them on. They're just so Australian standard.
One vehicle entrance, is it? So there'd be one-way traffic.
It's one way in, one way out. Yeah. So the Australian standard for on-site parking and manoeuvrability was assessed by our infrastructure team as part of this, and the conditions in the access and parking section, which is 5, has nominated the various standards, and the detailed design of some of that will be subject to the operational works phase, where more
So
plans
basically,
will
it's going to be
provided.
like, what do they call them? A green street, sort of narrow streets.
Well, they might. You have to think that. Yeah, and you have to think the more, unfortunately, more like a driveway, essentially.
So would a waste truck be able to access this?
Yes, a waste truck will be able to access, but it will be on negotiation with the landowner about locations and if bins have to be moved to particular places. It's not going to be a council service. It's going to be managed. You have to think this is being managed through community management statement, being a body corporate, it's on-site management. It's not just like people are fending for themselves in regards to everything. It's not like a normal street where we all have to put our own bins out and mow our own lawns. This is a management community essentially where these things are undertaken on behalf of the people who reside there. There's a lot of things done that aren't ordinarily done.
Get a picture of this. If the internal roads are like a driveway,
yeah.
Is there provision for two-way traffic on those?
I believe there is.
Or is it one way and follow the yellow brick road all the way?
No, I believe it's two-way traffic. So unfortunately, I don't have a development engineer who undertook the assessment available today, but I'm comfortable with the conditioning that I can see in the access works conditions that apply to say that they've been undertaken in accordance with the Australian standard. There's nothing out of the ordinary there, and it's simple, detailed design to come as part of the operational works phase.
And just one last question. What is the area apportioned to each house/car?
Yeah, so
carport?
if you want to think about it as a lot, even though they're not actually going to be freehold lots, there's two different sizes that are being proposed. One is 315 square metres and the other is 370-ish square metres. And our understanding, there is flexibility in how they may roll that out, but primarily I think they're going to be more looking at the 315.
Yes, because what I'm thinking, if the blocks, shall we call them blocks, are close together,
yes,
and the houses are relocatable,
yes,
they wouldn't be of a heavy brick nature,
no.
But they would be subject to fire. I'm thinking of anything swept through there.
Yeah, so or any fire ratings would have to be done, and that would be all undertaken as part of the building certification process.
I'm thinking the proximity to each dwelling.
Absolutely.
Whatever
minimum
certifications
separation
that they follow.
distances are all considered through that process and the setbacks through the certification
Yes,
process.
yes.
And if any particular types of materials or maybe no windows required along a certain boundary, that all gets picked up through that detailed process once they are set exactly on so what you see there in the report is the concept of the 4 different housing options. Depending on how they roll out their estate, they may select 2 of those for a portion. So once they actually bed down that detailed design, that will all get dealt through the certification process.
I'd like to see it be successful.
Absolutely.
But it does have its constraints and it does have its threats. I think because if you get into a good wind anywhere on the coast, it'll just flow straight through those houses, irrespective of how good the windows are. That's my concern. Little narrow streets, everybody in a panic to get out.
Right, Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you and also Mr. CEO, I can see that we have the Manager of Waste and Water here. And I was going to ask him, put him on the spot, so to speak, and just find out. It's 319 lots, so 319 dwellings, and the body corporate will obviously manage the waste themselves. So can you think of any area within Livingstone that we currently have this particular situation set up?
Well, I think it would be similar to some of the existing caravan parks.
So like a caravan park.
Where, there's a central point for people to take their waste to. That particular point or points needs to be accessible by a commercial truck.
Sure.
And that's agreed with the owner and the commercial entity providing the service.
Thank you. Thank you. So that makes sense. I just repeated so that the people listening online can hear that.
Any other questions, councillors?
The question I had, clearly this has gone through an MCU, and you've had one submission. I'm probably looking more for council's role to have a conversation with the community about this development, what it is, what it looks like, answer the concerns. I recognise the MCU, that's legislated to perform that function. and maybe I'm talking maybe more to the councillors as such, but I know when I was at the Emu Park Markets yesterday, on Sunday, whenever it was, nobody whatsoever knew about it. Now, that's not unusual, I guess, in some regards, but given the magnitude of this, and Erin, you're saying this is the very first time something like this has come to Livingstone.
We do have product that looks like this in some respect in some of the tourist parks or caravan parks, but an actual entire development undertaken with this product. It's the first application that we've got.
And there's other examples in the southeast where these are utilised, which I guess I could have done my own research. It would have been perhaps good of me to have done that. In the absence of, if a decision wasn't made here today, what would it mean for the developer, hypothetically, if this was deferred to allow more conversation with the community just because we thought it was a good idea? How does that?
So I think we're already over our statutory timeframe and we have an agreement to extend in order for it to actually come to this meeting.
Okay.
So we've got one agreement from the developer to extend it to come to this meeting as to how that would affect him. Based on some discussions in the last 2 weeks, the advice from his consultant is he wants the approval and he wants to get going. He's ready to go, basically. Yep. So I expect he may be reluctant to extend for another month or more to go to a council meeting. He has discharged all his obligations under the planning legislation to notify the community of his development. Mm. These definitions were advised to the community through a 2-month public notification process that council did when we undertook our planning scheme notifications. So those, you know, that's sort of been out in the public realm, but I acknowledge that, yes, potentially being a product that's not been here before in this form, there may well be interest from the community, but with this size of development and one submission in that location, we're obliged to assess it and make the determination based on those factors.
And following on from that, there were articles both in CQ Today and in The Spectator on this particular item, so that there has been some coverage to try and promote community awareness outside of just the signs out the front of the property.
So the decision is due tomorrow.
All right. So can I get a mover? Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, only to say that I think that our community is very lucky to once again have one of its sons come home and bring an idea that he's seen elsewhere to our community. The opportunity that this provides is both an economical form of housing as well as meeting a need that's in both our community and the broader region. While I do not wish to see council take any shortcuts in trying to meet the housing demand that we're currently facing, where we have processes that have been fulfilled, where staff have undertaken full processes that demonstrate the capacity of an application to meet council's requirements, I'm fully on board to see council move forward with this one and think that it's a great idea and commend the officers for the diligence they took in going through the report.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against the report? Would anyone else like to speak for the report?
Oh yes, Mr. Mayor, the developer's ready to go and councillors, I'm ready to say yes on this one. I think it's a really important move in the right direction with our especially with our housing shortage. In regard to concerns about weather and all that sort of stuff, if they've been happening in the southeast where they get many more weather events than we get, I think we can quite safely say that they're going to work, and I'm just hope that other councils will endorse this. And yeah, let's put it forward to the table, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right. Are we happy to wrap up debate, councillors? All right. So we're going to move Councillor Hutton. Did you want to wrap up, Councillor Hutton? Okay. Seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously for those that are here. Find Councillor Watson, please. Good to see you again. Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate that. Thank you.
11.18, policy review, management of waste and recycling services. Gentlemen, welcome to the table.
So we brought this to council, we've brought this to council briefing previously, so I think council's reasonably familiar with it. It's an attempt to streamline both the policy and the procedures. The overarching waste management of waste and recycling services policy then has a number of procedures below it. Probably the one that's particularly important to notice is the expansion survey results recommendation. And so we've had sent around to councillors prior to this meeting a recommendation that we revert back to the original wording which related to how we treated non-respondents to the survey. So council adopted previously an 80% approval rating for those in favour of being included in the designated waste collection area. The critical thing there is that once you're in the designated waste collection area, then you get charged for the service and you get provided the service. There's no opt-in, opt-out. And that's, you know, the only way that we can economically provide that service is that we go from house to house rather than hit and miss, if you like, which would push up the service costs for those who were included. So the policy that was adopted was that 80% of respondents needed to be in favour and any non-respondents were considered to be voting against the expansion of the area. We trialled that in the first community, which was Iron Pot, where we'd had residents request to extend the area. And I guess the percentage was very slightly under the 80%, I think it was 79.6%. And so, based on the policy, that area would have failed to get the service that a number of residents had requested. I think there were 15 positives and 3 negatives, no negatives and 3 non-respondents. So the question, you know, we need to just finalise, I think, today is whether or not we do consider non-respondents to be pro, con or otherwise. 3 councillors did respond, thanks to Councillor Friend, Councillor Hutton and Councillor Mather. Councillor Mather, you know, had a point that in common law, when we invite people to respond in regards to an application development or whatever, then non-respondents are taken to be accepting of the change. Now, haven't got anything firm to support that, but certainly that's the view that Council put on the table. And you know, that's kind of the critical question. So at the moment, I think we're in a situation where we could see the Iron Pot scenario repeated in the future. There's always going to be people, as we full well know, who don't respond regardless of the fact that it's something that they might later feel very strongly about. And the intention here was to say, well, no, you really do need to respond. Even in, you know, in this case, which was just 18 people, 3 out of the 18 didn't respond. That was enough to bring down the supporting majority to below the adopted figure.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you so much for this comprehensive look at the streamlining of all of these policies in the waste sector. It's really, really important that we actually look at this because we're a growing area within Livingstone. There will be further designated waste services. So my question is, when we send out the surveys to all of the potential residents that wish or may not wish to have this service, will there be something that is in bold capital letters noting that if you fail to respond, it would be classed as a in favour or a positive Will there be something within
So
that survey?
certainly, that's the intention. The letter that we did send out was obviously based on non-respondents not wanting the service, but that was made very clear in bold that if they didn't respond, then there was a good potential that their area wouldn't get the service.
Right.
But
So we can
still
change that around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
We can change the wording, but still, despite that, 3 people decided, or didn't respond for whatever reason.
Sure. One more question, but before then, Mr. Mayor, I'll move this. There's a map attached to this report right at the end, and I couldn't quite work out where you were going with it.
Yeah, sorry, perhaps that's a bit out of context, but it's just to say that once we've done the survey, the procedure says that we'll bring it back to council, and then we'll actually update the maps offline once council's approved the results of that survey. So in this case, yeah, we've got council's permission to adopt the area outside of the previously adopted policy, and that's the map that now is updated, and it will be included in our GIS record of what the designated waste collection area is.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Any other questions, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, I can only think that those 3 people who were non-responsive, they'll respond when they get their rates notice.
I just thought, Mr. Mayor, that if you didn't respond, it'd just be counted like they don't exist. As in, 15 respondents. They all say yes. That's 100%. Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, just the last question to Nige. You will be checking that common law theory. It's more than a theory, but you'll be checking on that?
I've looked. I can't find it. I've gone to our policy writer, Carrie, and she can't find it.
Okay.
So I think it's just difficult to find the actual context of where that might be.
Yes. Okay. Right.
So Google didn't help me. I'm afraid.
Yeah, just relying on Google. Not that you need
Well, councillors, we've got a mover and councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't see myself speaking to the report itself because it is self-explanatory, and if the community wish to see it, it is on our website. But what I'd like to take the opportunity to say is a huge thank you to our waste department, both Mr. Creedeman, Mr. Deacon, Leanne Randall and Katie Mitchell. I had a call from one of those residents over the weekend who actually must have been their first collection, and something happened with the driver and he didn't show up. This was Easter Saturday. Easter Sunday, I'm receiving emails from Leanne over the weekend, working it out with JJ Richards. JJ Richards then went out and collected it on Easter Monday, and everyone was very happy. But what actually impressed me the most is the fact that these people care for their community. They're not just faceless people who work behind concrete bunkers in some instances. They care for their community. They're a part of our community. They work for council, and they want the best for our community. They want others to be treated how they would like to be treated. So it was absolutely superb service on behalf of all of the waste services over this last Easter weekend to be able to drop everything in their personal lives and look after the needs of our community. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Well done to those staff involved. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton?
I have no concerns with the report itself. I think it provides clear guidance, and the clean-up of the policies is positive. I do, however, have a concern around the acceptance of non-returns as being a positive as opposed to a negative. I think it does draw us back to the early 2000s, and the idea behind nudge theory was that by providing people with a positive message that they'll follow on and do the right thing. And we see it with electrical bills where it says people in your area have used this much electricity, and we see it in other parts of our lives where it says, you know, most people pay their rates within 10 days of receiving the bill. These nudges to encourage people to make a good choice. In this instance, we're not providing them with a nudge, we're providing them with a whack because all of a sudden they're going to get a bill of hundreds of dollars for a service that they didn't ask for, that they didn't respond to, and we'll go, but we took it that you wanted it because you didn't reply to our survey. Livingstone Shire Council has undertaken a series of engagements in the last 2 years. In fact, a prolifera would probably be the word that comes to mind. Each and every time we see less and less response coming back from the community because in some ways they feel like they are surveyed out. My fear is that in an environment where we're seeing less people responding to surveys because they're feeling surveyed out, having the one survey that's going to have a $500 price tag to it that you didn't fill in, that you didn't respond to, that we take it to be a yes vote, it means that we're setting ourselves up to have problems and challenges later on. I appreciate the intention, and I think that, you know, as I said, there's nothing wrong with the changes provided through the policy and the clean-up. It's wonderful. It's just that that one point of contention, I don't believe a non-response should be taken as a positive, and the consequence for that to the individual family or the individual who was busy or who lost it in the mail or who went wherever is a very expensive one, and one that this council will have to manage going forward.
Through the chair, I have a question. Even though we're in debate, is that permissible?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. My question is, we send those surveys out through mail, but if they don't answer, do we then follow up with calls, emails, texts?
In this case, yeah, we send them out. If people have got the right contact details, then we send them out to the email address. We also email them out. So, you know, we make every attempt. But there are people who, you know, don't bother to update their correct details on council's rates database.
I appreciate what Councillor Hutton's saying, and is there a possibility that with these surveys for any new designated service areas that they could be noted on council social media platforms as a media release to allow people to have their say within that area? Is that possible?
I think we could do that, Councillor, but I'm not sure how much, you know, more likely we are to capture those 18 individuals, given that, you know, our website isn't supported by all 37,000 people that live in the Shire. So it would probably just be the few that tend to follow our media.
Certainly. Thank you so much. Council has ability to send out media release, and I suppose this is to you, Mr. CEO, send out media releases to the media, such as, I don't know, CQ Today, The Spectator, Korean Mail Online, Channel 7, Channel Win. Would that be at all possible to include these designated areas within that kind of media sphere to let people know that, you know, only those within that live in this area need to respond. However, we're trying to let you all know that this is really important.
Mr. Mayor, I don't imagine it would be difficult at all to utilise all of our channels that we normally do to draw people's attention to whatever the issue might be. These types of transactions happen rarely, so whether that multiple coverage at the time achieves the outcome that is intended, but the answer to your question is no. Yes, it can be done. No, it's not particularly difficult.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just clarify one thing?
Sure.
Sorry, just to take you to page 426, it relates to what Councillor Hutton said and what Councillor Eastwood said. You know, it states that a failure to respond will not be counted as either for or against the proposal, and only positive or negative responses will be considered when assessing whether the 80% supportive response rate has been achieved. So that's, you know, that's the final proposal. I'm not sure if everyone understood that. That's all.
Can you clarify that so it's a no vote is classed basically as not a no or a yes?
Sorry, no response.
No response.
Exactly. It's
just no response. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Knight, for clarifying that, because I too, along with Councillor Hutton, had serious concerns around that, and I probably would not have supported this if that had been the case, because ultimately we would have been interpreting a non-response as one way or another. I don't think that's right. So,
and so in the case of Iron Pop, we would have said, well, there's 15 positive, there are 0 against, so it's 100%. Yeah.
All right, thank you for clarifying that.
You're still not, it's not influencing the survey then? You're not
It is ultimately.
We'd still clarify in the wording that, you know, if you don't respond, we can't consider your vote.
Yep, and you're utilising this policy in that format to achieve your 80% on the yes, if you got yes voters of 80% in the catchment, and there was whatever percentage that didn't respond, if there's enough to get to the 80%, it's going to happen, and those non-respondents will ultimately be captured in that, whether they wanted it or not, or
that's correct,
irrespective of what their position was.
Yep. But
so ultimately, their non-vote is not influencing the outcome. Those that do respond will influence the outcome.
Yep.
So Councillor Hutton, ultimately, his position, I don't know that it's actually been, it hasn't changed or been addressed.
Because if 15 votes for equals 100% all agree, which means that it doesn't come to the council table, the outcome's the same, that you've got the disenfranchised or the non-respondents being.
The question I had was, would there be any benefit maybe in, say, using the rates notice as a time to survey these property holders, given that they're more likely to observe their rates notices? Like, could that be an instrument of greater relevance to a ratepayer, that a survey was, the rates notice was used as a survey tool?
possibly. I mean, it would cut down, it would lengthen the time frame between when a typical one could be considered. Obviously, in Ironpot, the residents were very keen to see this progress, and we said, well, actually, first of all, we need to adopt a policy on it, which we did through council, and then ultimately we, ran the survey and came back to council. So there was probably around about a 7-month delay for that. If we were only able to do the survey based on the rates notice, we'd probably drag that time out a bit, but it's
that's twice, the rates are twice a year, aren't
they?
I'm just curious whether that would probably attract a higher level of response. I don't know. I'd like to talk to a marketer maybe, a marketing expert, if you were going to be trying to maximise your connection, what is the best way to do it? And I know we've talked, Andrew, you've talked about various ones, and Carl said you were happy to do that, but it seems as if, like Councillor Hutton is saying, as if there's a growing disconnect for whatever reason, I don't know. I'm just wondering whether the rates notice is a critical or integral tool that we're not yet capturing, or not yet using.
I'm not sure how easy it is to do in terms of the actual mechanics, because of the fact that we contract that service out. So effectively we send our rates database to an external party who then prints them up and then sends them on to residents. So actually adding on, individual bespoke attachments for particular houses might be complex.
Question? Yes, question. Thank you. So if we were to leave it as a 20% no vote, so those that haven't responded are a no vote, when would it come back to the council table? Would there be a leeway each way? For example, a certain percentage each way that it may come back to the council table? If it was 83% wanted it, 17% did not want it, but the 17% were very vocal, extremely vocal about not wanting it. Would you bring that back to the council table?
Well, we bring it back to the council table anyway, because that's what the procedure says. So council would always get that option to say, no, we're not going to apply the policy there, as it did for Ironpot.
Sure. So if that's the case, and it comes back to the council table, obviously, if it was 50% no and 50% yes, we wouldn't go ahead with it because the policy is 80%. But if we just left it, just to move it along today, if we left it as it is, saying no, if people aren't going to respond, then that's classed as a no. It would still come back to the table if there was 78% of people that responded and said yes.
Yep, that's the agreement that we'll always provide a report. I'm hoping it'll be a very short, very simple one-page report that will say we've done the survey.
Yes.
These were the positives, these were the negatives, these were no response. Based on this, we're proposing to extend or not extend the designated waste collection area.
So what I'm gathering, just as a feeling at the moment, is that it's not going to get across if we don't do that. And if you're going to still bring this back to the table, then why don't we just leave it as it is and say that it's a no response is a no. how is this could be an issue for you as an officer? Sorry.
I think it's just around, you know, how many times you're going to have to adopt, you know, a policy on the run, rather than in accordance with the policy that we've got.
Sure.
80%.
I suppose when you think about the designated areas, it's not going to be a tremendous amount of them at any given time, is there?
No, hopefully not. No. I mean,
Yeah.
as you know, we're thinking that Kawarl would be the
Yes.
next 7.
Yes.
So that would be obviously quite a significant one.
Sure. Perhaps I would suggest I don't need a procedural motion for an officer's report, do I, to actually state that it should remain the same? Because if it's going to come back to the table...
Well, that's what it is now, isn't it?
Sorry, in the draft version that's here,
Yeah.
it's changed from the
noted,
previously
yes.
adopted.
Yeah.
So,
So your motion then would be an alternate motion to
Yeah.
actually leave it as it is.
Dr. Endorsement.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, council adopt the waste management person. Sorry, I won't be a moment. I'm saying yes, to leave it as it is without changing it to a non-respondent is a positive.
So that's within one of the policies, is that?
Yes.
So what you want to do is approve as is with the one.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
Until you get some clarification. I'd be happy to withdraw my second. I need clarification at this point in time.
Well, actually,
Well,
I think,
I don't have a problem with what Miles is doing.
are we okay? Are we agreeable to lay this on the table as well? You want to lay this on the table, councillors? Because I think it needs to be clarified properly. Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, the survey comes back.
I'm quite happy for council to deal with this today. I think it's just that one segment of getting rewording or saying that notwithstanding whatever it is, 2.4.7, where the amendment will be rejected.
All right. Well, we've got an alternate motion from Councillor Hutton, Councillor Friend. Was it an amended motion you're looking at?
well,
You want most of it apart from point 1, is that right? Do you want to change it?
one waste recycling procedure. No, I don't wish to withdraw my motion. Thank you. At this time, I wish to continue and vote on this today. However, part of today's motion for the procedures was to change it. How do we?
So if we vote on this now and it fails, we go back to the original policy. Is that right? Where it's no.
We go back to the original policy where it's no. However, what we're doing today is we're going to adopt that streamline for all of them, and we don't want to lose that.
So this is what concerns me about doing stuff on the fly. I'd much rather get my head around this properly.
It'd be cleaner to withdraw now and just start again, so everybody's on the same page.
Can I just, you know,
Have you got
clarify?
something to help us out with?
Yeah, well, just clarify again that 5.23, this is on page 426 of Council's report. Meeting of Council pursuant to Section 5 of Local Law Number 8 Waste Management 2018, a resolution of Council is required to designate areas in which general waste collection may be conducted. If the Manager of Water and Waste forms an opinion that the proposal to expand the designated waste collections is viable and there is an 80% supportive response rate to the service demand survey, the report to Council addressing the assessment criteria must seek a resolution to adopt the expanded waste collection area. So regardless, you know, it's always coming back to Council. I'm going to give those numbers which are, you know, 80% yes, 10% no, 10% no respondents, and then Council can do with each one whatever it chooses to do.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I continue with the motion.
All right. Councillor Mather, you continuing with the second or not?
I think there's a lot of confusion around the table, to be quite honest, Mr Mayor.
So you're withdrawing your second?
At this point in time, yes.
All right. So is there a second for Councillor Friend's proposal? Oh, hell, I'll second it, just so we can get debate going. All right, so councillors, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, and the second of myself.
based on the proposed change to the policy where somebody who doesn't reply will be interpreted as a yes. But, as the manager just said, if it's not an 80% positive response, then it comes to the table anyway.
Regardless.
It comes regardless. It comes regardless, even better, righto? So, we all clear on that?
Yes.
Councillor Mather? You want to go again? I'm happy to. All right. So, is there any questions around that, councillors? Want everyone to be clear?
I'm very clear.
I would like to get the common law statement to back up, to make sure everybody understands what it means. That's what I'd like to have, get some time to do.
Well, yes, the manager said he hasn't been able to find one. No, all right. Well, councillors, we're going to close the debate and go to the vote on this. Are you happy? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I'd like to speak there. So are we indicating that what we have before us now, the report, is the one we're actually debating?
Correct.
For now?
That's right.
So there's the fours and the yeses will influence the 80%, and the no voters will have no bearing on that percentage.
No. The absent voter. People
The absent
who don't
voters
vote.
will have no bearing on it. Okay. And the only ones that Nigel will bring to us in the future, the statistics that will come to us will be a breakdown of those who did vote, didn't vote, and no vote, as in absent vote.
That's it. So non-respondents, you'll still get the number for that, but it won't be included in the calculation of whether the 80% was achieved. But you'll have visibility on it. So you
And there's no delegation of authority here that the officers can proceed based on a survey that achieves 82%.
No, that's right. We have to come back to council to adopt the expanded designated waste collection.
Okay. So in some ways, the percentages, whilst they're interesting, you're still requiring councillors to ultimately approve it based on whatever we think is good evidence that we would support it for, whether it's a survey or chatting them out in the street or whatever.
We can have this discussion all over again each time it comes to the table.
Yeah. So policy ultimately is not really guiding a whole lot of change. It's just
guiding, not determining.
Just means whether you're voting
Council
or
can
the
depart.
officer's recommendation.
Council can depart from its own policy on every occasion.
Yeah, no, I recognise that, but ultimately we would hope that policies are constructed to make things more streamlined.
Notwithstanding though, Councillor Bello, that this hopefully won't come to the table terribly often.
Yeah. No.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion, please.
What's your procedural motion?
That this matter lie on the table until the May meeting,
Okay.
so that we've got more certainty, more understanding around the table on a common thread, because there is confusion as to what people believe or understand to be true.
All right.
And I would like us to see us all on the same page, whichever that page may look like.
We have a procedural motion from Councillor Mather that this matter lay on the table pending further consideration.
Mr Mayor, is there an expectation that there will be anything new or different provided in order to help that subsequent discussion?
Well, I'm going to go and deal with this procedural motion first, Mr CEO.
That may well.
If it gets up, that might be a bit.
Well, yeah, well, it might be, yeah.
If it doesn't.
If it doesn't. Yeah. All right, so procedural motion from Councillor Mather. All in favour?
Let it lie on the table.
Let it lay on the table, yep.
Yep.
You're moving it, lies on the table, okay. Those against? Motion is lost. All right, so we're back to considering this particular motion. Now, we're all clear on this one? Okay. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and myself. All in favour?
We're not debating. No.
Oh, well, sorry. Do you want to debate this any further?
Well, I don't think we've had debate.
Well, I spoke to it really early on.
Okay, so you're the only one that's spoken. Okay.
Right. Andrew spoke to it first.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
My apologies, Mr Chair.
Right. So, all in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? Motion is carried, 4-3.
Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Mather, Councillor Hutton. 11:19, CCTV CBD upgrade. Welcome, Sharon.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for having me this afternoon. Just this report follows on from the briefing session where the council table requested that we seek some further feedback from the benefited area property owners for the CBD CCTV upgrade. So following that meeting, we met with the engagement team when we sent out a survey to those people, asking whether they considered the CCTV upgrade to be a benefit, whether they were interested in it, whether they supported it, whether they thought there was a need for it, if they were interested in contributing to maintain a new service. And as a result of that, 123 property owners were engaged, 14 responses were received, and 5 responded that they agreed to contribute. So I guess the findings from our take on it is that there was a lack of interest in the CCTV upgrade in the CBD. And presenting today that the project doesn't proceed.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Just ready for any questions, if anybody has any comment on that.
I just had a question, Sharon. I noted in the report with interest that a lot of the businesses surveyed don't have their own CCTVs in-house either.
No.
Which is a little bit concerning because this is an option, I suppose, to provide them with some sort of protection. On the other hand, if they're saying they don't want it, they're not prepared to invest in their own security as well. So it's an interesting dynamic.
It was interesting, yeah. We thought we'd throw that one in to see whether they actually had their own internal CCTV.
Yeah,
So
great
what
question.
coverage there was in the CBD, so it was lacking.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other question? Councillor Watson?
Through the chair, Sharon, just wondering, how did we contact the business owners?
So it was sent out to direct emails through their rate base.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bell, are your lights on?
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
Can I just another one? I know that the police have, with the CCLA that I've been going to, the police and the pubs have been very interested in doing it. I'm just wondering if any of the pubs actually answered the question, because I still don't understand why state government hasn't brought any money into this.
Each of the responders remained anonymous. One of them appeared to be a pub, and they said that they had their own CTV and didn't wish to contribute towards council's CCTV system.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. Well, seeing I was the one that originally proposed this to the councillors, I'm going to move that we adopt this recommendation, much as I am reluctant to do so. I don't think we really have much of a choice. Seconded, Councillor Hutton. In speaking to this, councillors, I suppose I have to thank the officers very much for the work they put into this. It's been a significant amount of work to find out or come to a solution that hopefully is going to be acceptable to the community, because without their buy-in on these things and their willingness to support it, both I suppose personally as well as financially, then it's doomed to fail. We've done the exercise, we've come up with the cost, which I have to say just blows me out of the water, as does the cost to council for lots of different things, and going through our own budget deliberations at the moment, what it costs us to perform our functions on a daily basis never ceases to boggle my mind, but it is what it is. So thank you to the officers for your work on this, and I said reluctantly I'm proposing this, but no doubt there will be people in the community, including Queensland Police Service, who will be disappointed by this, but I don't think it's really council's responsibility to foot the bill on this without some form of assistance either from the business community or from our government colleagues. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, just to echo your sentiments around the work of our officers, it has been a bit of a tedious process, but I think it was really important that we did take the opportunity to go back to this business community. The CCTV cameras are never going to be the answer unless there is a partnership there that's behind them. And when council was willing to invest $400,000 in a process of covering the CBD, and while as a civil libertarian I was very anti having cameras full stop, I understood and appreciated that there's no point having these things unless the community buys in and supports it and partners with it. It can't be an investment that council makes to the exclusion of the business community or even the residential community. This survey, I think, speaks in some ways to what I spoke about in the last motion, that we may have a community that's over-engaged and as a response to that is less engaged, even in things that I believe that there's definitely more than 14 people in our CBD who care about this. Yet the survey results can only be used as the guide, and we need to use that guide to say that out of 14, only 5 would support having council invested CCTV put in, and only 3 wanted to participate in making any contribution towards the upkeep and maintenance of these things through the CBD. That is quite telling, and I think it's something that doesn't preclude us into the future and looking at a renewed partnership, but it does tell us that maybe the journey for us is going to have to start with that support in the community and the foundation for this to then come up, as opposed to council being the one who provides the solution, the answer, and then goes out to check. We weren't to know. I would have thought this would have been overwhelmingly well received, yet our feedback guides us, and in this occasion means that we won't proceed with this project. So I thank the officers for the time they invested. I thank them for the effort that they've made to communicate and the partnerships that we investigated. But yeah, it would appear on this occasion that the community's not on the same page, and that means that council needs to reconsider how it's investing the funds of the community for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any other comments, councillors, before we get closed debate? Councillor Mather?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. Members, considering the contribution that the council was going to, or prepared to make in relation to fight crime as a partnership with the police, it's a sad indictment on the community when it either fails to respond or fails to acknowledge that this is a partnership that must go on. We can't do it on our own, and they certainly can't do it on their own. If we use the same principle with the CC cameras as we would with a garbage extension, it wouldn't be going anywhere today, which is probably where we're going anyway, because the numbers are simply not there to support it. At least this is a clear-cut response that there's not enough interest to proceed. And we can only tell the people, we tried, we offered you the money, and we've got other places we can afford to put that now that will be valued. Unfortunately, that's a fact of life, Mr Mayor. And as Councillor Hutton says, perhaps we've
surveyed,
indulged in the surveys and public opinion. And I think we just need to bite the bullet sometimes and make decisions and say, well, look, you had the opportunity. They have to learn. We just can't mollycoddle everybody all the time.
Thanks, Councillor Mather.
And I thank the officers too, Mr Mayor, for doing the job that they have done, because it wasn't an easy one.
Yep. So we wrap up, councillors. I don't feel the need to wrap up, apart from again offering my sincere thanks to the officers involved with this. It's been a great piece of work. Got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Mr Deputy, I'm going to step out. No, sorry, 11:20, not yet. Which is the response to questions on notice in relation to the Yeppoon Lagoon. Sharon, this one is yours as well?
Yes, it is. So we responded, we had some questions with regard to the lagoon. First one was about the patronage, how the data is collected.
Sorry, excuse me, so Councillor Hutton's poised here?
Step out now.
Right,
And step back in when you step out.
Right.
I was just going to move that we receive them. I think that they're...
So you're happy with the report, Councillor Hutton? All right. So Councillor Hutton's moving. Seconding, please. Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the response? All right. Happy just to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right, so all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Councillor Bello might want to be a bit quicker. We might take a 5-minute break, procedural motion. Thank you, councillors. All in favour? Thank you.
I'm ready. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, councillors, for coming back. Could we have a motion to move back into... Councillor Mather has moved that. We re-adjourn the meeting. Is that the correct wording? All in favour? Thank you very much. And just for members that may be listening, or not so much members, but viewers that are listening online, Mayor Ireland has previously declared a conflict of interest, or actually a material personal interest, I do believe, in this matter, which is item 11.21. Thank you, Councillor Hutton, the Rec Point Shared Pathway. And the reason for that declaration is that the Mayor lives on the Matthew Flinders Drive, directly adjacent to where this project is to occur in whatever format it does. So has previously declared that this morning and therefore is no longer with us, and I'll be assuming the chair. And we'll now get underway. We have a 3-point motion there for us to consider, which is the officer's recommendation. I'm not going to assume there are questions, but if there is any, by all means, please, happy to entertain that, or unless Michael the director would like to provide us some commentary, perhaps where we've been and where we are now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just go back to October last year, where Council endorsed the two-way traffic flow and shared path option along Matthew Flinders Drive. We were authorised as officers to negotiate an extension to the QRA external grant of $500,000, which we have done, and that needs to be expended by the end of this calendar year. And then we were to develop a business case to deliver the project, and we've done that. It's in the Forward Works program, I think, from memory, $3 million in 23-24, so a couple of years away. But the first part of this project, though, is for us to look to spend the $500,000 from the QRA plus our own $100,000, which is in this year's capital program, on the first part of a long-term vision to have a shared pathway up to the lookout, and then ultimately back down to the beach, and provide good access for the community. So, I won't dwell on all of the particular options, but I'll just say that within the report on page 461 there is a range of original options which were included in October. There are some amended options. The existing approved option for an on-road pathway is in the order of $3.76 million. There is a boardwalk option which has come to light more recently as discussions and conversations with structural engineers. That's standalone boardwalks, $1.76 million, and there's a couple of variations there depending on whether we choose to upgrade the road with the boardwalk, or we can do that in time. But the costs are quite prohibitive for us to do the full work in the first stage, which is the $760,000 walking trail proposal. The officers have looked at each of the options. We've had a look at whether we could construct the start of the boardwalk down near the car park opposite Daniel Park. The costs there are quite prohibitive in themselves, and our recommendation is framed around us being able to achieve the construction of and expending the external grant funds by the end of calendar year, as well as contributing our own funds to something which will be able to be used as part of the long-term vision for a footpath walkway up to the lookout and beyond. So the proposal is for the officers to design and then construct the bridge section, which is partway up the the hill, which will be used in the ultimate design, and then formalise, I'd say, in a more usable pathways that can be used along the escarpment as an interim footpath to satisfy the QRA funding deed. We have had advice in the last month from the QRA that they would not support any extension in time, and a change in scope would not be circumstances that they would support any changes at all. So we've taken that into account when finalising this report and putting forward our proposal to, once again, as I said, construct the bridge over the drainage area halfway up the road, and then putting in the interim works to the existing trails on the escarpment. So I'm happy to take questions. There's been quite a lot of back and forth with this project. Happy to take any questions.
Through the chair, Michael, the 1.761 with the composite boardwalk, is that still drilling into the rock, or is that just following the contours of the rock?
They would have to be drilled into the rock as well. There'd be part of the design would be geotechnical assessments, and then there would be footings, concrete footings that would have to be drilled into rock faces.
That's been our problem, because we don't know what's in the rock, do we?
At this time, we don't. No, that part of the proposal will be we've engaged a structural engineer to do the design for us, and then we would expect that for them to certify their design, they would need to get some soil testing done and test the rock to make sure that it's stable and we can drill into it and embed our poles and so on.
Are we able to just go out and drill one hole to find out what it is, and then at least find out where we're going? Is that something that's possible?
Yes, when we do soil testing and rock investigation, we would do a series of holes, but because the rock can change from site to site, I don't think it's going to be impossible to build a walking trail boardwalk on the rock face itself. That shouldn't be the issue. I think the issue in my mind has always been the vision and reconciling how much it's going to cost ultimately, and how much we want to spend on this asset, and how we stage it. I guess there's a few facets to that. Yeah.
I just know that with Tony Lau's he's always given the same answer. We don't know what's in that rock, and it's going to blow out. And that's when you look at 1.7. Could it be 2.5? You know what I mean?
So when we've done the estimates, at this level of estimation, we would use a square metre rate. So we would say length times width times $2,500 or $3,000 a square metre, and that would give us the all of the design and the survey, the geotech design, construction materials, all as a lump sum. And we usually allow 40% contingencies at that very high level.
That's allowed in there?
Yeah. Not to say that estimation at 40% contingencies can't be exceeded. Like you say, depending on the material that and as we refine our estimates and we do more investigation, we become more confident with the final figure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm becoming confused as to what we've got, what we can do, what we've got money for, and what we can't do as an amendment. I really think we need to go on site and have a talk about what's where.
Thank you for that. The recommendation's up there. So, well, certainly welcome questions that try and clarify the officer's recommendation.
Change in scope. Michael,
Yep.
Are you able to walk us through the change in scope as to what we had and what we have chosen since to make that change?
Okay, thank you, councillor. So if we look at the agenda on page 456. Figure 2 shows a 2-lane road with a pedestrian walkway off to the side, which is the...
That's the light grey one.
Yeah, so that's an on-road option. So in the council resolutions, council's agreed to 2 lanes plus a walkway. So that's the council resolution. And what we've been trying to do as officers is to try to start the design so we can stage that that vision, I guess. And within the original scope for the funding from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, $500,000, the scope that the QRA have agreed to is a usable walking trail from Cooey Bay to the Wreck Point Lookout. So that was their scope when they gave us the $500,000. We have since, through council resolution, changed our scope to be an on-road footpath, which is as per figure 2. And what we're saying is that we need to, in the officer's recommendation, we need to ask council to change back to the original scope, which is the off-road sort of the formalisation of the goat track, if I call it that, and the boardwalk bridge section, which will help expend our money in accordance with the QRA guidelines. It will do it within the timeframes and the scope, and it will also set us up as part of stage 1 of this vision of a ultimate footpath.
Having the walkway on the roadway, we realised that in the beginning, that you couldn't have two-way traffic and an on-roadway path as well. We identified that. That's why we went off-roadway.
No.
Well,
We always had 2 lanes.
Yes.
With an extra lane for walking, which is all one.
Like Statue Bay.
Like Statue Bay.
Councillors, given that we are in full debate, is there anyone that wants to move a procedure that we suspend standing orders to allow for some free-flowing discussion? Otherwise, we're going to try and... Councillor May, did you want to move that? Okay, those in favour of suspending standing orders to allow for free-flowing discussion? Right, yeah. Okay. Councillor May, your question about what did we originally approve?
Yes.
My understanding is that diagram there, Michael, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the one that was originally approved, figure 2?
Yes.
Which was a retained eastern wall to accommodate a concrete footpath.
Like Statue Bay.
Like Statue Bay, that was the original one. Yeah. So does that...
It's off the road, it's off the road.
Well, it is off the road by definition, yes, but it's incorporated into the road design by virtue of a retained retained engineering.
Yeah, so where the, sorry, can I speak for a sec? Where the rock wall falls away, we'd build a retaining wall up and then bring the walkway out to it. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, does that clarify, Councillor? Yep.
Thank you. We've still got 500 from the state and we've got 100 from ourselves. And you're saying we need another 160,000 to get to Wreck Point. When you're talking about the bridge, we need to do a bridge in this.
So if you turn to figure 3 on page 457, it shows midway up the roadway. There's a brown section there, dark brown, which is a bridge. If you printed it out in colour, so that section there is what we're proposing as officers to build as part of the first stage with the $500,000 from the QRA. But because we're not proposing to do the ultimate construction initially, we would have to just tidy up the existing goat tracks sorry I keep calling them goat tracks, but they're just off-road through the grass pathways, just to give us the pedestrian access up to the lookout, which satisfies the QRA, and the $500,000 that we would put into the bridge there section, that would stay as the ultimate. We wouldn't lose that asset.
Right, yes.
Just through the chair, Michael. So the bit that's sort of after the brown bit, and it's the goat track as we're calling it, is that just going to be a gravel or something like that?
Yes.
So have we any idea what the cost is for there to that next bit, and then from there to Rec Point, if we did it in concrete or something like that?
So we've got a cost estimate of $50,000 for gravel, and we would do that to the say the National Parks standard, for just a walkway standard.
Is that with steps and things, or just straight?
We would, if we had to put steps in, we would, but we would try and just work with the contours and use decomposed granite or that sort of thing. We haven't done a costing for concreting that because it's really meant to be a fairly informal, nature-based walkway, and in October, Council changed its view that we probably wouldn't go that way and we'll head towards the on-road, so we haven't actually looked at concreting it.
We're struggling with cheap alternatives. Is there a problem with, if we go with the decomposed granite, where it's just going to keep getting washed away when it rains, being a hill?
Yeah,
and there's ongoing
part of the
maintenance.
Part of that can be an issue if we don't design some cut-off drains. I've done sections in similar areas where you might mix it with some cement, soil binder, cement, so that it doesn't wash away as easily, and you cut your drains, and maybe I'll have some other. It's a bit like building a road, really. Have some floodway type construction at different places.
Would it be a service that people on wheelchairs would be able to use?
No.
Okay.
No.
Certainly not.
My question would be, what is the width? I think we dealt with this one before. What is the width of the pathway?
The interim pathway, the walking track would only be a metre.
Can we just get the term right as to what we're dealing with? We're dealing with a walking trail, shared pathway.
So when I talk about a walking trail, I'm talking about the gravel track through the grassed areas, just as the interim solution, and I would say that would only be a metre wide. But the vision is for a footpath, shared use footpath along the edge of the road, and my recollection is that would be 3 metres wide.
Does it need to be 3 metres?
So
that's a lot. It's a lot of space.
The minimum shared use footpath is 2.5 metres to allow people to walk, and then scooters and bikes and so on. Why I say 3 is because the on principal cycle network, where we expect people to maybe travel a little bit faster or maybe travel greater distances to get across suburbs and so on, we tend to look for a 3 metre path as our standard. But 2.5 to 3 metres is a reasonable standard. So that's the ultimate vision, whereas the interim, we're suggesting a metre wide gravel pathway just to tidy up what's there through the grassed area.
What I'm thinking is if we do a 3 metre from Kiwi Bay on up the hill, one would expect that it'd be 3 metres all the way through to the scenic highway. One would expect
yeah,
that.
one would expect that because that'd
and
be
I'm thinking, do we need 3 metres? When you start looking at 3 metres, it's fairly wide. I mean, it would sort of save in cost, but I'm looking at practicality. If we're looking to support this concrete 3 metre road, it would be a road, it'd be heavy, it'd be wide, carry a car. Can we get away with the 2.5? I mean, would it service our needs?
Perhaps if I could say, the width of the path, perhaps at the moment, whilst it's an area of interest, it's not essential, I would ask you to think more about what are the elements that we're going to support. You know, not so much we want to debate the width of the path, but do we want to support the officer's recommendation, which is nominating, basically we revert back to the original funding application that we made for the Wallaby track or the Bushwalkers track, right? Secondary, we want to support their recommendation for virtually an all-concrete path which is retained by retaining wall blocks around Rec Point. Michael, you pull me up if I'm wrong. That's really what they're asking for now. Or alternatively, have we got another direction we want to go? Not so much the width of the path is probably the point I'd want to, otherwise we're going to be here for a heck of a long time.
Well, that's just, the width of the path is just one factor, because we're looking
Yep.
at asking for another 160,000, and what after that?
Yep.
I mean, if 2.5 metres can service our needs,
Yeah,
and
but
it's
2.5 metres on which design? Like, we haven't yet nailed down the design, as in we have.
We're talking 3 metres from Killy Bay Beach.
Yeah, Councillor Mather can just, yes, we are. We're talking about which design are we going to endorse. The actual intricacies of that design is something we could test out further, but we need to bed down which one are we prepared to support. Okay, because
What do you mean, which one of?
Well, there are several options that we may have at our discretion.
Well, where are
Okay, well, for example, figure 4 on page 458. That one up on the screen there. That one there came about through private consultants that council engaged. Okay, a structural engineer, a private firm, who also in turn engaged, subcontracted a coastal architect. That's the design that they come up with there. Okay, that one there is, as it's described in there, it's separate to the road. Okay, so it's not connected to the road as such. It is much less obtrusive on the visual amenity of Rec Point, so it won't look like the Statue Bay type retaining wall. It has a combination where they've achieved on-ground concrete path to reduce the cost, and where they have the boardwalk, it's so you don't have to build a retaining wall. So they've done a blend of all three, which interestingly the officers say. However, officers reason that the new design provided by the consultants is worth further consideration. So that's an option that potentially we have. However, the report before us is stating that the retained one with primarily concrete is their recommended one to us. So we do have a choice there.
Michael, the number 4.
Yep.
The boardwalk option through
Yep.
That won't satisfy for the 500,000, is that right? Oh, sorry. That won't satisfy for the 500,000, is that right?
No, so the 500,000, we need to be able to get from the Daniel Park up to the Rec Point. So what we're suggesting is that the only way we can spend the $500,000 and retain it for an ultimate vision is that if we spend it on that bridge structure, the boardwalk bridge halfway up,
bridge, which is going to have to be built anyway.
That's going to have to be built everywhere anyway. So our recommendation is to do that and then just tidy up the existing walking tracks through the grass with the gravel, and that we satisfy the QRA. We set ourselves up for the future, and we just provide that linkage, and then the debate then moves to, do we build a concrete and retained structure as per the original resolution, or do we go to a more of a sympathetic boardwalk structure? I think in the table it said the cost differential, if we build the road and this structure, it's an extra $500,000 or something.
So if we did do the bridge and follow that, can we then later on go down and go to the amended boardwalk option figure 4? Can we do that at a later date?
Yes.
Sorry guys, I've got a migraine, so I'm having trouble looking up. You're all blurry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through yourself to Michael, I propose a procedural motion that number 3 at this point is removed, so that the allocation of the original budget will endorse the bridge and the walking tracks, and just to get the project started, and then come back to the table for debate on a further boardwalk, as you've suggested, Mr. Deputy Mayor, or a concrete path. But to debate that concrete path, we don't have the money in the budget for the $3 million anyway, and nor do we have the money in the budget for the $4.26 million. I think I have to reread that for the complete boardwalk and road as well. As Mr. Lau has said in the past, the roads must be sorted at the same time, because it will work out cheaper in the long run, whether it be a boardwalk or a concrete path. So to remove the point 3 at this stage, and just to endorse the other 2, which is the bridge, which we need, and that will be a lovely initiative. Yes, initiative for the Cooee Bay residents to see that council are starting on a project, and it will, work with the criteria that we have. So that's my procedural motion to remove point 3.
Just to clarify, I guess, we're outside of standing order, so
Oh, I beg your pardon.
But certainly when we go back...
It's a foreshadowed motion. I forgot we were in standing orders.
No, that's
my
okay.
apologies.
Certainly when we go back in, there would be the scope for that. Okay. So are we clear that there are different choices for us to make here? We have the scope to make different choices. What the director is saying, though, that the choices that are probably... Michael, could you articulate what you think the most important decision that we make here today, or choice that we make here today is?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's the key point and most important decision today is for us to get clarity around what part of the vision we can start to work on, so we can spend the grant by Christmas and the money is not wasted, so it fits into the ultimate vision for the council. So our recommendation is that we put that money into the bridge section.
Okay, so that's good. And the bridge element, which is, I think you've nominated 160,000, is it?
No, it's the original budget is $600,000.
Yep.
That's 500 from the state, 100 from ourselves, which is in our current capital works budget.
Yep.
In reviewing this with the structural engineer in the last few months, we've had to update our cost forecast from 600 to 760. Okay. And that's why we're requesting an additional 160 in next year's budget.
Okay. Right. That gives us a bridge and a goat track up to the top. I reckon we just have to do that.
Yes.
In terms of figure 4, which is the consultant's version, so either of those could be worked into this Wallaby track and bridge. So they would both complement. What I'm saying is we're not going to corner ourselves if we support the decision to go with the Wallaby track and bridge. We're not going to then ipso facto automatically, you now have to have the retaining wall and concrete. We could, as a table, choose to go with figure 4, which was the consultant's recommendation.
That's correct.
Can I just... Yep.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I take on board what Councillor Friend has said and think that in removing point 3, what we should instead do is defer this decision to the budgetary process, and that way we can deal with it in a budget meeting when we're talking about capital for that element of the project, and it will come back as part of that. So instead of just removing it wholeheartedly and taking it out, I'd have refer the balanced budget, or would have to change the wording of it anyway to work out what it means, but have it referred to the budget process.
So effectively,
Not yet.
we would be perhaps walking away a little bit from an actual agreed position on what the pathway is, or we're actually saying we're going to look broader at.
Yep, number one and number two needs to be done.
Stage two options.
And then defer it to the budget, because that's ultimately going to be the decider as to which years can we afford to be investing 3 point or 4 point, whatever the millions of dollars in. That's the place.
Just to
Someone like to move that?
question 3, number 3.
We'll go out of. Okay, no, we'll pause and go.
Just question. Endorse the balanced budget of 3 million. Where is that money now?
It's not there.
Where is it coming from?
It's not currently there. It was to be added to the capital budget, which is why I think it's
So
a
in
good
other
idea to
words,
have a conversation.
3
with this
million
budget.
plus 160,000. Is that what you're saying in the next budget?
So in the
If that budget
in the
is
next
not,
budget,
if that 3 million is not in our budget now,
In the forward works budget, then Michael's probably going to explain what do we have in the forward works budget for Matthew Flinders Drive upgrade in terms of the road and the path.
is that the roadway material money?
We'll hand over to Michael to explain.
So we do have a business case for $3 million, which has been slotted into the 23-24 capital works program.
23,
So not next year, the year after. So it's been earmarked to go into the program in 2 years' time, and that will be. It was at the time it was written to renew the road, the 2-lane road, plus do the on-road concrete footpath and retaining structure. If this resolution is to defer those discussions, then that 3 million will still sit in 23-24, but it might have to, if it ends up being a standalone boardwalk, it might end up being 3.5 million or 3.6 million instead. So that's to be discussed later.
Would it be any benefit? I don't want to prolong this, but it's important because if we get this wrong, we're going to get it wrong big time. If we've got, is there any opportunity to bring that $3 million forward to be able to work in conjunction with the pathway?
Not really.
Because as Tony says, it would be cheaper if we could do them at the same time.
It would be cheaper to do it at the same time if we're going to upgrade the road and then build this footpath. But we can do that at any time as long as we do it in step. We'll do it as efficiently as we can. But to bring it forward, it's an extra $3 million on the program, which we've already shown in year 2, not year 1, and that would put cash flow pressures on our budget, and it would also put resource pressures on trying to deliver a $3 million project in next year's budget. It would just be too much effort. I'd suggest that it'd be best to deliver the bridge and tidy up the footpaths in the grass, and then we'll worry about the road and the balance in the vision in a couple of years' time.
As the need or the priorities are determined by the table, ultimately.
And while they're looking at taking the path forward,
Yes.
I think it needs to be looked at now as to what the width of that pathway is going to be. If you're going to endorse 1 and 2.
Well, I guess my response to that is I don't believe that what we've narrowed this down to now potentially, that it's critical that we determine the width of the path. Michael, what have you got to? I shouldn't say what have you got to say about that. I'm curious from your.
That's true. If we get the resolution to go forth and construct the bridge, and that's the component that will outlive the project. It's the first stage. So if we're silent at the moment on the design standard, so from the point of view, we have to work out the exact material and the look and feel, and that includes the width. we need to work through that quite quickly. But the first step is the vision. Does the council support the bridge as stage 1 by Christmas? And very soon after, in the next few weeks, our structural engineer can have some sketches of what it might look like, artist impressions and so on, and that'll include the width and the height of the rail and all the other sort of things. Yeah.
Okay.
So that goat track going forward, the grassed area goat track, where would that come to under 1, 2 and 3 here? Certainly 1 and 2.
Basically one, it's encapsulated in one there.
Can we get the map back?
So we'll come up off the beach place.
Number 3.
Yep.
Oh no, wait a minute.
We'll go up to,
Number figure 4. Figure 4, please. Michael?
Figure 4 was the consultant's version
Yes.
of another, completely separate to the
Yep.
Wallaby track. They've got no interest in the Wallaby track, the consultants. So this is purely
Yep.
back to the original project that was put
Staying
forward.
close to the hill.
Sorry?
Staying close to the hill.
No, it's going all over the hill, the Wallaby track. And what the officer is requesting that we go back to that original plan that was approved. Okay? Because, and the reason being
Well, I
that...
want to know where that track's going.
Yep, it's up there. There you go, it's on the screen.
If I may, just
Yes,
so through the chair, just to clarify, Michael, the whole scope of this was to keep the funding so that we can use it. The tracks are a part of that funding, but that having those enables us to have that bridge that we desperately need. And they're okay with who are they again? Queensland
Reconstruction
Authority are okay with that. So to keep the funding, the tracks are going to be looked at, but the main part of that is going to be that bridge area from the beach across from, and that will be the beginning of the whole project. And then Councillor Hutton has suggested that we defer the discussions for the $3 million in the budgetary discussions that we're having.
Yeah, maybe the deputy would like to go across to the board and show me exactly where he believes the Wallaby track is going to go.
Look, I'm happy to do that. It's not where I believe it's going to go.
Well, you need to convince me that you know.
I don't support the Wallaby track, but it's a bit like the Marlborough sign thing. In order to try and make good of something, that's what we're here trying to do. That's where you'll start. Right, so you can put your shoes on, walk out along the rocks.
There's nowhere in the world I'd support that. Nowhere in the world.
Yep. Okay, well, that's up to you. Then you go up the rocks, link in with this here, go along the bridge. It's going to be fantastic for Matthew Flynn's job and will be well supported by the community.
Where's the lookout? Point to the lookout.
Well, wait up. If you let me finish, you're actually going to show you where we're going to go. You'll chat to me there as I'm going down, you're coming up. We'll cross on the bridge. Then the Wallaby track goes down off the road, links up with the bottom lookout. That's the top lookout. That's the bottom lookout. That's already there. This track goes along there, it wraps around, all the way down there, going to the northern end of Lamore Beach and have a chat to Mr. Hooper, talking about his sewer manhole that we've covered over. Right? That's the Wallaby track that's approved.
So
where does that?
Sorry. So through the chair, Michael, just to confirm again that the Wallaby track is not the main issue here, it's the bridge. But in order to get that bridge under that funding, we've just got to do something, zhuzh up the Wallaby tracks a little bit.
Absolutely. Yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah, so the main thing is the bridge.
And perhaps, Michael, if you could provide us some sort of confidence that, hypothetically, if the bridge came in at double the price, just say, that instead of coming back to the table and needing double the money, aren't we able to reduce the width of the Wallaby track for only one Wallaby? For example, not have an extravagant Wallaby track, but we have a bridge that we can afford and doesn't require more funding from the table? Is that something that we can look as being the primary important element, and the Wallaby track will be whatever the budget is left over caters for? Does that make sense, or is that an unrealistic question?
It makes sense. I think from memory, the amount of budget we've allocated to the Wallaby track is $50,000, and there's $710,000 to the bridge.
Right.
So if we have an issue with the bridge budget, we won't have a lot in the kitty there. But yes, we've done our estimates, and we've been fairly conservative because we've only got high-level estimates at this time. And like as everyone's said a few times now, the bridge is the critical link to the future, and the Wallaby track is really just an interim step.
Yep.
Community do use it, and it gets us where we need to be with the state government.
Okay. Anybody like to move that we come out of, that we reactivate standing orders? Councillor Mather, did you
resume standing orders?
resume standing orders? All those in favour? Okay. Well, thank you, councillors, for, I guess, your everybody's contributions. It is an important project and one that's been going for quite a while. And you're right, Councillor Mather, we want to get it right. This may be what right looks like, but ultimately we're going to vote on something to inform the officers, importantly, that we can get this thing moving. We've all got an opinion on perhaps, the last 12, 18 months of this, but it's about putting that aside and trying to work constructively to come up with the best possible outcome at this point in time. So, are we clear on the motion?
Yes, we have to vote on the first motion first, and that falls through. You don't. We can just go through to the alternative. Is that a procedural?
No.
You've really got a foreshadowed motion, haven't you? Like you haven't amended. That wouldn't be an amendment to the motion, I think. Or would it be classed as an amendment?
Mr. Mayor, can we hear what the alternative motion is?
No,
or the foreshadowed motion.
Or potentially the
I'm happy
amendment to the
that.
motion.
What was the foreshadowed motion?
The foreshadowed motion that I'd said was to remove point 3. Councillor Hutton then said, don't remove it. Let's defer discussions in relation to the balanced budget of $3 million to form part of the budget discussions. And I totally agree.
So you're back to the original motion, Mike, with the removal of 3.
No, 3 has been, well,
Removed.
I'd ask the CEO, has it been amended? Or has it significantly changed the course of it?
So, Mr. Chairman, what's at the top of the page is an officer recommendation. There is no compulsion on the council to put an officer recommendation, so it is not a motion.
Yep.
There has been an alternative motion crafted that's at the bottom of your screen. If someone is prepared to propose that, that can be put and voted on independently of what's at the top.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that.
Thank you. Councillor Friend is going to move that. Do we have a seconder?
Hang on.
Yes, Councillor
It's an
Mather.
alternative motion.
No. Well, no, we've just...
So the top one's not a motion. It just is a motion.
Okay, so this departs from a procedure as well. That we
Well, it may
the motion
it
and
may
then
not
it
be
gets
exactly
lost and then we put the
consistent.
alternative.
May not be exactly consistent with what we've
I
done.
don't
We
have
had
a problem.
Okay, so clarified by the CEO that this is a satisfactory way to do it. There was a recommendation prior to this. We've now come up with this motion here that's come from the table, and it would, Councillor Friend, you're prepared to move it?
Yes, thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Watson? Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just would like to say thank you very much to the officers and to yourselves at this table as my colleagues in debating and speaking about this. It's so important for the people of Cooee Bay. This is the first step in the right direction, something we can tangibly see happening and occurring. It's not pie in the sky. It's not a wish list. It's actually going to be happening, and this bridge is an integral part of that. And so be it that we need to upgrade the goat tracks a little. We'll do that also, because there are those in our community that would love to be able to walk upon them. However, the bridge is the main issue here, and I am thrilled to be able to put this motion through, and also then to undertake Councillor Hutton's suggestion of deferring the discussions so that we can discuss them in depth at our budgetary deliberations. Thank you.
Any speakers against the motion? No? Well, on that note, unless there's anyone wants to make further comment, I think we will call the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is passed. Thank you, councillors. We'll ask the Mayor to return and
First one is 12.1. Pardon me, questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to drainage on Hoffman's Kawonga Road. Councillor Mather, you want to speak to your report?
Mr. Mayor, as you know, that yourself and myself and the director went out there to meet with one of the residents in relation to the flooding that does come along the driveway opposite the intersection with Hoffman's Road and Kawonga Road. And by the resident, his opinion was, and he's lived there a long time, that the drainage there could be simply alleviated by an increase in the shape of the table drain and a bigger pipe underneath Hoffman's Road at that intersection leading to the creek. I don't know how much truth is in it, I haven't explored it, but I heard that there was a plan to do something with the causeway itself. That causeway has already been dug up and replaced, and I was horrified to think that we'd be doing it again if we didn't get our levels right. So I'm just wondering what plans have been made or are in place in relation to the causeway, number one, and in relation to just reshaping that table drain and putting a bigger pipe under the road.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Those matters are raised in your notice of motion and the questioning therein, and the officers will no doubt respond to that. So we're just receiving this today, councillors.
Yes.
So you're
So
moving,
be it,
Councillor
Mr. Mayor.
Mather.
Thank you.
Seconded, Councillor Watson. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 12.2, pardon me, is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to freehold land on the corner of Oak and Golding Street, Emu Park. And the recommendation is that council officers create a report for the procedure and costings to change freehold land into a council reserve or create a covenant located at the corner of Oak and Golding Street, Emu Park. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my community voice panel, it was brought up in general discussion and not official with some members in relation to this particular area. I actually sent off to council officers to ask, are they council owned, before I put this notice of motion in. The answer that I received back in writing was yes. So I have a quick question, and my question pertains to the officer's comment under this notice of motion of mine, saying that the balance lots, there's only one zoned residential. Council owns one lot. The balance lots are a mixture of councillors' trustee or unallocated land, so all estate land. I have a quick question in relation to this because the information that I received from the officers was that it was council owned. As you know, we as councillors don't have the ability to hop onto council programs to find out who owns what. So we often ask the officers for this information. So in saying that, I have a quick question before I go into more detail about it to Mr. CEO. When council is trustee for property, will it show up in the NAR, the name and address register, on Pathways, which is the program of council, that council, it says Livingstone Shire Council if they're a trustee?
Mr Mayor, in my experience here and elsewhere, it is mixed. It will often be indicated that the Livingstone Shire Council may well be the owner, but a title search will show that it is in fact the trustee and not the freehold owner. There are historical problems where inputting at the time was perhaps not as complete as it might have otherwise been. As I say, it's quite common in council databases, so it often comes down to whether someone's done the title search or not to properly verify whether the council's database that nominates the council either as the owner or controller of the land, whether freehold title is held or not.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Mr. CEO. So continuing with this, members of my community voice panel having an informal discussion have indicated that in Emu Park, this particular reserve that is just looks like a natural reserve, not a mode park, gives the place aesthetic value. It's home to wildlife, it's home to native plants, and so I was just asking for a report to come back to find out whether we can, what the cost and what the procedure would be if we could turn this into a reserve. I'd still like to proceed with further information because there were lot and plan numbers and addresses given to me in relation to this particular area, and I'd still like to find out what the information is.
Sure. All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. And I'm sure if Council adopts the recommendation, you'd be more than willing to work with officers to sort of come up with an appropriate report structure anyway. All right. Any questions of Councillor Friend on this one, councillors?
Second, Mr Mayor.
I just want a second at this point. Thank you.
Question, if I may, Mr Chair.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So specifically, this is to create a report to help inform us of a potential future decision, or is this the decision to change the freehold?
No, not at all. It's a report for costings and procedure for a future potential decision. Not necessarily it will go ahead, but at least then we have the information, and not only do we know it at the table for this particular area, but I can take that information back to my members at the Community Voice Panel as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Through the Chair, Councillor Friend, have you got any visions of what you want to do with this if it happened?
No, there wouldn't be any visions. It would just be leave it as a natural habitat. Certainly, there would be community groups that would be looking at helping de-weed if there were weeds in that area, but a natural habitat for fauna and flora.
All right. Okay, councillors, any other questions? We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, I just suggest that this goes through, and we're waiting on a report. It's merely a report to say what can be done and can't be done with that piece of land if somebody has a vision for it. And in the interim, I'd encourage members to go and have a look at it and just see what they're talking about when we come back with that report.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Mather. And Councillor Friend, might I be so bold as to suggest you put a time frame on this so that officers have some sort of time frame on which to work to?
Certainly.
End of June.
Would you consider maybe the June meeting, Mr CEO?
My next Community Voice Panel is in early June, so I'll just have a quick look. It would come back to a briefing session, I imagine?
No.
Can do.
And I'm just popping in. I do ask for your patience while I have a look at my calendar, if it would work quite quickly. June. So my next briefing session actually would be on the 3rd, a Community Voice Panel, I beg your pardon, on the 3rd of June. So we wouldn't have a briefing session till the 7th of June, I imagine.
No, probably
No.
not. No.
So I would say June or July. I'm happy with that.
All right, Mr. CEO, either?
I don't see any problem with achieving either or of those dates, Mr. Mayor. It would appear from what's available that some homework has been done already, so I imagine it'll be reasonably straightforward.
All right. So perhaps if you put to be presented at the June briefing session. Happy with that, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Right, councillors, we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and Councillor Mather with the little addition on the end relating to the briefing session. Councillor Friend, your lights on? Yep. Okay. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, members.
12.3, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Marlborough Works Depot. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to say as an intro that I was disappointed to learn via the community that there were plans to close down the depot in Marlborough. You know, as a member for that area for a very long time, I was the last to know what the plans were. That disappoints me. We're supposed to be family. We're supposed to share information, share vision. Doesn't always happen, although we still try. In fact, I think the plans are a long way further than I thought. I wouldn't like to see this depot closed because you will kill off a community. Because you've got people in that area who actually live in that Marlborough area and they would have to travel from Ogmore to the caves. It's an hour and a half drive to get to work, then an hour and a half to get home. That's before they even go to work. I think unless you've been up there and driven those roads and talked to those people and seen the conditions of the roads from time to time, you wouldn't have a proper appreciation what I'm saying. Because while it says here that it could be based at the caves, the depot could be based at the caves, and it could be, from the vision I've seen in the paperwork that I've been given quietly, that the roads up there can be accommodated as necessary. They cover half the Shire when you look at the length of the roads. People seem to think, oh, you can just go and do a lick and a slick. It takes days to do one road sometimes. And there's enough work there for a gang full time. And if needed, they come down to the caves to help out, because sometimes the caves come to the coast to help out. They do share. But you take away that northern depot, even though they're short-staffed at the moment, you will kill off the community. Not only the community, but the spirit. We came in here saying one Shire, one people. The last thing we want to do is to start shutting down the little services. They may be only little, but they mean a lot to the people of that far north. Because I tell you one thing, and it's been said to me, that they will be going to Isaacs if that happens. They will be making an appeal to Isaacs to be shifted through a boundary realignment there. And I said, stop talking rot. They've done it before, and they said Isaac was accepted. That was on another matter, when the army was coming in, and they wanted rates altered. But we starved that off. But they can only take so much, Mr. Mayor. And these little communities need support. And if we're short on staff, well, we need to deal with all of that. Not just move it around, because that's what it's really going to do. We're just going to be doing the same work with less people in the outside workforce, and this is where they need help.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. In the interest of, sorry, Councillor Friend, in the interest of fairness, I might ask the CEO to put the council's case, the officer's case for wanting to close the depot. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is the case that we've commenced a process of consultation with staff and the unions that represent them about the future of the Marlborough depot, and that includes a proposal to relocate staff from Marlborough to the caves, as Councillor Mather outlines. We haven't got to the end of that exercise yet to properly understand the input from others. But the work that's been done demonstrates that some economies could be achieved from relocating those staff to the Caves depot and to continue to service the northern part of the Shire in the way required, recognising that there is a diminishing length of road network in the north for reasons that we're familiar with, both the acquisitions by the Defence Department and the substantial sealing of one of the major roads up that way. It certainly is the case that we could have started this process consulting from the top down rather than the bottom up, and I guess whichever we choose, others will be upset that we might not have approached them initially. However, we commenced this process talking to staff and the unions that represent them initially, and that process is ongoing. As I say in the report, if this resolution is passed today, that process will no longer be required.
Thank you. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr CEO. I too have spoken to many people from Marlborough. I'd like to second this, by the way. They feel less valued. They feel they're not being listened to. They don't feel part of Livingstone. They can't understand why this is happening. Now, we understand why the officers are doing this. We understand it's for economic value, for cost cutting, etc. However, when you're looking at these small areas, Marlborough, Ogmore and alike, these people love their little towns and they want to feel valued by Livingstone. And we all went to campaigns saying one Shire, one Livingstone. And it's really, really important that we endeavour to try to create those employment prospects for people within that town or are happy to move to that town. Earlier today in agenda item 10.1...
Councillor Friend, sorry, you're in debate. This is around about
yes,
questions.
sorry. Yes, I am in debate.
So
thank you.
We might go to Councillor Mather to move, Councillor Friend seconding, and then we might give Councillor Mather's already had a chance to address her report. So, yes. All right. So I'm going to ask, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Friend, but I'm going to ask for someone who's opposing this to actually speak to it, and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. Anyone in opposition to the motion?
Before I answer whether I'm in opposition or not, I'm probably looking to the CEO. Do we have we any idea of what sort of cost savings closing a depot is, or is it about staff challenges in actually manning the depot, or is it more, what are the factors, I guess, that are driving it predominantly?
Mr Mayor, as I explained earlier, there's a couple of drivers, principally a couple of triggers for this, and that is the diminishing road network in the northern part of the Shire, both through the acquisitions of property and the sealing of part of the road network. That's been the catalyst for having a look at how we operate road maintenance in the northern part of the Shire. Running parallel to that has been a conversation about how it is that we resource our road inspections and our non-grading maintenance for rural roadworks. This presents an opportunity to redeploy some personnel into roles that will beef up our inspection capability and our non-grading capability, which responds to apparent need in those areas, although recognising the Council's resolve separately to review the whole road maintenance program separately. So whilst the financial benefits of this may be small, it's about redeploying resources into the areas that have been expressed to us continually that need more attention.
One follow-up question to that: given that there is an independent rural road review going to be undertaken, I think we budgeted $100,000, if I'm correct.
Yep.
It's proposed in the budget, yes.
Yep. Would you think there's any benefit in perhaps not making any determination until the outcome of that investigation is, and that consultant provides their recommendations? Do you think there's any scope that could enlighten us some ways that today we don't know, so therefore we're perhaps not making a decision based on the best information we can possibly have?
Well, potentially, Councillor Bello. Likewise, there's a process running at the moment, and we could get the results of that and make that part of the decision-making process as well. We do have, as Councillor Mather pointed out, a number of vacancies in this area, holding off on filling those in a way that precludes you from exploring the options that this consultant's report, which budget won't be adopted until June, commissioning that person then, we're probably talking September at the earliest before we know anything that might be signalled out of that. I just don't know whether suspending any operational changes is the right thing to do.
Councillor Eastman?
Oh, just a question to the CEO, Mr Mayor. How many staff do we have working out of the Marlborough depot when all positions are filled?
At full tilt, I think it was 7.
Yep. And how many are operating out of there now?
We've got 3 remaining, I believe.
Thank you.
2 that come from Rocky and 1 that comes from Ogmore, I believe.
They all take it in terms of running all the machines just to get the work done. 2 guys on 7 positions.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello asked a question, so anyone speaking against? All right, Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just going to say earlier today in agenda item 10.1, the Audit Risk Improvement Committee, it states that council does not have a great deal of trouble obtaining employees. So why has this been the case for the Marlborough depot? My question to Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, I can only assume, given that the most recent recruits to that area have come from quite a distance, that it's the remote location, that there's not a huge pool of candidates based locally, and therefore we have to attract candidates from elsewhere. I'm only making that assumption. I don't know intimately who applied for jobs previously when vacancies have arisen, but it would seem logical that it's the small pool, not a huge amount of whom are working age in that catchment. That would be my best guess.
Any other
question, Mr Chair? So currently then, is there anybody from Marlborough that actually lives there and works there on the council team or crew that are there? Because you said there was 2 from the Caves and 1 from Ogmore that travel to the depot?
There is 2 chaps that travel from Rockhampton and stay in a Queensland Rail camp during the week. There is an employee based in Marlborough who's about to retire,
right,
and there is an employee based in Ogmore.
So we effectively have a depot that people from around the area travel to, turn up there, clock on more or less, and then go about and do their respective duties. But there's only 1 person from Marlborough and they're going to retire?
Yes.
Okay.
Just one more question, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood.
Do we know the costs of running the Marlborough depot? Do we know the cost of running the Marlborough depot?
I don't have that offhand, Councillor Eastwood. My guess would be if it was fully staffed at 7 bodies plus gear and other things, it would be $1 million.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay. Councillor, okay, go, councillor. You're speaking. We've had no negatives, so we'll just open it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Where we find ourselves today in what, in a lot of ways, I see is making a prejudgment is because we've failed to let a process of change take place, or we've failed to let a process of investigation occur I commend the CEO for undertaking the steps of starting at the bottom. If I was that worker or the workers in that community, I would think and be glad that I was the first person spoken to instead of the last. I think that's the way the process should be, and while it may hurt my feelings that I did not know, not that it did at this point, but that it may upset individuals, I appreciate if I was that worker that I was the first person saying, hey, we're looking at this and we need to have an honest conversation with you. When we did the Board of Directors training last year, they talked about having challenging conversations, and they talked about being willing to make the right decision, even if it's not the popular decision, and they talked about making sure you've got all your facts in line before you decide to do something. That's the process that the CEO has tried to drive us through, and it would appear if this motion fails today, will continue to drive us through. Change is hard, and change may be that on reflection, on review, on having had those consultations with officers, having worked out what the costs are of the depot, that it may not be in the best interest of council to close that facility. But if we don't let council officers investigate opportunities, our organisation will continue to do the same things that it's always done in the same circle, in the same facilities, regardless of whether it's in the best interest of the community of Marlborough or the best interest of the communities of Livingstone. Now, while I wasn't on team One Shire, One Livingstone, I came to this table and to this community arguing that we would make good decisions, but we'd also be fair in our decision making, and we'd make sure that the decisions that we made were based on the best information. So I'm not willing today to prejudge something that doesn't have any information attached to it. It would be if the CEO said to me today, do you want to shut the lagoon? I'd say, well, no, but why? And I'd be asking for him to provide more information. In fact, earlier today he said, do you want to remove the cap on the number of permanent employees of council? I said, I don't know, but that's because we haven't got enough information, and we'll come back to that and say we want a report to inform the decision so that whatever decision we make, be it popular, be it unpopular, be it something that's going to save the council $1 million, be it something that's going to cost the council $1 million, we've used the best information to make a good decision on behalf of our community. This motion today is a guillotine that has no information to inform it. Now, when a decision needs to be made, we should consider the economic, social and community impact on the community of Marlborough. We should. That should be part of the decision-making process. But in the absence of information, to make a guillotine approach saying, hey, no, we're not willing to look at change, or to offer some criticisms to say that why are you investigating, or why are you talking to people about what change might look like, or how we'd go about it, or asking people questions, we're stifling our organisation from having the capacity to take on challenging questions and to ask challenging things in a period where we're all talking about a challenging budget that needs us to look outside the box. I won't support the notice of motion today because I want more information to inform a decision, but knowing that that's the process that the CEO is undertaking. He's seeking more information so that we can make the best decision on behalf of our community, on the best decision on behalf of the people of Marlborough and of the communities of Livingstone. But in the absence of that, I don't wish to prejudge, and therefore I won't be able to support this motion today.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor Watson.
I've been thinking about the travel time to go from the caves to Marlborough to do some work, and there's an hour's drive. And if we had a job that was happening for a week and you've got 4 staff going up there, you've got an hour of travel back and forth. It works out at 40 hours a week wasted in travel time. And I just see that as being an enormous waste of money, that less time on the road doing the actual work. I can see that there can be savings in what the CEO is suggesting, but I can see losses in travel time by the staff travelling from the caves to the Marlborough to go to whatever job they're going to go to. So if you've got 4 staff going up there and coming back each day, that's 8 times by 5 days, there's 40 hours, an entire wage that's wasted in that week, money that way. We might save money in some way, but we're going to lose it elsewhere. So anyway, this is the reason I'm for this. But I would like another alternative if there was one, but I look at it as we've still got a lot of roads up that way to maintain. And I know there's less with Sandwich, but there's still a lot of roads up that way.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Friend, you got a question?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just point of order in respect to Councillor Hutton. Team Livingstone, the candidates were not running as a team as such. They were individuals who had like-minded ideas.
Thanks, Councillor.
Mr Chair, if I may comment, I think that and I'd support Councillor Hutton's comments, and he doesn't want to necessarily be captured under the one Livingstone, one Shire. That was, and we had discussions about the political connotations of that. So I can understand the councillor saying, hey, that statement is not encompassing of everybody here. That's probably the point I think it does need to be verified.
And thank you very much, Councillor Bello, and I accept that. And what you're saying is absolutely true. My point is that, just to clarify, that people who ran for campaign and were elected and travelled to certain campaign outings at the same time were not running as a team. We were not registered as a team. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I just clarify that quite often we hear that we were elected on a slogan, or we were collectively, and it talks about the vision that we had when we were campaigning, and so it's hard to not provide when we talk about the we in that environment.
Well, perhaps we can just write that up to passion, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Rees, with a question?
No, I want to speak against the motion, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank Councillor Hutton for his comments, and I think they are very wise. And whilst I may support this motion in the future, just without information, or the necessary information, I just don't think it's the time for me to support that motion now. This is not to say that there's nothing there to say we're closing it down yet. Okay, so, but I just want to just some Councillor Rhodes' observations. There's another swing to that as well. You could have 4 or 5 people living in Marlborough, working out of Marlborough without the work, and having to drive all the way to the caves or elsewhere. So I don't think that holds too much sway. But I'm just going to, I'd like to have more information. I'm not ready to vote on this yet. I do feel for the people of Marlborough. I understand the plight, but I just want to know exactly what I'm voting on. And it's just not enough information at the moment, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking for? Okay, well, I'm going to kind of hedge my bets here, but ultimately I won't support this today for the similar reason as to Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Hutton. My training all throughout my life screams at me and tells me that I shouldn't make decisions without proper information. I don't have that here. And whereas I fully support the people of Marlborough and I sympathise with their plight and I would hate to see the depot closed, I'm not prepared to make a decision on this one way or another without some financial support, some financial information or some community information, some staffing information, in other words, the whole gambit, because we don't have enough information. For example, have we been out to talk to any members of the Marlborough community who may be contractors themselves, who may indeed want to take on this work if we close the depot, for example? Okay, that's another permutation within this whole thing. So that's the sort of information I'm looking for here, councillors. And I want a full gambit of information before I make a decision and put my hand up to say, yes, we should close the depot, or no, yes, we should keep the depot, whatever. But I would respectfully suggest that the CEO will come back to us once his investigations have been concluded and provide us with that information, Mr. CEO. All right, councillors. Councillor Mather, you want to wrap up on this one?
Yes, Mr. Thank you. I'd have to say, I'm just disappointed with the comments made here today. One person said, I might support it in the future, but I can't support it today. There's nothing to say we're closing it down now. Well, you haven't seen the documents that are running around. Nobody's given them to you. You say you're lacking in information, it's because nobody wanted you to know. Simple as that. You go to the staff, you go to the unions, you have all your blocks in order, then you click them in, and before you know it, it's all over. Everything's in place. Talking about the diminishing length of roadworks, has anybody ever done the amount of roadworks that will be acquired by the Defence? Has anybody done the mileage to say, oh, well, we have 47 kilometres on the Stanage Bay Road we won't have to look after. Federal government took care of that. And Studley Road, we'll only need to do half of that. And Glen Prairie Road, we'll only need to do half of that. Has anybody measured what we won't have to do? Because we're doing every other road. We could count them on one hand. But nobody's bothered. You talk about lack of information. Nobody has done the sums as what it will cost to close it. Nobody has done the sums to say what it would cost to get there, hour and a half to drive to work each day and another hour and a half home. Nobody has done those sums, and you say you haven't got information? I've given you the information they wouldn't give you. So you have a think about where your alliances lie. And I'll say, if you don't go up there and face those people and talk to them and listen to them, then you're not representing your shire. And yes, if we sit here at this table and say we don't represent the whole shire, we don't represent all of the people, you don't deserve to sit here. I might sound a little bit heavy-handed, but we're talking about guillotine. This is a guillotine situation. You've done your own career if that's the case, because if you make a decision that's contrary to the welfare of the people, you're a dead man. You're gone. You talk about focus for change.
Chairman, can I move a point of order that the nature of the comments in the judgmental tone that they've been directed at councillors that may have a different opinion are very unfair, very unfounded, and not in the personality of the local government principles. That would be how I sit here and feel based on those comments there. So, Mr. Chair, I accept that you've got a ruling to make, but that's the point of order that I'm calling on.
So, Councillor Mather, I'm going to basically ask you to wrap up your comments, please, because I do take on board Councillor Vollo's comments. I personally took affront at some of those comments as well, suggesting I'm sitting here not doing my job. I do take that personally, and I take that professionally.
Oh, I apologise if you take it personally, Mr. Mayor, and any other member.
Well, I don't know how you expect people to take it other than personally, Councillor, when you make a comment like that.
You don't have the information.
Well, it's exactly your point. You are saying there is no information. That is the entire point that Councillor Eastwood, myself and Councillor Hutton are making. We are suggesting we go and get the information.
But you're closing the motion down today.
Yeah, but it's not dead. It's not done. And the CEO has claimed...
I have no further dealings at this table, thank you.
Well, that's entirely your choice, Councillor Mather.
It is, Mr. Mayor.
So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All those in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. (12-4). Councillor Watson, Keppel Sands Esplanade. You're excused, Councillor Mather. You want to speak to your report, Councillor?
Yeah. I asked for a notice of motion for the Keppel Sands Esplanade, which is Schofield Parade, and we've received a report. And Michael, are you able to explain a few more of there's some things I just don't understand, but I've also been talking to the residents out there, and I'm probably doing this all the wrong way around. I'm sorry if I am. But there's things that the residents have told me which is different to your report, and I know you're the professional, you know what I mean? But this is why I wanted brought to the table, so they knew that we're actually listening to them, because they all think that we're not doing anything. But I do accept what you've put, because it makes sense. And I was just hoping you could explain a few more things, like you've put costs but per square metre. The risks were a little bit odd, I thought, with just a tsunami or a thing. People are worried about the rocks falling out from underneath the road. along sections, and that's why it's so bumpy, they believe, and I'm just hoping you can explain that a bit better, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Councillor. So there were, within the notice of motion, there were a series of questions which you'll see in the agenda. We've summarised our responses. So we believe that the cause of the depressions in the road surface, and there's some photos in the report, are due to minor sort of localised failures in the subgrade. So within the road structural pavement, there's the natural material which we call the subgrade, and then on top of that we build roads with flexible gravel pavements, and then we surface it with bitumen or asphalt. So if the subgrade, the natural material, is not compacted properly or it gets wet, then it softens, and over time those areas can form local depressions, and we believe that's what's happening here. In the photo it shows some edge break, and there's cracks, longitudinal cracks along the edge of the road, and there's a couple of spots where there's a subsidence which is bigger than an edge break, but it's still similar, we believe, sort of failure. So we've tried to explain that in the officer's comments, and how the road can be repaired. Usually the method of repairing those type of localised failures is to dig out the failure and then recompact the subgrade, and maybe you need to put some replacement materials, so you might put some rock in, or wrap it in a fabric to stop fines from washing away, these sort of things. So that stabilises and strengthens below the road surface, and then you rebuild the road with gravels or asphalt and so on, or cement stabilised pavements. So there's only localised.
Is this a long-term thing that's been happening, or is it something that's changed to make this start happening?
Well, in talking to some of our staff, they we've been monitoring this for at least the last 5 or 6 years, and there hasn't been huge, rapid change. So we think it's something that is probably the subgrade's got wet and it's slumped a little bit with the traffic, and it's probably dried out again, and it's going to be stable for a while. Yeah. So as I mentioned in the commentary, if there's an embankment, and in this case it drops down into the sand dunes and so on, if it was a serious catastrophic slope stability issue, you would often see large crescent cracks, which is called a slip circle, and then the material on the embankment loses its strength and through friction changes, and the entire bank just slips and slides down. So you get that subsidence, and then you'll see the material at the toe of the embankment bulge up, because it's got to go somewhere. So that's fairly classic slope stability failure. Whereas we're not suggesting that that's happening in this case. It looks to be more of a subgrade localised failure and softening of the material. So our solution, which we've just put some costs to, is crack sealing, which stops the water getting into the subgrade and the pavement. And if we do have to, what we call mill and fill, we'll bring in a road profiler, cut out a section, and then which is mill it, and then we'll fill it with gravels and other strengthening materials.
So you don't think the issue is coming in from underneath at this stage? You think it's coming from the top? All right. Yeah. That's the main thing I was trying to... Okay. The people are worried that the rocks, you can see along parts of it, the rocks are moving out, and that's why they thought that was going out and the water was coming in, sucking the sand out, and that was why the road was lowering. But it's actually coming from the top.
We believe it's coming from the top.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Michael, I have a question in relation to your report. The forward works plan does not indicate the date of any action in the future years for reconstruction. So is that something that's completely off the table for a reconstruction of Schofield Parade?
Yes, it's we would look to do minor repairs under our pavement rehabilitation program, and if it's small sections, something as large as this table, it might even be just maintenance. But we haven't got anything earmarked in our Forward Works program. For example, I think it was in late 2020 we did a pavement condition assessment of our entire pavement network, and that gave the condition of all of the pavements, sealed pavements across the whole Shire, and this section wasn't in the top sort of few percent that needed to be allocated funds in the next few years. So that's why we haven't shown it in the Forward Works program at this time. But we have been monitoring it, and we are aware of the community's comments and concerns. I think it's probably at a point in the next year or so where we might decide to cut out a few patches, but it's not. I think I've mentioned in the report also that it's not dangerous from the point of view. It's a sort of low speed 40k kilometre per hour road. If it was a 100 zone, then you'd be more worried about it. But it's a glorified driveway in a sense, and it doesn't pose a safety risk.
In the report, you said that intervention will occur sometime this year. Is that the crack sealing, or is that going through and resurfacing that area?
I think that's to do with the mill and fill process. So we'll profile out the section where the edge crack drop is, and what we'll tend to do is go back to the subgrade and probably bring it up with maybe 300 millimetres of gravel. Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks again.
Well, Councillor, I'm just suggesting with the CEO that perhaps, given that you've articulated your questions, the Executive Director's replied to them, that we just receive the report.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we just change that wording, please, Justine. Get rid of all of that at council. That's it, thank you. Councillor Watson, you would like to move that? Okay. Seconded, thank you. Councillor Friend, thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Councillors, happy to go to the vote? All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Pardon me. All right, 12.5 is a notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to rural fire brigades. Councillor Hutton, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll be seeking to move my notice of motion as provided.
Okay. So, moved Councillor Hutton. Seconder, Councillor Eastwood. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this ultimately is a product of our own success. So Livingstone was aspirational in seeking to put forward more in terms of the last funding round through the Black Summer Fires Grant funding program. We put forward more projects than what we were told the funding envelope would be. We received the funding envelope amount of money, and therefore not all of our projects were able to be successful in that round. What has been recognised, or what has been very loudly said to me from the community, is that while all of the projects that we put forward were things that could be done, should be done, are lovely to do, that the Rural Fire Brigades, and particularly the Rural Fire Brigades Association, has asked that council consider reprioritising, saying that we currently have a facility at the hub which can act as an emergency headquarters for community recovery post-disasters. It's got wonderful generators there provided so that it has power post-disaster. This opportunity is to say, do we have the capacity to direct that need towards Town Hall and prioritise this request of them higher. As I said, we did put forward more than $6 million worth of projects. We were funded for 4-point-something million. This is just saying, okay, we put all those projects forward, which meant that we prioritised them all. The federal government has only come back to say that certain ones have been funded at this point. As a matter of urgency, I'm asking that Livingstone Shire Council contact the Australian Government to seek permission to redirect the 2.5 million granted for the Station Community Recovery Hub and prioritise the works that were strongly advocated as a must-do by the Rural Fire Brigades Association on Gravel Pit / Tookers Road and Lake Mary Road. These works in our original application had a combined value of 2.3 million. Recognising that that's less, that we do have a $200,000 differential, and I believe that it would be appropriate to consider that as contingency, recognising the increasing costs since our first application that could be applied to these road works that are needed. In seeking the redirection of funds, councillors, I acknowledge the long-term benefits of the Station Quarter project. It's simply a matter of which one of these priority projects has the highest priority. The brigades have asked, and I'm inclined to put forward to council for a vote on the matter, whether we believe that the Station Quarter can be delayed so that this important work, as advocated by them, can be put forward. And at the end of the day, the federal government will make a decision as to whether it's allowable to make this change, just as they did at Rec Point. But there's no harm in us asking the question if we're willing to do that reprioritisation ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Watson.
Councillor Hutton, I overheard a conversation from our federal member that if the money was to be redistributed to different things, because if you remember, the Senator Bridget
Mackenzie
said that they don't do roads, but I overheard that our federal member said that if the money was transferred, we would lose it. Do you know if that's true or not?
There has been some oral conversation with the federal member. Unfortunately, as time of our council meeting, we've still not been able to get in writing. So Senator Mackenzie, the minister, in her first instance said that roads were not eligible. Then when provided the advice saying that in the QRRA briefing prior to lodgement that John and Bill from the association had been told that their road would be eligible, which is why they spent the time putting it in. She said, oh, well, I'll get back to you on that. While orally on that same day, our local federal member said that roads were ineligible. She did say that she'd get back to us. At the moment, she hasn't yet provided in writing that they are ineligible, and therefore we've got nothing to lose in doing this. If the reply was to come back to say they were definitely ineligible, then this would be null and void. But in the absence of that, the decisions for this council table as to which is the higher priority out of those two activities.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move a procedural motion for this to lay on the table until we receive confirmation from the Federal Minister or the office, just to find out whether the money will remain or be lost if we resolve to change it. I mean, I think we definitely need the roads, but I'm heading into debate now, so
So you're moving a procedural motion that this lay on the table pending advice from Senator Mackenzie's office in relation to further funding for this road.
yes, and if this could be expedited. The advice could be expedited, sorry.
I don't know how we're going to do that, but anyway. All right, so you've got a procedural motion. Lay on the table pending advice from Senator Bridget Mackenzie's office in relation to potential future funding for the road projects.
And Mr Mayor, could I push the boundary a little and ask for it to come back to the May? We don't know when the federal government will get back to us, but if we can bring this back to the May's meeting, and hopefully perhaps when we're asking for that advice, let them know that it is of an urgent matter.
Turn to the council meeting.
It'll be on the business outstanding list, presumably, Mr Mayor, so it certainly will be on the
It'll be on that list.
It will be on the agenda in any event. No harm in including that in the resolution.
The date.
We probably also need to clarify, given that there appears to be a few conversations going on with different officers, that just there's an agreement on who's doing the negotiating, just so we don't fall over the top of one another, that's all.
Chair, I'd perhaps suggest within that procedure that the CEO would that be within the responsibility of the CEO to get clarification around the funding? Is that something that your office can?
I just don't want to come over the top of existing conversations, that's all.
No.
I think that's appropriate, Councillor Bello.
Yeah.
Lay on the table pending the CEO obtaining.
Clarity, is it?
So in relation to potential future funding for the road projects. And point two, the matter be reviewed at the council meeting on 17 May 2022. Councillor Friend, you comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Any questions or points of clarification here, councillors? That's a procedural motion, yeah. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Oh, I hate this. Good on you. All right, I'm going to obviously use my casting vote in support. Thank you. You good, Justin?
Did you use your?
Yeah, I use my casting vote. All right, so coconut denutting policy, Councillor Watson, 12.6.
Thank you. After I'd had a lot of phone calls about possible trees being cut down and coconuts and everything else, I started doing some research to find out what is the chance of being hit by a coconut. And it turns out it's 227 million to 1. There's a 50 million to 1 chance of being attacked by a shark, and there's 8.2 million chance to 1 to winning lotto. And I'm just thinking, with the money that we spend to cut down the actual nuts, it might be better off leaving them there and allowing them to fall down, because I've noticed quite a few of the areas that we're looking at maintaining are areas where people don't necessarily walk, or they're being maintained. Perfect example is Island View Caravan Park. We've got a lot of them, they've got coconuts there. We don't actually do the mowing there, the caravan park does the mowing. I'm not saying we stop doing it on the main beach where there's a lot of people and there's possibly a greater chance of that happening, but I'm saying that we could save up to $200,000 a year if we just left things there. It turns out in 1984, someone wrote a journal in England saying that you can get killed by a coconut. And from that, it's grown and grown and grown over the years to the point where we're all now doing it. What did we do before that? We just let the coconuts fall. Now, more to the point is, if you think about it, when we go for a swim, we can get eaten by a shark, we get, taken by a jellyfish or whatever it is. We don't go removing them out of the water. What we do have is a sign that says there's a chance that you could get taken by a croc or you could get eaten by, those things. It's when you come to a corner in the road. It has a sign saying slow down as you go around the corner, otherwise we're going to cut the hole through the hill and put it straight right over the top. What I'm saying is it really worth the money that we spend to cut these coconuts, just the nuts down, when the chances of getting hit is so far and few between. And that's why I'm suggesting we're looking for ways to save money, and here's 200,000 looking at us. I'm not, as I said, I'm not talking about Yeppoon Main Beach or main areas where there's lots of people. I'm talking about the areas where they're not so, drastic. And I'm wondering if we can change our policy to suit that to save us money. Anyway, hopefully you have some questions.
So you're just recommending this be presented in a briefing session, discussion around this?
Yes, that'd be
Okay.
great.
All right. So you're going to move that, Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
Seconded? Councillor Eastwood? Thank you. All right. Any discussion on this one, councillors? Happy to go to the vote on it? Councillor Friend?
Yes, I'm going to vote for this today because the notice of motion in itself is a review of its policy regarding the denutting. Coconut palms are inspected from Keppel Sands to Bangalee on an annual basis, and they are inspected for health, age and interference with infrastructure such as underground power, telecommunications, sewage and water mains. They are monitored. Council officers are currently investigating other councils such as Douglas Shire Council. There certainly could be alternatives that council may consider, such as a memorandum of understanding with those that have planted the palms and those that wish to keep them. This would involve yearly compliance for those people and infringements if they do not denut their coconuts and clear the fronds. So it's really very important to mitigate liability of persons, property and vehicles with these coconuts. Currently, palms line James Street and Farnborough Road, and these areas are heavily utilised. I've heard it said recently that you have as much chance to be hit on the head by a fallen coconut as to win lotto. However, who would be liable if this occurred? Council would. Who would take the blame if a child was killed, a person maimed, a vehicle was damaged? Council. To leave the coconuts and fronds to fall naturally would cost council to clear the fallen vegetation, not to mention the probability of future litigation. Today, as I said, I will vote for this, for a report to be brought back to the table so that us councillors and the public may understand the greater value in this program whilst finding alternative ways to save money if possible.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors? Move it, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
12.7. Councillor Bellow, support for the book launch, Keppel Islands Extraordinary Reefs.
Are you happy to move that, Mr Chair?
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, Mr. Happy to
speak to that? Yes,
yeah,
thank
happy
you.
to speak, Mr Chair. It's late in the day, so councillors, I guess to try and keep this as simple as I can, I'm seeking support here for an investment of this council to the dollar value of $3,000 and in-kind support for a potential book launch. It's an investment relatively small, but nevertheless it is ratepayers' money, so I don't ask that lightly. Why would I ask this of you councillors to support? I believe that there is enormous potential to get behind this project. The author is a reputable doctor of reef ecology, Dr. Alison Jones, has been local here in the past, and has undertaken a significant work to produce a hard copy book, which she is seeking council to partner with her. Originally she was seeking $6,000. I've taken upon myself to approach some members of the community, business people that are associated to match 50% of that, and I'm seeking council to support the balance. In some ways I feel like I'm on Shark Tank trying to sell to you why this is such a good thing. It's such a good thing because the Keppel Island reefs, based on the research of Dr. Jones, are the most extraordinary reefs potentially around the world. The health of the reefs, despite having the mighty Fitzroy River on the doorstep, discharging sediment that we know can be problematic to the health of reefs. Despite that, we've got 15% of Australia's pineapple industry here within our backyard, which through their farming practices are producing some of the most healthiest farming procedures, and our reef is flourishing. That's a story that I believe we need to tell the world, literally tell the world that Keppel Island's reefs are not dying, they're not bleaching. Others maybe, but ours are not. And this is a reputable way to do it through the work of a Doctor of Reef Ecology. And it would be potentially one of the best investments we could make in economic development, in environmental, environmental information to promote the benefits of all of those industries, and culturally the significance of the reef to our Woppaburra people and the Durrumbul people. So, look, I could go on and on, but I won't, and I just ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello.
I'd just like to ask Councillor Bello a question. I'm not sure whether he'd know the answer. In the attachment to the report, Dr. Alison Jones says, print costs will be returned to any potential partner. So is that on the sale of the books, or on? I'm just trying to get some understanding of what that means. That's it's on page 493 in the top paragraph.
Print return to any potential partner. Look, I'd have to take that as a question on notice. I did ask of the CEO to potentially consider ways that our economic development team could work with the author. I don't have all of the answers to this at present, but I'm sure that, well, I can certainly get that information to you as a question on notice, I think.
Councillor
Watson. Councillor Bello, I've been involved in publishing a few books in the last 15 years or so. The biggest problem with self-publishing is finding someone to distribute them for. And I'm just wondering, have you got a publisher and have you got a distributor? Because I know that the people I helped do that still have the books in their sort of...
Certainly, I think Dr. Jones here is a quote from a bespoke Sydney printing company for your consideration, which is actually cheaper than any other larger printing companies like your Ingram, Spark. Print costs will be returned to any potential partner. So she's done the homework on the best and cheapest company to publish the books. My understanding is that council would receive, I think it was up to 100 copies that we would have, that we could hand out to a minister, we could hand out to the Singaporean Defence Commissioner, anybody that comes here. We're able to put one of those books into their hand. We could place them into our schools, certainly in our library. So that's one of the endless possibilities that could come from this.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Bello, Dr. Jones was told by a senior council staff member that this project does not align with council's grants or sponsorship criteria. So my question to you is, have you yourself read the book?
No, well, the book hasn't been...
Or draft copy?
No, the book hasn't, no.
Okay, thank you.
All right. A mover in Councillor Bello, seconder in Councillor Hutton. Any further debate on this one, councillors? Yeah.
Only very briefly. When Councillor Bello first alerted me to his notice of motion in the agenda last Thursday, I actually said no to him. And I said no because I said, well, if it doesn't fit any of our programs, well, then it doesn't fit any of our programs. And then I had the chance to reflect and hear his enthusiasm for not necessarily this as a product, as in we're supporting a novelist to write a novel, produce something that's going out into the public space, but the argument around selling something that's uniquely Livingstone, something that's uniquely the reef related to our part of central Queensland, and sharing that message. Right now on the underground in the UK, in London, there are pictures of dead coral reef saying this is what the reef looks like in Australia. The reef is dying, you need to support certain not-for-profit organisations, you need to give them £5 a week or whatever to support them because Australians aren't looking after their reef and it's dying, it's dead, it's not going to be there any longer. the same messages are going throughout Southeast Asia, but to a smaller degree. Quite ironic to imagine Southeast Asia sending us messages thinking that we're polluting and destroying our reefs. However, this book provides an opportunity for us to highlight something special about our community. It provides us an opportunity to highlight that how we can have an ecosystem that, while has the impacts of large-scale mining to the west along the Fitzroy, has the mighty Fitzroy running through it and all the sediment, still is able to perform and function and provide both a tourism and a natural benefit to our community. When I really got my head around what was being proposed, I see this as a tourism product. I see this as something that we do hand to guests, but it's something that we actively promote and push forward. We should be sending this to the person at the Courier Mail who does book reviews. We should be sending this so that we can send a message. We're spreading the message about the health. We're spreading the message about, and once we have received our share, we should be talking to Cap Enterprise about how do we embed this into their next marketing campaign when they talk about the reef and about going and snorkeling and all those things that we enjoy, which makes our part of the world special. So originally I told him, you've got to be dreaming, and it's a no. But in reflection and having heard the passion and the opportunity that's there, I went, you know, this is the equivalent of a micro loan. This is a small scale project which could have great and huge potential outcomes, and I'm willing to give it a crack. So I commend him for bringing it to us, but more importantly, commend Dr. Alison Jones for her work, and hope that we can get the extraordinary reefs of Keppel Islands shared both locally, interstate and globally.
Thank you, Councillor. Hang on, I've got two lights on, guys. Just very quickly, if I can jump in. Privilege being chair. I guess in all of this, what concerns me a little bit is that something like this doesn't fit our criteria. And I'm just going to ask the CEO maybe to take it on board and have a look at that, because if our processes, if our policy, whatever, needs to be changed or adapted to sort of fit something like this in, then we need to do it. Because all of those comments that Councillor Hutton has just made, I subscribe to wholeheartedly, and I commend Councillor Bello for bringing this to the table, given that, not that he got a rebuke from the officers, I think the officer concerned was very supportive, but she just said, I'm sorry, Councillor Bello, it doesn't fit our criteria. So perhaps we can have a look at that, Mr CEO, if you wouldn't mind. Councillor Watson.
May I say, I love the idea of the book. I mean, it's what we do, but there's RADF funding that we knocked back a book before, but that was for different reasons. But RFDF funding would suit this perfectly and still allow it to happen.
Well, the advice was that it didn't qualify, so that led to here we are today.
Oh, we just had one at the last meeting, and the only reason it didn't, I'm not really allowed to talk about more, but there was a reason why it didn't get up, and it was different to this situation. And I would have thought that RADF would have been happy with it. We were looking at it that way.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, I do have a late question for Councillor Bello. Councillor Bello, has Dr. Jones approached other partners, potential partners I should say, such as CQU or Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority or state government or other arts funding, Fitzroy Basin Association or Capricorn Enterprise at all?
Yeah, and it's probably not best for me to answer for Dr. Jones ultimately, and it would be great to maybe invite Dr. Jones to the table perhaps after this decision is made, whichever way it goes. But my understanding is yes, she will certainly be working with all of those stakeholders and is dedicating the book to the Wappa Borough people. It'll be given that they've got their native title claim approved, so it's working at that high level with those entities. Yes, most definitely. If I could say, and perhaps, well, I'll say in my wrap up to the debate. So,
yeah, all right.
If that answers your question, so.
I would like to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying we're going to wrap up. When I'm wrapping up, so I don't repeat myself.
Yep. All right. So, Councillor Bello, you've spoken, and so has Councillor Hutton. Yep. I'm assuming there's no one against this. No voting against. Right. Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to move another procedural motion to lay this on the table to invite Dr. Jones here to discuss her book in depth, to give us an idea about this. And the reason being is because it's hard to, a book publisher wouldn't accept a book without reading at least a draft copy or understanding in more depth what it's about. And perhaps if we can ask Dr. Jones to our next briefing session, if she is available.
So that this matter lay on the table to be discussed at the May briefing session?
Yes. I love this idea, but I think that we need to know really more in-depth information before we become a publishing partner.
And that Dr. Jones be invited to attend for the... All right. So, Councillor Friend, you're moving that?
Yes.
Did you want to speak to it any further?
No, thank you.
All right. So we've got a motion, procedural motion, councillors. All in favour? Those against? All right. The motion is lost. So we're back to the substantive motion. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. Councillor Eastwood.
I'd just like to speak to the motion, Mr Mayor.
The floor is yours.
Yeah, I just think this is a good news story, Mr Mayor, and I mean, I don't know where this sits within council, and that's what we can look at into the future. But we do hear a lot of doom and gloom about our coral reefs, and just to add on what Councillor Hutton says, I know some people from down south that recently just came up and went around the Keppels on a snorkelling trip, and they were absolutely blown away. And I think that's fantastic. It's great for our region, and this book can do nothing but good for the tourism. And not only that, it shows that we are looking after what we have, and gives us something that we can aim to continue to look after. It's funny, when you know something's dead, you nearly give up on it. Whereas when you know something is blooming and fruitful, then you really want to preserve it and make sure that it stays that way. So I think this is a really good move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood, and I appreciate the analogy. I use that in my golf game very regularly. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this and wrap up debate. Councillors, Councillor Friend, did you want to wrap up at all? I beg your pardon. Councillor Bello, I beg your pardon.
Just to say, look, I recognise this is a little bit outside the square, and whichever way you vote, I totally respect your opinion on it. I think it's worth a shot. And I think there's going to be enough governance around it to protect the integrity of council, but critically important is to protect the integrity of it. And I'm confident that the individuals involved and the history of Dr. Jones gives me the confidence that we're backing a winner, because she's backing the winner of the Great Barrier Reef, and I think it's worth the effort. So thank you.
All right. Okay, councillors, move for Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Is it 4-2? Carried.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask, just with leaving the chair there, would it be appropriate for me to ask the CEO now that perhaps we do contact Alison Jones as an operational thing, or does that need a formal request, or to come and?
We'll certainly reach out to her as part of enacting that resolution.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, 12.8. Questions on notice from Councillor Friend in relation to bushfire funding. The floor is yours, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. At our meeting with Senator Mackenzie last Monday, I was speaking, as we all were, who were there, speaking with the first officers of a number of our rural fire brigades. One in particular advised me that there was supposed to be a $1.3 million grant or funding that came to Livingstone after the 2019 Cobberbull bushfires. And they said that this particular funding was to create the eastern side of the gravel pit road more accessible. It's like a mountainous track at the moment, and not to seal it, but just to make it more accessible. And they didn't understand where the funding has gone and what's happening with that. So I've then to find out more information, and because I can recall this particular tenure of council discussing something like this early in 2020 when I first became a councillor. At that time, it was a little overwhelming, learning the legislation, understanding what the role of a councillor is, and I can't quite remember. And for the public, and to place this on the public record, I've decided to put a question on notice in, or questions on notice, so that we may find out where that money went to and allow the Rural Fire Brigade first officers the knowledge of where it's gone and what's happened to it. That's
Thank you,
it.
Councillor Friend. Any questions of Councillor Friend? Happy to receive this report, councillors. Right. Is there a need for further discussion? Just go to the vote on this one. Can I move and move? Councillor Friend. Seconded. Councillor Watson, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
12.9. Notice of motion from Councillor Friend. Permit application, use of local government controlled area, facilities and roads, inclusion of wording, compostable and reusable materials. Councillor Friend.
Thank you very much. I've been approached by many members of our community in relation to our particular...
Sorry, Councillor Friend, I'm going to have to declare a conflict of interest because my wife operates a food van, Mr CEO. So I shall absent myself for this, Mr Deputy.
Mr Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thank you. So previously, back in, I think it was September 21, I did bring a notice of motion to the council table to find out the appetite at the table to include Boomerang Alliance onto our application for mobile food vending vans, permit application, use of local government controlled areas, facilities and roads for commercial use. There was no appetite, and that's absolutely fine. However, at the time, I remember asking, could something, a blurb or a little notation on the application somewhere stating that council encourages the use of compostable and reusable materials, such as utensils and other items. This is not mandatory. It's a blurb that just encourages. So people will read this application and think about, oh, well, hang on, I'm still using a lot of plastic. Oh, maybe I will, because council actually encourages me to do so. So this hasn't happened since September, and so I'm bringing this notice of motion back to have these words as an inclusion onto this particular use of local government controlled roads, facilities and roads commercial use permit application. That's a mouthful. In doing so, this is not to make them mandatory. It's not to force anyone to use them. It is simply a little tiny paragraph that says that we encourage this in our shire. And that's about it.
Well, explain, Councillor Friend. Any seconder? Councillor Watson, any questions? If not, would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Friend?
No, I think I've said enough. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
And I know that Livingstone do encourage this, so...
Great. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak at all or not? No? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous, Mr Chair.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Item 15, Mr Chair, confidential report.
Thank you very much. So we do those first, eh, before we go to confidential?
I think so.
Yeah. So we've got,
So one was in relation to item 11.7 and item
11.2. It was 11.2, wasn't it? Yeah.
there was part of 11.1 which is going to workshop.
That's going to a workshop, yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
You have to deal with that one. Well, while we're reviewing what else is, we might review 11.7 first, councillors, which is the Executive Performance Management Framework and Senior Contract Staff Remuneration Principles. Councillor Mather wanted that laid on the table. It's going to a workshop. Can we have a look at that rewording? Thanks. Yeah, you're right. That one's okay. Yeah. That's 11.2, so that one's okay.
So we need to lift it. Yeah. It says till later in the meeting.
All right, councillors. What do you want to do with this one? Lift it off the table and discuss it now? All right. Cool. All right. So procedural motion to lift off the table. Can I get a mover? Thanks, Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Mm-hmm.
So the only question was, do we want to have another 3 days saying that a similar application to be received?
Yeah, it was just a random pick of numbers, that one, so no particular rationale.
I'm happy to remove that as a proposed amendment and deal with it when we do a subsection on deputations. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to move. Oh, no, Councillor Frank was the mover of that originally.
Yeah.
But we never voted on it. We never voted on it.
So, Councillor Friend, you happy with the amendment?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Watson, you seconded, I think? Was it Councillor Hutton, was it? Beg your pardon? Right. There we go, it is too. All right. Any further discussion on this one, councillors? All right. Very quickly. Move to Councillor Friend, second to Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Done. Now 11.7. We don't have... It's already gone to a workshop?
Yep.
Is that right? Perfect.
I did get asked to assist Councillor Mather in assembling some words following.
Was that 11.1? I thought it was 11.1.
It was 11.7.
The quarterly management report, the CEO.
I've distributed some draft wording that I worked on with Councillor Mather.
Well, you want to lay this one on the table, councillors?
I'm pretty good with it.
Well, I'm reluctant to do that in the absence of Councillor Mather, that's all. Because she wanted particular wording, Mr CEO.
Yes, quite explicit sort of list of what she was chasing in a report that was more in relation to 11.1 than it was to 11.7, but it was triggered at 11.7.
All right.
But so when we got to 11.1, we had suggested that there was a desire to split it. Did we deal with the first part before we gave up the goat?
No, the second.
So it was split, the first part was
So done?
Yeah.
Beautiful? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the second part is where we got stuck.
Yeah.
Yep. Until later in the meeting. Yep.
Yes. All right. Can we just hold the screen steady for a second, Jessie? Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, I move a procedural motion to lay on the table until next meeting. We have to, that's right, procedural motion to.
Yeah. So you want to defer it to the next meeting?
Yes.
All right.
In fairness.
Okay. Agreed. All right. So.
For-
I'm just going to copy it and put it down where it now
Right.
is, and then we can, if that's okay.
Yep. We'll wait for you. Good? All right. So we're going to raise this from the table, first of all. So I'll move that procedural motion. All in favour? Councillor Watson, hand up. Thank you. Carried unanimously. All right. Now, Councillor Friend, your procedural motion is to?
To lay it on the table until the next meeting.
Next council meeting.
Next council meeting in May, in fairness of Councillor Mather. We're going to vote to lay it back on the table for the next meeting. Because Glenn was left.
To the May 2022 council meeting. Councillor Friend, you happy with that?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Okay. So procedural motion, move Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, we're going to move to go into confidential. Seconder, please. Councillor Watson. Jessie, I move to go into confidential. Seconded, Councillor Watson.
Okay.
You're right. All in favour? Those against? No, Councillor Hutton.
Okay, welcome back, members of the community still bearing with us on live stream. We just have to tidy up 2 confidential reports and then we're essentially done for the day. So councillors 15.1, which is a response to notice of intent for rates assessment 133864-7. The recommendation is that council issue a fine in the amount of $13,785 to the developer for undertaking operational works for earthworks upon 7 and 9 Meekleville Street, Meekleville Hill, without a development permit, which is a breach of section 163 of the Planning Act 2016. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Mover? Councillor Watson, thank you. Seconder? Oh, heck, I'll second it. Councillor Watson, do you want to speak to the bearing in mind confidentialities? No? All right, councillors, are we happy to just go straight to the vote on this one? Oh, pardon me. Mover, Councillor Watson, second myself. All in favour? Those against? Oh, good Lord. Okay. I'll use my casting vote in support. Thank you. Myself, Councillor Friend and Councillor Watson. Against, Councillor Bellow, Councillor Hutton, Councillor Eastwood. All right, 15.2. Moved Councillor Hutton as soon as I get to the appropriate place on my agenda. We've got 4 points there. Councillor moved, Councillor Hutton seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Is there any urgent business, councillors? All right. Thank you, councillors, for your attendance today. Have a good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. And thank you to members of the community who bore with us on live stream. Have a